Peter Powell in his rendition of One Hit at a Time.
It'll cost you at least a drink of that water anyway. Right, moving on. One Hit for Squeeze, such a good hit too. It's Cool for Cats.
Signals from the rocks above the pass. The cowboy takes position in the bushes and the grass. The score is with the corporal, she is tied against a tree. She doesn't mind her language, it's a beating she don't need. She lets us all the horses when the corporal is asleep. And he wakes to find the fire's dead and arrows in his axe. And David Crockett walks around and says it's cool for cats, it's cool for cats. The swing is doing 90 cause they got the work to go. To get a gang of villains in a shed up at Row. They're counting out the fivers when the handcuffs lock again. They're in and out of ones to put their numbers on their names. It's funny how the missus always looks a bit insane. And meanwhile at the station there's a couple of likely lads who swear like Ash your barber and they're very cool for cats, they're cool for cats. To change the mood a little, I've been posing down a pub. I'm seeing my reflection, I'm looking slightly rough. I fancy this, I fancy that, I wanna be so flash. I'll give a little muscle and I'll spend a little cash. But all I get is bitter and a nasty little rash. And by the time I'm sober I've forgotten what I've had. And everybody tells me it's cool to be a cat, it's cool to be a cat.
It is the turn on the Southwest. The Southwest has never been president before.
But we've had Olusegun Obasanjo.
No, Olusegun Obasanjo is an Igbo man. He came from Anambra State. His father is an Igbo man.
Do you have evidence to this, sir?
My friend, it is he who should come out and say, no, he's not an Igbo man. Everybody knows that it's not a hidden fact. His father became the Obi of Onitsha. Thank you.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, water.
Okay now.
To pese between my pen.
I see.
I see what I want to do when you forget me.
Okay.
Papa you look at you. One day you get ya. Mama mo say na wa me to go kwa. Aga na wa mo jelomba. O we butike. Aga ni lu ne butilo wane mo. Ata me wanke ya di kwa ya jomba. Oh yeah, orin tí fẹ́ kọ orin àyájọ́ ni wọ́n dìde wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wáyé dà ká ní kó bá mi wá.
ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi nìyẹn kí n gbọ́ àkọ́bí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wọ́n á fi jóye ẹrùkù wọ́n bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàlàbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdá dẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgẹ́tì ló bá ń gbé àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gọ́vnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀túnbá sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
And there it is right there. So Oko Oluremi, you know, it's all this for the appellations that we give our leading our politicians. I don't want to say our rulers or our leaders because that seems to offend people. So let's call them our politicians. I remember back in this day we used to call Obasanjo Baba Iyabo. So now the appellation now for Tinubu Oko Oluremi. So there it is, Oko Oluremi that sits in Aso Rock. But where is Tinubu even seems to be the question. We're back to that question again. Where is Tinubu? Where is the president? Where is the president? You know, remember that phase that we went through. Where is the president? Where is the president? You know, so Tinubu missing, of course, from the World Economic Forum in Saudi Arabia, and then suddenly disappeared. Of course, it's in France, getting his booster shot. So how many more times do we have to go through that before we resign to that as part? Tinubu is is in his early 70s. So if he doesn't have any medical concerns, then that in itself is a concern. If Tinubu, a 72, 73-year-old man, does not have medical concerns, then that in itself is a concern. So the guy has medical concerns. His preference, place of treatment is France. So once in a while, well, I think it's every 6 months actually, isn't it? That seems to be the sequence. So once in a while, he'll pop right across the ocean to go and get his booster shot. Do you remember the ridiculousness that we've had around that medical treatment that Tinubu sorry, hold on. So do you remember some of the ridiculousness I was saying that we've undergone with this Tinubu medical trips to France, that our usual suspects are telling us that they would have implanted something in his brain and then it's now being orchestrated by the French. So that's the sort of, we are going that far. We do go that far in Nigeria, you all know. Of course, we've had Jubril at Sudani to pre-warn us as to the sort of political space that we're entering. So it is within that course. They tell us now that because Tinubu goes for his medicals in France, therefore the French would have implanted something in his brain and is now being puppeteered by Macron. So that is the sort of funky stuff that we deal with in Nigeria. So yes, my manners. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So, hope you've had a gloriously wonderful weekend. The weekend actually cascades into a Monday in the UK because our Monday is a bank holiday, as a public holiday. They just it's a randomized. I'm not especially sure what bank holiday it is, but it is a bank holiday, which is to say it's a public holiday. So it's a 3-day weekend in the UK. So I wonder if that extends to where you are as well, and how is it justified then if Monday is a bank holiday where you are? So good day to you. Good to be your company, and how are you? It's going to be a fairly relaxed session. So let me just state that from the start. It's going to be a fairly relaxed session. The news cycle is not as given as it once was. So we're having to dig even deeper to find things to present as talking points. So it's essentially just opening up the session, and then we'll see how it goes. So there's two things that needs to happen for this session to be as impactful as all the previous ones. One, the panelists have to turn up, and two, they have to bring conversation because, like I said, the news cycle is a bit sparse. I've even reached out to my usual people that are sending all the news, and they can't really find too much as well. So we'll have to pick the bones of what is the remainings of spring bank holiday. Is that what it is? Martin Bolagun. So that's an unusual last name you have, by the way. Bolagun. Yes. So Martin's Bolagun. So thank you for that. It's a spring bank holiday. I think this is the essentially a holiday. We'll probably spend it in the park. That's what we will do. We'll spend it in the park. We'll pack a big bag, and go and spend put the kids' bikes in the boot and spend the whole day in the park. That's usually how that goes. So yeah, where was I? So let me just launch straight into it. Yes, the usual protocol first. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you into the studio. So you need to be clicking on that hyperlink so that the conversation can take place. So click on like, click on subscribe, but especially click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. Brings you into it's an unknown name. Oh, thank you, Martin. So click on like, click on subscribe. So don't just listen to it as a routine thing that I say all the time. It's a call to action. So I'm actually inviting you to do something, and it doesn't really matter where if you're watching on a tablet, on a phone, whatever it is, you still have the reach to reach. Even if you're watching on your TV screen, you still have the reach to click on that like button. If that's a minimal contribution that you are making to the session, so at least you feel as though you've contributed something towards the proceeding. So yes, click on like, click on subscribe, and then click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the screens. So do all that. We had quite an entertaining session with Dupsy earlier on. New and highly intelligent voices came on stream. So like, subscribe, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and of course the $ at the bottom of the screen. We have the anticipation of 5 super charts for every session. So an anticipation of 5 super charts, and we've not really especially missed it since we've decided that is the minimum number that we're expecting. So set us on our way with that $, click on it, and super charts to the stream. So all that funky stuff. So enough of the preambles. Let's get into the main event. So enough of the preamble. Let's get into the main event, and let's kick it off with this one. Like I said, it's slim pickings in the news cycle. So you eat what you get. It's essentially what this session is. You eat what you get. So you eat this one. This is will be increasingly coming out of the Twitter space because there's a lot of news activities within that space, and so why don't we then marry that? You see, because we're not marrying enough of the social media spaces into this space, so we'll be taking more items from Twitter, bringing in items from other spaces. So that's the direction of travel for the future. So let's get into this one. Let's get into this. APC completes rehabilitation of 63-kilometer Port Harcourt-Aba rail line. It is now open for commercial train operations to members of the public who ply the route. The new coaches will also be installed sooner. Furthermore, APC-led administration under Bola Tinubu is set to commence the construction of the 181-kilometer Aba Enugu section of the Port Harcourt-Maiduguri rail line. So, so let me play you the clip, and then we'll see what you're making of it. Sorry, I've had to stop that music somewhat because I'm fed up with being copyright struck, you know. They could well tell you that a 10-second music now claims a 9-hour video. So let's just, essentially what you're looking at now, you can see it right there. It says, does it say a query or something? So that's what you're looking at right there is the Port Harcourt Aba rail line in the fullness of its glory. So there it is right there, transporting goods and people right across the right across the stretch of the eastern quarters. So right across the stretch of the eastern quarters. So I'm only really bringing you this. We've often had this phrase vaunted, a new Nigeria is possible. And I'm telling you now that we're seeing the birthing of that new Nigeria now. So it's not a case of let me switch on the camera. It's not a case of a new Nigeria. In fact, let me even because you need to understand this. So it's not a case of a new Nigeria is possible anymore. It's that a new Nigeria is already here. A new Nigeria is already here. The Lagos-Ibadan rail line, that's already completed. We are just now watched the clip now of a rail line linking Aba to Port Harcourt, which ultimately will eventually link to Maiduguri. That's completed. The Kaduna-Abuja rail line, that's completed. The metro city from the airport into the inner cities of Abuja, that is completed. The metro intra-city rail system, a multiplicity of lines in Lagos State, guess what? That is completed. The Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, say it after me, that is completed. The refurbishment of Murtala Mohammed International Airport completed. The Calabar, I'm going to play you another clip actually. You know, so you keep a new Nigeria is possible. A new Nigeria is already here. Whether you like it or not, a new Nigeria is already here. Somebody sent me something on TikTok. If I can find it, I'll play it to you now. That new Nigeria is already here. That's just the sum total of it. So you can continue to jibber-jabber all you like, but I am telling you categorically, without equivocation, that new Nigeria is already here. And that new Nigeria is already here, and you see people already turning in the direction of that new Nigeria. I played you a clip of a chappie in the South telling us that it doesn't matter how he came in, let us just support him because he's building this fantastic structure. It's the they actually call him the Jagaban of Africa. We all watched that clip together. So off the back of that, an even more senior voice from that space has this to say to you.
A new era in Nigeria's transportation history has begun. A 700-kilometer Lagos-Calabar coastal highway with feeder roads joining it from different parts of the country is being built by the present administration, and this is proof of the transformative power of visionary leadership by President Bola Tinubu, who has put the present Minister of Works, David Umahi, a man of unwavering dedication, at the helm of affairs. Starting from Lagos, Calabar, Ogun, and Akwa Ibom. Simultaneously, it will traverse the beautiful landscapes of Ondo, Bayelsa, rivers, before culminating in the historic city of Calabar. With its cutting-edge technology and innovative design, this highway will slash travel times, reduce transportation costs, and increase access to markets and resources. It will be a game changer for entrepreneurs, investors, and travelers, and unlock new opportunities and boost economic growth. As we embark on this journey, we are not just building a highway. President Bola Tinubu is crafting a legacy of prosperity and growth. The Lagos-Calabar Highway will be a lifeline for business, a catalyst for economic development, and a symbol of hope for a brighter future. And this is why it is surprising that some disgruntled people are opposing this project, and I would suggest that such enemies of progress should not ply the road when it is completed and stick to the old, long, and treacherous routes. President Bola Tinubu's commitment to this project is a beacon of hope for our nation. As we celebrate this milestone, we must recognize that this project is not just a feat of engineering, but a triumph of our collective potential. So let us join hands and support the Minister David Umahi and his team as they embark on this magnificent scheme. My name is Ben Murray Bruce, and I just want to make common sense.
So that is Ben Murray Bruce telling us that he's making common sense. He's been straddling that particular strap line for quite a few years now. I am just talking common sense. This Oyinbo boy that claims to be from the creeks. But nevertheless, that new Nigeria is taking shape. And they will come and read, is it because the price of Gary is the price of it, and then the price of tomato is a and they'll do the jibba jabba and the unnecessary inanity, but the big strokes that propels that country. Do you know what a quantum leap is? Do you know what a quantum leap is? Let me actually let's just Google it just to get the exactitude of quantum leap. Let's see. So, do you know what a quantum? Because this is what is taking place in Nigeria now. There's the name of a movie. Look at who's this silly person. That's made. Yes. Well, no, somebody has used the name for a. A quantum leap is essentially a giant stride. It's a leap that's of epic proportions. That's how I can best describe it. What we're seeing is quantum leap governing. This is what we're seeing. Blue sky thinking, people with actual brains and create. Can you imagine when an actual functioning brain marries with creativity? This is a celestial sort of space that we're in now, and Einsteinian almost in its manifestation. Yes, we can reach that far to say that it is Einsteinian almost in its manifestation, because what we're seeing is the rapid transformation of our third world country to propel it right to the top of the table in the global space, and that is what is happening before our very eyes. One of the biggest seminal, yes, that's the word I was looking for. One of the biggest seminal projects in recent history. If you bracket out China, where a lot of quantum epic projects are taking place, this Lagos-Calabar coastal highway is one of the big. It's a world monument. What they are building, a world monument. And some people will gather and be saying, Jabba Jabba Jim Jim Jim, price of Gary, Jabba Jabba Jim 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 Jim, price of Gary, Jabba Jabba Jim Jim Jim. You can Jabba Jabba all you like, but what is going on is what is going on. So what is going on is what is going on. Let me send the link again. If anybody because I'm all by myself at the moment, hopefully somebody does turn up so we can actually have a session. So that's the Lagos, that's the Aba Port Harcourt rail line completed as the new Nigeria continues to take shape. The new Nigeria continues to take shape with this one as well. Good news, in the coming days, the federal government is expected to receive its first set of CNG-powered mass transit buses. So this has been somewhat of a controversial and a conversational space, these CNG buses. So now they've removed all the subsidy, and all of the things that have happened, and they've then said that they are going to recalibrate transporting in Nigeria and remove dependency on PMS. And a lot of the hooplas and the hollerers, they've been hooping and hollering, saying, "Oh, where is the CNG? The CNG buses are not off-the-shelf purchases, you know." Do you know what an off the I feel that this might well turn into an educational session. Do you know the distinction between an off-the-shelf purchase and a commissioned buy? Do you know the distinction between an off-the-shelf purchase and a commissioned purchase? An off-the-shelf purchase is you go into the supermarket, you pick it off that shelf, you put it in your basket, and then you go to the tills to pay. That's an off-the-shelf purchase, but it's embedded in the terminology, by the way, so you don't really need an explanation. But a commissioned buy is that you place an order for something to be crafted, created, etc., and then you wait for the crafters, creators to craft and create, and then subsequently deliver. So that's how that works. So a CNG bus, a fleet, you know, a shipload of CNG buses, they are not off-the-shelf purchases. Even you must know that. Nobody is dumb enough not to know that. You cannot be dumb enough not to know that. That if you are purchasing a fleet of CNG buses to cover the vast expanse of one of the largest countries on the planet, it's not something that you just sign a check and it's delivered. Even you must know that. So they commission it, it gets manufactured, and then it gets delivered. So that is how that works, as I'm sure you know. So as I'm sure you know, but let's get back. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. So in the coming days, the federal government is expected to receive its first set of CNG-powered mass transit buses. These buses will be deployed for public use in all 36 states and the FCT for intrastate transportation services on or before the 31st of May. So within the next 2-3 weeks, the transport fare on these mass transit CNG buses will be affordable. So here it is right there, and a short little video to accompany it as well.
The federal government has provided 100 billion naira to purchase 5,500 CNG vehicles, 100 electric buses, and over 20,000 CNG conversion kits, along with developing CNG refilling and electric charging stations. With over $50 million in investments, private sector collaborations will play a crucial role in establishing refueling stations, conversion centers, and mother stations. For plants are assembling semi-knockdown components of CNG buses, targeting over 600 buses in the first phase this year. A new plant will assemble thousands of CNG tricycles.
All right. So all of that. So let's go on very quickly from that to a different space. This is a carry on. This is a follow through from yesterday's narrative. Yoruba Union accuses Governor Sanwo-Olu of humiliating, displacing, evicting hundreds of Yoruba residents from Lagos. So this formed the heartbeat of yesterday's session. Just a few paragraphs. Yoruba Union, a socio-political organization also known as Igbomo Maje Kobaje Ile Yoruba, Igbomo Maje Koje, yes. Yoruba Union, a socio-political organization also known as Igbomo Maje Kobaje Ile Yoruba, has accused the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of displacing hundreds of Yoruba residents from the state. The organization, which advocates Yoruba rights and interests, describes the actions as a rebellion against the Yoruba race and a violation of the indigenous rights of Yoruba people in their region. Yoruba Union, in a statement issued by its convener, Olushola Oluwaseyi Badero on Sunday, condemned the Lagos State government for using state power to drive Omoluabi Yoruba people out of their land. He described the action as a violation of the rights and dignity of Yoruba people. The statement reads, Igbomo Majeko Baje Ile Yoruba will not tolerate discrimination against any member of its race. There is a sub debate / narrative going on at the Yoruba at the ethnic talks within the Nigerian space. Are they a race or an ethnicity? So what constitutes a race and what constitutes an ethnicity? Because the Yorubas, you cannot say they're a race, or they're an ethnic stock of a wider black race, isn't it? But I think black people recoil from that term ethnicity, and I think that's why they like to refer to them to the Yorubas as a race. The statement reads, Igbomo Majeko Baje Ile Yoruba will not tolerate discrimination against any member of its race, regardless of the state they reside in within their region. Yoruba people are known for their wholehearted embrace and accommodation of each other, but Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu's action have shown that he is not a good representative of the Yoruba people. It is extremely disheartening to witness our people being crammed like crayfish and abandoned in an uncompleted building by security agencies at the Makoko police station before relocating them to a forest in Ilesha, Osun State. We are not a violent people, but we won't let anybody look down on or humiliate our people. Our community is currently at risk, possibly in the hand of kidnappers. So it goes on in that line. So that is that's the pushback against that space. But in yesterday's conversation, there were suggestions somewhat. In yesterday's conversations, there were suggestions somewhat that this is a precursor to a wider launch against other ethnic stocks. But when that was proposed, a lot of people recalled it. In fact, a lot of people they rebelled against it even. But let's move on quickly from there and go back to the theme of a new Nigeria is possible. A new Nigeria is possible, you say, and I counter that with a new Nigeria is already taking place. A new Nigeria is already taking place. This is how road construction is done in Lagos. So this is the new Nigeria I'm telling you now that Tinubu is going to campaign on achievement in come 2027, and even Peter Obi himself will vote for him.
This is how the road construction is done abroad, and this is how it is done here in Lagos. So as you can see, they are taking out the asphalt and replacing it with 7 inches thick concrete, which makes driving on the road so interesting, coupled with the fact that we have 4 lanes on each side of the road instead of just the comfortable 2 lanes we have along the Lekki-Ekpe Expressway, making transportation so easy. So because of this, people won't have to leave their houses by 4 a.m. to get to their offices by 8 a.m. And you don't have to pack all your money to live in Lekki Phase 1 due to the fact that the transportation problem is solved. Because I know the main reason why a lot of people are packing all their money to Lekki Phase 1 is because of the traffic problem. So tell me, do you think 4 lanes is the solution or nothing concerns you? This is how the road construction is done abroad, and this is how it is done.
So as I said, a new Nigeria is not only possible, that new Nigeria already taking shape. And within the next 2 years, you'll see how the country... you will see, even you will struggle to rebel against it. Let's go on to this one. The loyal chieftain still without appointment. APC chief reacts to El Rufai, Tinubu's alleged war. So El Rufai, a lot of speculation that is fast in the throes of discussions of how to move on to a different party. So what does this offer us? Right, ESV Poda Yigwam Johnson. Just these funky names that we have. Why are people not called normal names like Bayo or Wale or Tunde? Which one is Yigwam? Is Yijwan, and then his first name is Podar, Podar. How is that even a name, and how can that name be Nigerian? So ESV Poda Yiguam Johnson, a chieftain of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, Plateau State chapter, has maintained that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and former governor of Kaduna State, Malam Nasir El-Rufai, are on good terms. Well, that is a lie. El-Rufai's recent return to the political space has sparked serious controversy following his meeting with opposition party chieftains and wide consultations with prominent politicians in the country. Political pundits believed that El-Rufai's recent moves signals his interest in the 2027. El-Rufai is interested in the presidency. I think we all know that. But at what slot does he slot in? Actually, how old is he? Let's find out, because his age is a determining factor, isn't it? Let's say, how old is El-Rufai? He's 64. So he can afford 8 years. Yes, he can afford 8 years, can't he? Yes, that would make him 72, which is round about the landing port age for Nigerian presidents. So he can afford 8 years. But he's certainly ambitious to be president. But I think the windows are closing for him within the APC, and that is why we're seeing all these panic measures. Political pundits believed that El-Rufai's recent moves signals his interest in the 2027 presidency, defection to another political party, and possible disapproval of Tinubu's re-election in 2027. Interestingly, the former governor of Kaduna State is one of the politicians in the northern region who worked for the emergence of Tinubu during the 2023 election. However, his silence over his controversial ministerial appointment sparked concerns in the polity. In an exclusive interview on Sunday, May the 5th, Comrade Poda Johnson described the perceived rift between El-Rufai and President Tinubu as false. Well, you can say that, but it's actually not false. They are at loggerheads. In fact, they are more than at loggerheads. They are at daggers drawn. It is not loggerheads. They are at daggers drawn. He's waging a campaign of calumny in the political movement and commentaries within the media space. That's El-Rufai. And Tinubu is trying to use the Kaduna State House to cage him. So they are at daggers drawn. So forget cordial, whatever it is. The former SPC aspirant, however, urged President Tinubu to ensure fairness in his appointment. The APC chieftain stated, "I am not aware of any conflict between the president and El-Rufai. Leadership is from God. So many people worked for the party, but they are still without appointment." So is it a quid pro quo? This sort of, you scratch my back, I scratch yours. So is you're working for the party then to emerge the party into governance? Is that the quid for the pro of you being given an appointment, even if you may not be suited for the position, as we're seeing with the Minister of Power, who is just oversighting darkness? I am not aware of any conflict between the president and El-Rufai. Leadership is from God. So many people work for the party, but they are still without appointments. Some of us have been party faithful, but we are still without appointment. The president brings on board those who he feels could implement his blueprint, the renewed hope agenda. All we expect from the president is fairness in his appointment by bringing all the 6 geopolitical groups into equitable distribution of portfolio. The North Central should be given the national chairman back. What does that mean? The North Central should be giving the national chairman back to the North Central. That's what it says, with special considerations to Nasarawa State. So I suspect he may well be, no, he's from Plateau, for fairness and equity. And the president is a Democrat, and he knows the importance of fairness in politics. So that's in another development, correspondents report that amidst criticism of his previous government, El-Rufai said on Monday, April the that he does not want to be addressed as a godfather in Kaduna State, but I think he does want to be a godfather, the short little man. Which short little man does not want to be a godfather? So let's go on to this. So there's a lot of catch up of previous stories from yesterday's session, and this is a catch up then from previous stories from yesterday's session as well, when we did the rogue list of all of the governors that have cases with EFCC, and the celebration then in some quarters was that Peter Obi's name is not there. Of course, Reno Omokri will clap back, and Reno Omokri now claps back. So we're going to Reno Omokri's Twitter to pick this up. It says, this is Reno Omokri. It says, earlier today, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission dismissed as a tissue of lies a so-called list clearing Peter Obi of any corruption case. For the avoidance of doubt, the EFCC has a grand corruption investigation involving Obi. So when they say they have a grand corruption investigation involving Obi, that does not mean that Obi's name is central to that investigation, but Obi is within the broad stroke of that investigation. And I suspect that that investigation is the Dasuki Gate, that $2.something billion that they took under Goodluck Jonathan, which Dasuki went down for, but Obi's name is linked to that as well. Earlier today, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission dismissed as a tissue of lies a so-called list clearing Peter Obi of any corruption case. For the absence of doubt, the EFCC has a grand corruption investigation involving Obi. The extent that these guys will go in their propaganda would have something shocking would have been, that should be shocking to me if I were not used to their lying. So what does he offer? Okay, yes, I think he offers it says and obedience have been insulting me for the past 2 days because of a list that turned out to be false. And by the way, the EFCC have denied that list. By the way, I can bring you it. When will this gradual lifestyle end? Peter Obi, a man cited by the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists in their Pandora Papers for allegedly criminally profiting whilst in public office, is the man they're trying to project as a saint. If Bola Tinubu put federal government money into a bank he owned, obedience will break the internet. Yet, Peter Obi put Anambra State's money in his own bank, Fidelity, and personally benefited. If Obi were a former government official in South Africa, Europe, or America, he would be in jail. So this is him now pointing to, he said, so this is EFCC. And by the way, yes, we all know that Peter Obi is with the EFCC. He has a case there. So this is an EFCC press release. It says list of ex-governors are under investigation for alleged corruption, not from EFCC. So they've debunked that, and he's then interlinked that Pandora Papers, EFCC summons Peter Obi. So Peter Obi, of course, being looked at by the EFCC. So that's that. Somebody sent this in. We just play a little bit of it. I'm not quite sure what it is or if it offers anything, but
The federal road.
This is meant to be some sort of east-west road, which I think is a counter argument to the super highway that Tinubu is building. So let's get a flavor of this.
From the rainforests, waters escape through the barriers along the east-west road. The current flows fiercely to the other side, where a petrol tanker lies prostrate and beaten by the rushing waters. The east-west road is flooded at the Olokobo and Okobe axis, not very far from Ahoda in Rivers State. Here, the gridlock weaves a tale of frustration as passengers alight from vehicles to join others trekking the long distance.
Cameroon open is now. Cameroon tell Nigeria to do their own. Make it 100 feet. Because they know that their own is 50 feet. Nigeria refuse to do their own. Look at how we are suffering. The situation is horrible.
We never expected it to be like this. In fact, what part of the road has cut into two? The federal road has been blocked for over 3 hours. We have been in this very traffic because of the flood. The flood is coming with a very big heat at that. So that's why I'm doing this to enable us, because I'm traveling to Lagos to enable us to move ahead.
We left Florida by 9 and we finally got to this place by a few minutes to 12. So the driver said it's no longer going, that his colleague told him the road is completely blocked.
At various points, the trekking tired travelers hop onto the back of trucks and open vehicles. There are also instances where some desperate travelers do not mind any form of assistance to climb out of the surging waters.
I took a bus from DSC roundabout heading to Port Harcourt, but on getting to a place there called Kebo, I don't know the actual name, we're told the buses could not move any further. So I've been walking for the last 1 hour, and I've seen vehicles that have fallen on the side, and a lot of commuters are walking. The traffic is really long.
For a mother with twin babies, it is a harrowing experience traveling on a flooded road, but many are determined to continue the journey. The coming days may be scary as flood waters continue to rise on the Trans-Niger Delta Road.
It's very, very tough and critical. I will advise anybody coming from Bayelsa State to Port Harcourt to be very, very careful. If they can't face the pressure, then they should stay at home.
That money, when they don't pay federal government, when they bring and come, give us. Nothing like East-West Road. You don't break down. You don't pull out.
It is difficult. I don't think that people can pass through this path. By tomorrow, this water, nobody except tipper, no vehicle can pass.
I spent almost 5 hours instead of 10 minutes on the short stretch of the Lokobo and Okobe axis of the East-West Road. The prayer is for the flood to recede, but if that doesn't happen, then some states in the Niger Delta will be inaccessible by road. Ofieteme George, Arise News.
So there it is right there. A new Nigeria is possible, but so that's not the new Nigeria that we aspire to, of course. A lot of the thing, you see, the issue with this thing is it's not proper planning. The money that they've spent on a lot of these roads would have built 10 of those roads, but all of those riverine areas, the water is an asset if they know how to handle it. All they needed to do was to repoint that water and put it to use to some agrarian community. That water is an asset. And all of these things of Cameroon opening a dam to flood Nigeria every single time, this is a storyline that we really need to be away from fairly quickly. It's disgraceful and unacceptable. What really struck me is that, because I have, I'm not going to tell you what I have, but what really struck me was when they were telling the narrative of a mother with twins having to battle through that. Young children, you know what they're like in normal circumstances. It's unacceptable. We cannot live like that. We just cannot. So we cannot live like that. We just cannot. Let's go from that to this one. We're getting to the tail end of the readouts. I'm not quite sure if the readouts are your favorite part of the thing, but certainly we have to set the scene for conversations to be had. That's just what that is. Hold on 1 second. All right. All right. Let me just take you to this one. There was a particular storyline that keeps on going on to. It keeps on going on to. Let me see if I can find it again. Just bear with me 1 second. Yes, there it is right there. Let's see. All right. There's a particular storyline. Anytime we mention the name of Nwanyawu, it's always something just extreme version of one thing or the other. So he's telling the Northerners to get lost, that they will not apologize for slaughtering their leaders. January 1966 coup echoes again. Ohaneze shuts down Fulani apology claim. Yes. It says, as angry reactions continued to trail a viral audio alleging plans by Ndigbo to apologize to the Fulani community over the 1966 coup in Nigeria, the Ohaneze Ndigbo yesterday denied any such move. The Apex Igbo Social-Cultural Organization, let's do that again. As angry reactions continue to trail a viral audio let's do that one third time. As angry reactions continue to trail a viral audio alleging plans by Ndigbo to apologize to the Fulani community over the 1966 coup in Nigeria, the Ohaneze Ndigbo yesterday denied any such move. The Apex Igbo Social-Cultural Organization described the viral audio as wicked, false, and malicious. The January 15, 1966 coup led by Major General Kaduna Nzogu, and also called Igbo coup in some quarters because the major participants were from eastern Nigeria, killed 22 people, including then Prime Minister Tafawa Balewa, many other senior politicians, senior army officers of northern extraction, and their wives. However, the coup was not well received by some northern soldiers, led by then Lieutenant Colonel Muritala Mohammed and T.Y. Danjuma, who staged a counter-coup in July 1966. The counter-coup resulted in the murder of Nigeria's first military head of state, General John Aguiyi Ironsi, and Lieutenant Colonel Adekunle Fajoye, who was hosting a visiting Ironsi as Western Region Governor in Ibadan. Reacting to the voice note in Owerri, the Imo State capital, the President General of Ohaneze, Chief Emmanuel Nwayawu, maintained that the Igbos were not responsible for the coup in 1966 and therefore have no reason to apologize to anyone. Nwayawu also said all Igbo governors were calling for IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu to be released from custody. Kanu is facing a trial for alleged secession and treason before a federal high court in Abuja. I was shocked to read a voice message alleging that we held a retreat in Enugu State and it was poorly attended, and that in the meeting we said we were going to Sultan of Sokoto to apologize to them for the killing of Ahmedu Bello and other things that happened in the 1966 coup. The voice message was false, malicious, and wicked, Nwayamu stated. Igbos are not responsible for the 1966 coup. It was entirely a military affair. And to be fair, you can say that because the abundance of the people that carried out that coup may well be of Eastern extraction, but it is a military affair, and they were not commissioned by the Igbo race to go and carry out a coup, so the Igbo race then should not bear the burden of it. Igbos are not responsible for the 1966 coup. It was entirely a military affair. It was not carried out to make any Igbo man a leader and beneficiary. You remember that the coup failed, and if there was any tribe that suffered from that coup, it was the Igbos, because the Igbos were massacred. We lost our business. So how can we go beg anybody when we did not kill anybody? We did not have anything to do with the coup. We, Ohaneze, object to anybody profiling it to be Igbos. So anybody who says we are going to apologize is lying. Even from the books I wrote, we never sent anybody on. So essentially, you get the gist of it. I think that's enough of that. Let me give you one more, and then we'll. Let me give you one more. Hold on, just bear with me 1 microsecond. Bear with me 1 microsecond. Talk amongst yourself. Tell each other how your day has been. Let's get to know each other. Let's be friends. Would you like to be my friend? I wonder if people still say that. Would you like to be my friend? Let's see. No, I wouldn't like to be your friend because you're a bit smelly. That's why. All right. So do you want to be friends with the smellies? Is the thing. So let's just chat random shit. Oh, let me play you a bit of let me play you that British punk again. Let me just play you a little bit of that just to capture something.
And now it's Peter Powell and his rendition of One Hit at a Time. It'll cost you at least a drink of that water anyway. Right, moving on. One hit for Squeeze, such a good hit too. It's Cool for Cats.
The Indians send signals from the rocks above the pass. The cowboys take position in the bushes and the grass. The score is with the couple, she is tied against the tree. She doesn't mind her language, it's a beating she don't need. She lets us all the horses when the corporal is asleep. And he wakes to find a fire's dead and arrows in his axe. And David Crockett walks around and says it's cool for cats, it's cool for cats. The swingers doing 90 cause they got the work to go. To get a gang of villains in a shed up at Heathrow. They're counting out the fivers when the handcuffs stop again. They're in and out at once and with their numbers on their names. It's funny how the missus always looks a blooming same. And meanwhile at the station there's a couple of likely lads who swear like that's your father and they're very cool for cats, they're cool for cats. To change the mood a little, I've been posing down a pub. But seeing my reflection, I'm looking slightly rough. I fancy this, I fancy that, I wanna be so flash. I'll give a little muscle and I'll spend a little cash. But all I get is bitter and a nasty little rash. And by the time I'm sober, I've forgotten what I've had. And everybody tells me, it's cool to be a cat, it's cool to be cats.
Oh, all right. Apologies for all that. So yes. Let's get on to it. This is probably the last readout. I am reuniting with Oshiomhole, not ready to support Asu Ighodalo. So this is Edo politics, Sapele water stuff. You know, them from the creeks and all that. Pardon me. So excuse me. And by the way, what's happening to the super chart? We've not seen anyone since Ayo. I am reuniting with Oshiomhole, not ready to support Asu Ighodalo. This is Shaibu, who is licking his wounds. The impeached deputy governor of Edo State, Philip Shaibu, has expressed plans to reunite with the former governor of the state, Adams Oshiomhole. Correspondence reports that Shaibu made this known in an interview with correspondents, stating that he's not ready to support the People's Democratic Party (PDP) gubernatorial candidate Iso Ighodalo. The former deputy governor said he would not support Ighodalo because despite several attempts to know his plans, the latter failed to open up to him about his governorship ambition. So I mean, I'm not quite sure that there's any plan that he especially needs to know or not know. I think it's pretty clear. The guy wants to be the governor and continue in the fashion that is so the plan remains the plan. So it's sour grapes, isn't it? So loser. The former deputy governor said he did not support Ighodalo because despite several attempts to know his plans, the latter failed to open up to him about his governorship ambition. Shaibu noted that he has consistently apologized to Oshiomhole. However, he does not regret his past actions because the former governor led them to fight against godfathers. He said, "First, I am not ready to support the governorship candidate of the party, Ighodalo. And until the PDP does the needful, I may not be able to answer the question. I cannot support him because he did not open up to me about his ambition despite asking him several times. So I'm not quite sure what ambition. Is it his ambition to be governor is what he didn't open up about? So what's his gripe? We all know what his gripe is. It's not on the ticket, is what his gripe is. I cannot support him because he did not open up to me about his ambition, despite asking him several times, including at my house. The last time I asked was in November. So I was taken aback when he spoke on TV that he was being pushed to run. I called him and asked who was pushing him to run, but he told me to ignore the report and that it was a social media thing. But his younger brother, Pastor Itua Igodalo, said that the move to make his elder brother the governor of Edo State started 2 years ago. Edo needs a homeboy to govern them, not people who will not rent a house during their tenure, and not people who will rent a house during their tenure and leave as soon as it ends. We need people who we can relate to and understand the challenges of the people. The PDP candidate is more of an Ibadan man than an Edo man. So yes, I think a lot of his schooling and a lot of his growing up days were in Ibadan. But so that's that. I think that's sufficient enough to be going on with. Plenty of room in the studio, as I said. Anybody that wants to jump on. If you do want it is a participatory sport. It is a you have to participate. This is a participatory sport. Otherwise I'll just do the readout. If the panel is not needed, then all I'll be doing is just do the readouts, give you my thoughts, and call it a day. But because the panel is needed, then your contribution is welcome. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join us.
Only water, only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agweshime, death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us at Janle Koko, so always guaranteed an epic session whenever he's here. Kene not asleep, but on the studio. Oroyo joins us, who comes in and out every so often. Emmanuel somewhere in Abuja, and the elegant Pansat. So that's the panel so far. So anybody that wants to join, hop on. Especially if you're a new voice, we especially want to hear from you. We always say that. So let's kick it off with our brethren in Nigeria and go to Alaba Market. Ekene the Jagaban. Alpha. Ekene Baba. Toile. Twale, mistakenly born in Nigeria, American Jingo. How far? All right, sir. They still say all right, sir. Or they know they do all right, sir anymore.
All right, sir.
All right, sir. You know what they call all right, sir?
I don't understand your language. All right, is it all right, sir? Or
no, that's Lagos language now. You know those touts. That's how they greet you when they want to extort. They say, all right, sir, after you now, Babangida, mistakenly born in Nigeria, America, you know, all this. Oh, God. Anyway, forget it, man. You are in Lagos in body, but not in spirit. But, yeah, good to see you, my man. Speak to us. What are you looking at in the news?
everything is okay, chef. What did you even read that, sir? Because I was not following your read that. I was just busy going, sleep don't even they catch me, sir.
Well, the main theme that is emerging, you know how they keep telling us that a new Nigeria is possible. And what we seem to be discovering is that new Nigeria is already here, you know, because they've just completed now the Port Harcourt Aba rail line, which the videos show. They've completed, of course, the Lagos-Ibadan rail line, Kaduna Abuja rail line, Lagos-Ibadan expressway, metro system now in Lagos, metro system in Abuja. You know, the East-West Road has now been commissioned, the coastal highway, the transformation of the Murtala Mohammed in International Airport, of course, your second Niger Bridge, and on and on. So that new Nigeria already here.
Okay, so when are you coming back to join us and enjoy all these things?
Don't worry, I never left now. You know, I'm in and out. Don't worry, I'm in and out. You know, I don't have
the new Nigeria is already here now. So are you going to be seeing all this new Nigeria you are?
Yeah, but me, I prefer the old Nigeria. That's the thing now. The new Nigeria is for you young bucks now, you young talks, you know.
All these things you mentioned here, these things are functional, and I'm not saying they're not doing because most of them are Buhari left. So if they're able to complete it, it's nice.
Yeah, whether it's Buhari, whether it's Idiagbon, whether it's
what I mean is that if they're able to make it work and functional and complete it and not abandon it, it's nice. But the only one I see that train about Port Harcourt Aba. So that's the only one I saw on the news. I saw it flying on internet a few days ago. So other ones you are mentioning here, I don't know.
But the country the country is transforming at a rapid rate, Ekene. No doubt about it.
You should come and enjoy it now. There is no two ways about that.
Enjoy it now. I only have to take pride in it. I'm not resident there, so it's more boon.
You cannot be staying in abroad. You cannot be staying where you are and be determined to us that the new Nigeria is here. How can you be staying in abroad? I don't even know how many years have you stayed here, one man? Because most of the time, the way you used to speak about Nigeria, this and all that, it seems that you left Nigeria since 30 years ago.
No,
not been in this country.
I've barely left Nigeria. Barely 3-4 years I left Nigeria. What are you talking about? 3-4 years.
3-4 years. Yes. I don't hear you. Most of the time, if you the things you say and the way you describe it, you know, you have a sweet mouth. All these things, the way you put it together, somebody will think that you are in Nigeria and you are enjoying all these things. Well, good luck to you. It shows that you are a patriotic citizen and you want
yes, I'm enjoying it vicariously through
and you want it to
your
work.
Enjoyment is my enjoyment. So vicarious enjoyment, yes. Sorry, carry on.
Well, yeah, no wala. It's I like your positivity. I like the way you want Nigerian to work. So, but don't use propaganda. Say things the way they are. So that is it. Forget that yellow man, that's been Bruce. What is his name? That yellow guy. I don't know. Since the election, he has been working for Tinubu. Maybe this is the work they have given him. So maybe that is it, yeah. The man that the people that supported Tinubu, somebody like Asare Dokubo, and then go tell you whether a new Nigeria don't come. So if you want to know whether a new Nigeria has come, don't listen to Don Bruce. Listen to Asare Dokubo. You have not been playing his videos recently. What happened? I think saying I man before.
I saw a clip of him abroad somewhere being wheeled around. Apparently, he's getting some medical somewhere abroad.
There is nothing like medical. If you want to know that a new Nigeria is here, after all, he's a Tinubu supporter now. You should just go back, listen to him. Then the last video he dropped, you just check what he said. He said that this is not Bola Tinubu I know. In 1999, I used to call me son. I used to call him father. It's like this is a change Bola Tinubu. This is not a Bola Tinubu I campaign for. This is not the get out of hand deal. So if you want to know whether a new Nigeria is here, just go and listen to Asale Dokubo. Then you will know whether a new Nigeria is here. That's all I have to tell you about that. That's your type of new Nigeria that you are proposing to us. You understand? So, but I saw this musician Yemi Alade. She was shouting on the internet the way that demolition is happening in Lagos, that she's not comfortable with it again. So it's making around the news, and most of the APC supporters are criticizing her online. Why we should be saying that? Well, she said her mind. You know, there is a recent demolition in what I forgot that environment. I've forgotten the area, but the video is flying around. That this recent demolition that just happened.
Yeah, I saw it. Is it in Tejo show or something? Is it?
Yeah, somewhere there. That man that is involved in that demolition, he appeared on Arise News this night. So he was trying to give some clarification. You know, the thing that happened is that, and those guys, they said they have their see of all this and all this, but I don't know whether if the previous administration have given them approval. Then this recent one, I don't know. But the claim of the resident there is that they have an approval. Yeah, documentation is okay. Everything is all right. So why should they give them 2 hours notice? Just 2 hours notice. They are pulling everything down. So, and that thing is, for me, I'm not saying that the Lagos State government should not take some action, but the demolition is getting too much. Every day, what happens if you should take the way demolition is happening in Lagos, you will not be comfortable doing anything here again, because you don't even know the law to follow, because the law is too much. This administration might have approved something to you. Another one will come and tell you that approval is not all right. You have to go and get another approval. And before you know it, demolition has started. So, you know, Nigeria, I don't know, the current situation of this country, the way people are suffering, you see them chasing people under the bridge, people living under the bridge, no housing, all those stuff. But still, the housing that is available, they're demolishing it. So where do they want those people to go? To go and live under the bridge again, or to leave Lagos? I don't know. Nigeria is not the economic situation of Nigeria. Yeah.
Can I interject?
Okay.
The same you who is complaining about demolition now. If it rains now, if there is flooding all over the place, you will still be the one complaining. So what do you want them to do? Or are you trying to say that
there is nothing like complaining about flood and all this? All these things you see, those buildings, did they build it on top of canal? I saw the video. The ones I have here now, how many times have they come out to maybe use those caterpillars to clear most of those canals? How many times have they done that? At least most of the canals here that I saw in this area, there is no houses inside it. How many times have they make an effort, maybe stand the caterpillar there, open those canals very well, clear it very well so that water will flow very well? What they are concerned is just to to demolish houses. The economic situation of the country doesn't accept that now. You should not render people homeless. Maybe
Do
do
you think they are demolishing those houses out of an act of wickedness or out of a necessity for infrastructural?
For me, the government don't love the people. If you love the people, there are, just like Yemi Alade is saying, there are better ways to do things. There are more better ways to do things. But these things are scaring investors away, and I know that it's scaring investors away. And because what happens now is that you don't even know where to buy land.
Away from Lagos. Don't worry about it. Investors can never.
I don't know about real estate developers and all those stuff. Now you don't even know where to go and buy land. You don't know where you buy tomorrow. Next tomorrow they will tell you that this is a government property, or you don't have an approval, this and that. You understand? So all these things, it makes you uncomfortable when you want to build. You understand? So the law should be straight. Make the law straight. Don't make it mago law. That when you do this, they come tomorrow, they tell you don't do this, another you don't do this. After all, what you are saying that the places were once approved. So if they don't want them to build in that environment, why approve it in the first place? They have their documentation. They have everything. Why approve it in the first place? So you shouldn't just, and the people, you don't know what it takes to build such a mansion. It's a lifetime investment. It takes a lot of savings, a lot of effort. It's only for you to wake up tomorrow and see government put bulldozer and pull it down. It doesn't work like that. You cannot tell me that that's how government do it where you are. You understand? So if they think that, I've not seen government in many canals we have here, put in bulldozers and clear those canals. I've not seen them for one day. They only give you an excuse that the house is close to canal. They will just pull it down. When have they put a bulldozer, clear those canals, make it so that water will flow from it? I've not seen it for one day. It's only demolition they know how to do. It's only demolition. So it's not good, especially the economic situation. If you render those guys useless, where do you expect them to go and find a house? Especially now the house is very costly in Lagos State now. So you that is supporting them, if they demolish your own tomorrow, how will you feel? How will you feel? You support something because you are party affiliation. Sometimes you have your citizens as well. You don't have any provision for them. These are your citizens.
No, I'm not one to stand in the way of progress. So long as I'm adequately compensated, then I will see that as part of my
maybe they never said that they were compensated. There is no compensation in that video. I saw the man writing on Channels Television, and everything he was saying is not sitting well with me, because never give a clear explanation why you should just give people 2 hours notice and come and put their buildings down.
If they have a legal position, then there's no way they will not be compensated. It's not a lawless society.
There is no way. Those owners of those buildings have a regular possession of those buildings. Their documents are okay. I saw them, they were showing their documents. They even came and confront the man. Why should you be doing this? This is getting too out of hand. This is too much. It's getting out of hand. So things should be done properly. They have an approval that was given to them by the previous administration or whatever. So if you have anything that you want them to do, let them do it. Give them time to follow. Money is not easy in Nigeria. To make money in Nigeria today is not an easy task. So why are we being wicked to the citizens? Why? I'm not. If they want to demolish all the houses in Lagos, they can go ahead and demolish it. Maybe they can. Maybe they have another agenda. If they want to do it, let them do it. The buildings are there already. But if their plan is to demolish all the houses in Lagos, let them do it and allow people to rest.
All right.
The government is not smiling at the people, especially in this harsh economy.
I don't think, and hopefully you don't think as well, that they are just maliciously demolishing people's houses. So and also they are not demolishing anybody's houses on short notice. You see, if you go into the backstories of all those places, they would have given them notices. If you look at the demolitions in Alaba, for instance, when we were looking at those buildings, you know, before they demolish your house, they will red mark it. There were red marks in a lot of those buildings, because when they red mark your house, or your structure, they put the dates there. There were dates going back as far back as 4 or 5 years. So people had sufficient enough time to know what was going on. And what we found, especially in that Alaba demolition space, was that in spite of those red marks, people were still building on top of those structures, even though the government had already marked it for demolition. So I'm sure even you will find it difficult to believe that they suddenly turn up and say, you have 2 days to get. Of course, you know that's not how things work now.
Omar, quick question. Do you think that the law should change to address this nefarious activities of some real estate agents? Because what I'm seeing is naivety of some gullible Nigerians that don't go through the normal channel process. You know, if you're going to spend 20 million naira on a property, I mean, you should hire a lawyer or a real estate agent, you know, a credible one. So should the government find a way to regulate that space? I think that's might be the problem, because people are just investing in properties in areas without properly verifying. And maybe because I won't say it's deliberate that they're doing. I mean, if I have that much money, I won't just put it somewhere because somebody told me. If I can find a way to verify that, I have also been like, get a lawyer. And I mean, I know it's a lot of money, but it's worth it. But the story I saw, I think 2 days ago, is it Monday, whatever, that was actually blocking the canal route. They literally just, did you see that that map that the government put out, Mormon?
No, I didn't see it, but somebody just literally sent the clip in now. So that's what.
Yeah, no, it's because they showed
one man. So probably we can actually play the clip. Probably we can have a balanced conversation.
Right. So, because I refuse to believe that government will just show up and demolish buildings. That's just an emotional response. I don't think the government will be that.
No, I don't think anybody believes that. Not even the most virulent critic of the
but
government.
that's the narrative that they're trying to push out there. Like government is just.
No, that's an emotional outburst.
Yeah,
now.
it's an emotional
I mean, nobody is dumb enough to be dumb enough to they'll just turn up.
Oh, trust me, one man. Trust me, there are people that out there that actually believe that. Okay. Go ahead, one man, sorry.
All right, brilliant. So there you heard it, Ekene. I mean, you know, I think the blame still goes to the government because of the opaque system of property ownership within especially the Lagos space and the wider Nigerian space, with the exception of Abuja. So the land and property ownership is still vested in the hands of traditional land ownership and Omonile narratives. So there's no proper you know, when you buy a property here in the UK, it only takes a click of a button. Of course, once you completed all your legals, a click of the button transfers the ownership to your name, and you only have to go onto the website and you see it. It's just.
But Roman, why would government wait that long? Somebody
it's been too long now. You mean in terms of property registration?
Like somebody, like you have a drainage, like a canal system, for example. Somebody builds an estate, blocks it, and it's been there for 10, 15 years. That to me is the fault of the government. You can't. If I come from a different state now and I see a property and I say, okay, I want to, even if I do my due diligence. That's why I say sometimes we might need to absolve the people that bought the property and go after all these so-called real estate developers. They need to. The punishment has to be very severe for them, because people are just vulnerable. They might not know what they're buying, because also is the property, and they said the people check that. I was even watching this guy on Channels or Arise this morning. He said some people, they even gave some people confidential government properties. I mean, you're so dumb enough as a lawyer that to defend your client about not demolishing their property, you are showing the commissioner a government paper that has confidential information on top of it. How did you get those documents? So those guys, those are people that they need to go after. not the vulnerable citizens that don't have done their own due diligence. As far as I'm concerned, they should go after these people just start filling places. And please don't wait until it gets to this point to sweep in as a government. You must be very proactive, not reactive. I think what's going on is that they tend to be reactive instead of being proactive. If you need to hire more people as a state government to combat these things, please do. But don't wait.
BT, if there's one good thing that comes out of this, is that people are now sensitized to. I think people will be asking more questions now.
Yeah, hire a good lawyer. Go through. It might be more expensive. Go through well-known agents, not someone that doesn't have. Somebody bought the property for 400 or whatever. I know those assets, and they say, okay, where is the person you bought it from? Where's their office? They don't know. Where's their phone number? They don't know. How are you buy from an agent that have no office? So if go to verify reputable organizations. They might be more expensive, but it's worth it, right? Woman, in the long run, it's worth it. Don't go pay for ghosts or somebody knows somebody. Oh, there is my uncle, sister.
You see, I have fallen foul of that as well because I bought a bunch of land in Ikorodu, mainly for just to speculate. And you know, if you're wanting to speculate on land, you probably or at least if I want to speculate on land, I probably want to go through those traditional routes. And then keep my fingers crossed that I can.
You can go to you can go to that, but you need somebody to actually, like you can pay somebody to verify for you. Like, okay, who actually owns this property? Get a lawyer. Oh man, you just get a lawyer. Pay the fees. Okay, go through the right legal chambers. They have real estate. Actually, people actually went to university, studied the real estate law, whatever they call it. Go to those people.
My mother is one of them. She's a
okay, that works for you, but they should hire your mom or people like your mom more, just to verify. Just don't go buy property, think you're speculating, and you don't have any verification because one cabbage. So what happened when that cabbage dies and the next one comes up? What happens? So let's be more careful. Let's be more responsible.
You know what you just said there is exactly what happened to me. We bought, not just me and my sister, we bought a whole bunch of, it was actually the guy, it was a surveyor that helped them map their property, and then they couldn't pay him in cash, so they paid him in land, and then we bought it off him. But then by the time then we were ready to take possession, they then told us that it was a different sect of families that owned it. But then it turned into what I just had to abandon it.
That's what I'm saying. But if you'd hired a lawyer, a reputable organization, they would have told you, okay, this is what it is. They would have gotten the documents to back that in case you have any court case. But what happens is that people don't follow through. We have this mentality of just cutting corners, like, oh, somebody will take care of it. No, take care of it. Pay that money now. Don't wait until somebody comes out. How do you verify when government shows up? So we need to start doing that. And government has a duty to come out, if you have to do a press conference or whatever, to clarify what your requirements are in acquiring properties and land, so that everybody will know, right? One man.
That's an excellent idea. Actually, it should be an ongoing sensitization thing.
Yeah,
like a continuous regurgitating, recycled endlessly jingle. That and also, unless you do this, so make sure say no they can, and then you continue to jingle it until people,
and also have a registry of these are the people that are real estate that are with the government, that are registered with the government. If you don't go to these people, if anything happens to you on your own, so those people have to come to the government. You know who they are, you know their officers, you know who they are, and you also get a lawyer, get this, put it out there. It will cost you more money, but
you know the problem in some instances is that by the time you get all the professionals in, their fees is probably as much as you are paying for the land, if not more.
No, woman. Then government also has to come in to regulate the price. It's a price control thing. It's just to safeguard people's properties. So you cap it off per land or location where nobody's just charging anything to do that, to defend the people. So government also has to come in that place to regulate the prices for those things. There are things government can do. But my point is to you is, one man, those fees are in the long run. The way Lagos is going, like I told you before, the way Lagos is going at this rate, it is worth to pay those prices right now, because if care is not taken, you have to pay that price, that stiff price down the road. So just do what is right. Hire people. By the way, one man, if your mom has that business, it can help people out there. People might need our services. This law thing that you mentioned.
No, she's 18 now, so I think
she's not practicing anymore. Okay.
No, she's still practicing, but she's holding on to clients that she's had for 40 years, whatever. The ones that that she's just baked into their family, but are certainly not taking on any.
Yeah. So one man, if anybody tells you that they paid 400 million on the property and cannot afford to pay 10 million to get a lawyer, I don't feel sorry for them. That's just me.
How will you pay 400 million on a property and not do due diligence?
I'm telling you, that is you now. You actually have a brain. I know you do. But some Nigerians, for some reason, you hear that story. Oh, I pay 80 million. Who did you call? I don't know.
The problem.
Who does that?
Man, I also dropped something in the private chat. With normal real estate guy in Lagos, kind of like analyzing what Yemi Alade said. That guy was obviously telling us that there is no way you won't be notified, But it's just so unfortunate that some of these real estate developers, I've seen real estate developers who basically tell you they're in the process of working on their approval, and they keep building and they keep selling, even when they've not even gotten any approval. So it's just so crazy in Lagos, to the extent that everybody wants money. They do all sorts of things, all in the name of, it's real estate. There's this drive in Nigeria. If they say this is the place, you see everybody going to that place, right? I've seen a lot of people, they sell Lekki, they sell Ekpe, they sell this, they sell that. And if you look at most of those property, probably if you do a little bit of due diligence, you just keep thanking your God that, thank God you didn't even invest in some of all those things. It's really crazy in Lagos. It's really crazy.
Do you see that story in on China that they were demolished the house close to Canal, and they were interviewing the guy said, I paid it 5 million naira. They say, where's the guy? He said, some guy. I said, wait a minute, some guy, you give some guy 80 million like that? That's it?
And I'm even happy that they are doing all those things, because it's more of trying to save Lagos, right? Because this is a city that we have this thing that probably in 50 years time this city is going to go underwater, and there's every tendency that there's an heavy rain in Lagos, a lot of places are going to flood. So why do you have to build on main channels? Why do you have to do that? So I think it's not demolition like when I was watching the commissioner, right? One thing is to say something is demolition, another thing is to remove. It's more of removing, right? Because if you take for instance now, if you build your house and you have your friends, and you kind of like take some extra space, right, on your friends, and yourself know where your mapping is, they will definitely take it out. That's just it. Because it's better to take that one or two building that it's kind of like blocking that canal for the general benefit of everybody, than to leave that.
Sorry, to speak to the speaker, what do you think the penalty should be for people that are just sampling and illegally developing without approval? What do you think? Because I think that should be a place that government should also address too. 10 years, maybe.
Yeah, I think the government also, because it's government demolition itself, right? It's costing government money. It's more like you're using Lagos money to even help them demolish. I think if even demolition, they are supposed to even take them to pay for some of those demolitions. Because I don't see any reason. You see, everybody wants to sound feel. If you go to the whole of Lekki, Aja, and all those places,
you know that was what Soludo did in Larry. That was what Soludo did in Anambra State. All these illegal structures, not only did he demolish them, he invoiced the owners.
Yeah, that's the best thing to do. Invoice them, because they need to even pay for demolishing that thing. They need to even pay for demolishing it. Everywhere, if you go to Lekki now, they tell you every time they keep some feeling. everybody is feeling. They feel somewhere. You build that
But
structure.
the same person will still complain that the government there's
These are the
flooding.
same people. If there's flooding in Lagos, you see the whole internet. Oh, see the Lagos, so flood everywhere. What are we saying?
Sorry, Larry. Ego, click on mute and unmute. Your device is not connecting with the stream properly. So click on mute and then click on unmute.
Sorry. It's Larry. Sorry, Larry. I didn't see your name. Yeah, but that's what it boils down to. We are not, like I said, one man. Nigerians need koboko. Forget the carrots. Just stick only. Egba. Don't use carrots. That's not the way we are. If somebody does not compel you to do something, we don't know how to just do the right thing.
No, somebody needs to be exampled now. You know the way Bobrisky was exampled for that sort of unorthodox lifestyle.
That's the way you deal with
maybe a big
now.
developer needs to be
Right. That's somebody has to just go down, maybe 5-10 people, just put on TV.
You guys
the podcast live.
You guys don't want to apportion any blame to the government.
No, that is not true. No, don't do that now. I just did earlier. Nobody said that they're not. Like I said earlier, don't be proactive. I said that earlier. Be proactive.
What did you say? What is it you said against the government?
I said they should I said that they should be proactive. Don't wait until people start building.
Proactive now?
That means that before somebody stands and builds a property in close to any illegal, you have to go in and stop them and enforce the law. Don't wait until they build everything.
Do you know something? Do you know something?
No, let me go. 1 month.
There's no building in Lagos. There's no building in Lagos, right, that you build in a particular place. There's no way government will not come there to notify you or probably mark it. What you see in most cases is that government marks it, people erase it, and they keep building. That's a normal thing in Lagos. So if somebody tells you, oh, we've not been notified, no. One agency of government, there's no building you put down in Lagos today that you violated one or two things that they will not come to even mark it. You see almost all of those buildings. You see the cross, they mark it. There is no building. I can say that. So it's easy for us to say, oh, probably they didn't notify. What you see in most cases is once they do the first marking, right, people erase it, they keep building. They come in most cases, do like almost 3 or 4 markings. So
it's a lie.
You hear
it's a lie. Whenever there is a whenever there is a marking, they go and see the agency. And once they settle for that one, that is when they start the work back. Nobody continue to build when you receive marking.
That's the problem, That's the problem.
So for me, I know people that build here. Once they do the foundation, there will be a verification. Once the government come, once they put their marking, they will go for the settlement for that stage. Then if they come again, they will go for settlement. Then they would have gotten all the document before they finish what they are doing.
How are you? Okay, one man. I think it's always good to hear from people that are kind of like experts in probably real estate in Lagos. So I put a link in the chat. There's this guy that does a lot of content when it comes to real estate. So probably hearing from people like that are in that sector would definitely help us to really understand.
How long is it? I can bring it on.
It's not long. It's just a short thing, right? It's just a short thing. Probably leave this guy. So probably forward it to where the guy start talking.
All right. Let's get it.
Makes sense that people will invest millions of naira, millions of dollars into real estate, buy houses, buy land. And Lagos State will go and be breaking walls, breaking houses, rendering people homeless overnight.
Hi, Yemi Alade, Durubon here. So I totally understand your concerns and your grievances in this video. However, I'd like to let you know that there is nobody whose property has been demolished who didn't contravene a certain land or building regulation. What many people do not realize is that Lagos State is one of the most sophisticated states in terms of land regulations in Nigeria. Every square meter of this state has been mapped out for a certain use and a certain purpose, with regulations guiding construction across board. Now, the next question you ask me is that, okay, if the government knew that these people contravened, why didn't they serve them notices, while they were building and wait till they were, till they were done to demolish their houses? Again, I'll categorically tell you that there's nobody who contravened during construction that didn't get a notice. In fact, those of us that even get all our approvals for them, they will still serve us contravention notice so that we'll come and do normal. Everybody that contravened got a notice, while construction was ongoing, but they choose to either flout it or they bought from the person who contravened and they didn't know. Maybe they bought from developers, right? And that is why I think the Lagos State government is at fault, because there's a huge information gap. So many people, are not even aware of what they are supposed to do. But that's also why I started making videos on the internet, so that more people are informed and make less mistakes, right? You can check my stuff on YouTube and Instagram. Cheers.
What is going on? Does it make sense that people will invest
that's
all right. You never
the
told me there was music on that. I'll probably get struck, but carry on.
Let me intervene. I thought it was Ekene's turn. This is got to go into the Guinness Book of World Record as the longest interjection when somebody's speaking. But there seems to be a pattern here that when government speaks, you just can't question what government says, be it Nigerian government or the state government. That's not right. Government make claims most times that are found to be in error, wrong, or deceitful. So when we have two camps making claims, be an individual against a powerful state, it seems like if government say, "Oh, we gave notices," therefore we don't ask where's the notice? Was it properly served? Is there due process? That the court is the intermediary when you have two parties. A government as powerful as it is still subject to court rulings. That's exactly why you have courts, is to say to government, you're acting above your capacity here and there, or you're right. Okay, even if a government see you doing something, for example, you're speeding, a government officer catches you speeding, they give you a ticket. If you want to contest it, now I'm using Western standards here, but I'm sure we'll have the same thing because we copied our constitution, ipsissima verba, from the United States. So it's easy to know what is wrong and what's right. So, but there seems to be a case of whenever somebody cites what the government says, then that's what happened. It's not. You could, if you're speeding, you could tell the officer, okay, I'll take the ticket. Then you go to court, and the court will hear from both sides, and then make a ruling. Now, in most cases, it doesn't end there. Even when a court rules in the government's favor, as far as judgment, government could obtain judgment in the best case scenario looked in there from their own side. Before they could act, like garnish your wages or take your property, they have to go back to court and get what's called a writ of execution. Yes, you have the judgment in your hand, like this building, it's blocking this, or they didn't have proper certificates of occupancy or ownership. But you still have to go back to court if you actually want to do something like demolish or do something else, because that removes all that stuff. So when a government is making any claim where they have nothing from the courts, they're acting above their rights. That's what every time people are pointing to a governor here or a government here saying something against an individual, a small individual, and that's wrong. We shouldn't do that. But I'm here in queue. If he's gone by Ajan Lekoko and Ekene, who started this off, it should be my turn. Those people who are way behind us here should not take the liberty of just start talking like we're not in queue here. We're in queue.
All right. Back to Ekene. Ekene, back to you, and then we go to you, Pansata, for that. So Ekene, back to you. Yeah. Okay, carry on. Then I want you to speak to us a little bit about the goings on in Edo State as well. Once you've finished your thoughts on that space.
Okay, well, for me, Nigerian government is acting too fast on this kind of issue, because for me, I believe there are better ways to sort out than demolition. Building houses, rendering people useless under an hours it doesn't show that you love your citizens. If they've violated any law, at least have they given them some fair ground to go and get those documents that they want them to have? If the government should do that, I think it's not bad. than demolition. This thing is heart touching. Some people might have BP, some people might just go and hang themselves. You don't even know whether they are owing banks. So this is getting too much. It's getting too much. But the government knows better. They can, if that's the only way, the solution they have, the little thing, they just put up bulldozers and start pulling buildings down. I think they should think about it, because the way I see it, I don't see it as demolition. I see it as land grabbing or whatever. So they should put some love to the citizens. So going on in Edo, Edo State is a very nice state that I love so much. But what is going on there? Their politics now, I don't want to put too much interest in it, even though I have a candidate that I want somebody like Olumide Abata to win in that election. But if Edo people say otherwise, it's for them. It's for them. I'm not there to vote. I don't have the right to vote.
What do you think his chances are? He's getting a lot of traction in the media space, but I've always thought that somebody like him is too elite. He doesn't have the connection with the people, does he? Really, he's not.
No, he's doing well. The last time outing I saw him, he did very well. His outing was very nice. So even because of him, the PDP government now has to start to do. They've even started doing some maintenance in that Bini Aoshi road that leads to Abuja. The man has started putting some sand there, trying to fill it. That place that the truck for the other day. So to show you that they know. But the other time he was telling us that this is a federal road. But because of election now, he's starting to put in some work. That is the hypocrisy of our government. What you would have done for a very long time, you waited until election, and you now know that this is going to cost you or your party an election, and now you begin to act. So, but if that is what the election is going to provide for him to do the road that he claims to be a federal road now, that's okay. That's okay, but the people should know that that's hypocrisy. So that's all I have to tell them. But for me, they just have to vote Olumide Abata for that election. That's all I have on my.
All right, Bilan, do you have any thoughts on this space? The Fulani is inviting Ohaneze to apologize for the 1966 coup.
Apologize for what? Okay, the Ohaneze is the one now to apologize to Fulani.
Balewa now and all the slaughtering, all the elites that they slaughtered in the north.
For me, Ohaneze don't have anything to apologize. If Nigeria wants the unity of this country, they know what to do. After the civil war or since the civil war, they have not done anything spectacular to unite the nation, and that is still the reason why Nigeria is still fractional and there is no unity in the country. So we still have a long way to do in terms of building our unity. But if the only thing they want is for the Igbo to apologize, then they're getting it wrong. Because even from the recent video I had from Gowon, he took pride in killing Biafran people. You understand? He took pride in it. He's the one that commanded that war, even after the
in defending the country, you mean?
And that's what he claimed. So the life of millions of Igbos were slaughtered, and he took pride in that. So if that's the only thing that he's happy that is achieved as a government, then it's a very simple act for him.
What did you mean by they took pride? What did he say that gave you that conclusion that he took pride? Tell us what exactly he said.
And last I heard him now when he was addressing Tinubu, that when he wanted to go into war, people were against him and all that. But at the end of the day, he achieved his aim by what he did. So, but for me, that's not an achievement, because he still got on disuniting the nation. After that, what has Gowon did? Since after all, he's still alive today. What has he done?
So you blame only Gowon for that war for that senseless war. Who else do you want to blame?
I blame him. I blame him because he was the present government of the day.
Hold on. So only Gowon you want to blame. What of the other side? What of somebody at the other side of the war?
They had an agreement. They had an agreement, which they agreed on. At the end of the day, he couldn't move on with the agreement. He went at the back and declared the war. You understand? The agreement was there. Did he obey it? Did he carry it on? He did not.
So
the only solution he saw then was to go to war, which he did, and he was happy. So since then, because for me, with the way I see people, I see him as a man of hypocrisy because most of the time he claimed to be a born again. He visited churches, trying to. The last time he came to our church, I was just looking at him.
So do you know how many? Do you know how many move that was made to persuade Ojukwu not to succeed? So you don't want to blame Ojukwu for not listening to voices of wisdom, not to succeed, and for them to work things out together and keep the country, together. You don't think he has to share any blame at all for taking?
For me, with the recent videos I watched, even before the war, from the side of Ojukwu and the side of Gowon. Gowon has a superior hand there because he was the government, and the Aburi Code was there. That was a final agreement, which Gowon didn't obey. So what happened? Why didn't he obey that agreement?
Yes.
So if he couldn't obey that, if he then really wants the unity of the country, or Ojukwu not to secede, or the Sisters not to secede, he would have obeyed that Aburi Code now. But since he cannot obey, the only option he had then was to go to war. Then my problem is not even the war. After the war, Gowon is still alive today. What has he done to foster unity in the country? He was just busy around in hypocrisy. That's how I see him. How many times has he come out fully to engage the leaders of the Southeast or from the other part of the country and say, we are sorry for what we did. Let us come together and know how to bring this country together. But
Hold on.
So for me, I don't regard him as a great leader. He is one of the people that disunite this country.
Hold on.
Because he is still alive. He has the privilege today to be one of the leaders of the unity that will unite this country. But he's not doing that.
Hold on, Kene. So what you are saying is that Ojukwu did not play any role to disunite Nigeria. You don't have any blame for Ojukwu. But
what did Ojukwu did?
Okay.
That I have to blame him. If Ojukwu come out from if Ojukwu from the east and want the interest of his people, at the end of the day, nobody that will not want the interest of his people as a leader. So if he's fighting for the interest of his people, then at the end of the day, you have an agreement, which is the Aburi Code. You have an agreement. Then because you are the government of the day, you couldn't obey that agreement.
You are repeating.
And they watching him in recent time. The advice he gave the recent government shows that the man is arrogant. The man is a hypocrite.
John Lokoko, bring Gowon or some people from his side. Why are you and a Yoruba man? Hold on. Hold on. Let me. Hold on. What I'm saying is that if you're making this not Northerners lazy, right? If they want to dispute what Kenneth said, they have to come on this platform. From his tribe, from him himself, but don't play that game of you as a Yoruba person by proxy, inserting yourself into something that's none of your business, right?
Really?
And hassling a Igbo man, right? If you say, look, I'm one and the same, be quiet for a minute, please. If you say, look, I am one and the same with Gowon. See, you don't have a single person from Gowon's place on this platform. They've never come. They don't come here. But you play a role like you are independent, like a third force, like a third party. You're not, unless you're saying, I'm the same thing with these people, right? And then you could join in that conversation between Igbos and the people from that TV area. But if you're going to be standing outside and then shooting some bullets and Kene cannot fire back at you, right? That's not fair. If they have a dispute with what Kene's account, or mine for that matter, let them come here. You cannot be a third party and crying more than the bereaved. It's none of your business. Stay out of it.
What do you mean by none of your business? Hold
Right?
on.
No, the narrative that he's presenting is that Gowon is responsible for XYZ. Now
That
let's
is
assume that Ekene is speaking for
that
the
is
Igbos.
You see, this is
One
the-
man
this is-
could he use this as his turn if that's what he want to spend it on?
I interjected,
But
did he
unless
tell
you
you
are
that
you're
interject?
party to it,
You
right?
cannot speak for Ekene now.
Stay
What
out
is
of it
wrong with-
unless you're a party to it. This is a dispute between Igbos and those Benue Plateau Christians who got their heads
Get
into it,
hell out
and they're
of
paying
here.
for it
You
right now
cannot
because you don't
speak
want to
for
talk about
Ekene.
contemporary what they're
Get
suffering.
your
You just want
hell
to talk
out
about
of
something that's
here.
none of your business. I say, Yoruba man,
Ekene.
stay out of it
You
unless
can't
you're
speak-
you're
you
gonna
get
get fire
your
from
hell out
me
of
towards the Yorubas,
You
unless you're
cannot
saying,
speak
look,
for Ekene now.
no,
Ekene
it's a
is
tripartite.
speaking for
If it's
himself.
a tripartite discussion, then you could speak for the Yorubas, right? But
What are you
if it's
talking about? This is
binary
Nigerian issue. What is
between the
it?
Igbos and the Gowans people, stay out of it.
What are you talking about? You don't even know. You see, this is the way you talk sometimes. That sometimes when you talk like this, you just make mockery of yourself. That
Okay, let's go one on one, me and you on the issue. Let's
no,
go.
don't let us disturb. Get out of here. Let me. It's between me and Ekene. Let
Nigeria,
me
Nigerian issue concerns everyone. Nigerian issue concerns everyone.
Yeah,
It's a Nigerian issue. It's not a personal issue. Go
I don't
on and wherever. The both
don't
of
Yeah,
these
that's true. That's true. But if you have an account,
maybe more Nigerian than others.
no, I understand. I agree with that. By the way, but what I'm saying is that if Kene is making an assertion that is sectional, in essence, he's talking for the Igbos on what happened, right? And his allegations are geared towards Gowon and his people. We shouldn't encourage them from being lazy. Let them get on the platform. If somebody says something they don't agree with, they should come here and talk. They don't show up anywhere in any platform, so they get to enjoy a third party, somebody like Ajanle Kuku, vouching for them, but Ekene cannot attack him back. Now, I do try to
we are
get
having
in there,
conversation.
but-
we are not
but-
attacking each other.
No,
So
it is
just get
when he,
out of here. Get out
no,
of
but
here. Leave me and
what
Ekene
I want to
alone.
do with you today is I want you and I to talk about that war one-on-one. You seem to have a lot of knowledge about it. I have a lot of knowledge about it. I was in that war. So let's go ahead and talk about it, you and I, not by assumption. You're assuming that you know you have all the answers. You don't have all the answers. You have your own opinion on this.
Let
And
me talk with Ekene. It's between me and Ekene. Just step aside a little bit.
Well,
Let me and
Babaja,
talk.
Babaja, what I have to say is this. The only thing I know is that with what I read, and the little knowledge I have about it, because I wouldn't say I have all the knowledge, is that the Nigerian government started the civil war against the Biafran, and the Biafran were defending themselves. That's with what I read. So if the Nigerian government started the civil war and the Biafra defended themselves up until the end of the war, so they are now expecting the Igbos again to come back and they apologize to them for what?
Hold on.
For what?
Ekene, hold on. Look, let me tell you. Eastern Nigeria back then include the people from South, particularly the Riverine people, the people in Rivers, the Calabar, all of them. Before the war started, when Ojukwu declared Biafran state, these people went to Gowon. We don't want to be part of this Ojukwu leadership. right? So they voted out, states were created, and Ojukwu declared Biafran state. No nation without agreement that, okay, we want to, without agreement that we are going to succeed, without peace movement, we allow any part of that country to just succeed easily like that. So that was what necessitated the war, because Ojukwu already gang up, collected all the military top brass in Nigerian army on his side that, yes, we are declare our own state. They've declared the flag, the national anthem. They seized some of Nigerian train, painted it Biafran state. Every government apparatuses in that part of the country have been declared a Biafra. So Nigerian state said, no, you can't collect what belongs to us, and then you know, saying that you are getting out of the country. So what I'm saying is that before that even happened, several emissaries were sent to Gowon, told not do what it did. Even some foreign power tried to, they waded in, tried to placate him, persuade him, everything. Even Chief Ababala went to him. Do not do this. Let us resolve this, and we got to move on. He said, no. You see, when you have a situation like that, he's saying no, the other side saying no, then something will happen. And what happened was the war. So you can't blame one side in entirety that go on. And if, in fact, after the war, immediately the Easterners were integrated into the system. Many appointments given to the Easterners immediately. Igbos took a lot of appointments in the government, the federal government. So they were not alienated. This one you say, oh, Gowon did not do anything to the Easterner, did not do anything. That is not true, factually untrue. Igbos were immediately reintegrated and they moved on. And that was what brought the Igbo to have the second position in the Second Republic. In the Second Republic election, Ekweme was the what do you call it? Was the vice president of Nigeria. Yoruba were even the opposition. Were out of the federal government. Igbo that fought war with Nigeria came to be the second in command in Nigeria. No, you see, all these things we just have to low it down. We low it down sometimes and not try to be, want to champion sometimes a wrong cause that, due to our own tribal sentiments and, tribal interests. Let us balance.
Babaja, nobody is trying to bring in tribal, but it's just the news that was brought.
Start to bring it home,
Yeah, it's just the news that was brought about it. The Fulani claiming that Igbo should apologize. I'm still asking, for what reason? For what? Because for me, whatever Ojukwu wants that time was for the interest of his region, and I cannot blame him for wanting the interest of my fathers and for my own interest. As far as everybody then in the East align with his whatever interest he has for the Eastern region. After all, today we are seeking for regional government or state resources control. If we have done that in the earlier days, today we might not be complaining of what we are complaining today. Because I still believe that the Nigerian government still have still have that war in their mind. That is why you will see a lot of them claiming that Igbo will not be president of this country. And that narrative is flying out there. You understand? So if they really want the unity of this country, what is the reason why they find it very difficult for an Igbo man to become a president of this country until they are border president. So for me, those narrative is not okay to me. You know, after the war, you still claim that Igbo should come and apologize. For what reason? For what reason?
Sorry.
I can never blame my leader or anybody from the outside for wanting my own interest. If the Southeast today to come together and say, this is what we want as a region to develop my area, to make it more educational, to make it more infrastructural, everything for the good of the Southeast, why wouldn't I accept it?
Ekene, please, I'm a little bit confused. Are you guys speaking to this thing we are looking at, or you're speaking on the civil war? Because this is not civil war.
Yes, yes. So let's not gravitate it towards the civil war. But
this is different from civil war. So if this is what you're speaking to, speak to this, and let's leave civil war.
My point is, I still stand there. I still stand on the issue of wanting the Igbos to come and apologize. Apologize for what? For what reason?
All right.
I don't see any reason there. If they don't want to keep Nigeria one, let them continue to scatter the country. The leaders we have today are not Igbos. The leaders we have in the last regime are not Igbos. The leaders we have before this one are not Igbos. So if you talk about how to put Nigeria together, you should start from the leaders. Gowon is still alive today. He's still alive today. He knows what to do. I see him in many occasions. I saw him the last time we had an organization in our church. He came there trying to portray unity and all those stuff. But you are sitting in one corner claiming to be a born again. You couldn't accept what you did to the nation. Let him not say that again. He knows what to do. They know what to do.
All right. Thank you, Kenneth. So as Larry tried to caution, and I understood what Larry was hinting at there, that the civil war is a bigger topic than this headline, and if we go in there, it's probably bigger than the session, unless we want to surrender the whole session to civil war. So it's just the narrowness of essentially the Northerners asking that it's time to apologize, especially for the killing of their leaders. But we are going to do our 8-minute monologues now, and we'll be somewhat strict with that monologue, just so that we can get to voices quicker. We kick it off with Pansat. Pansat, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Do you want me to feed you lines, or do you want to free flow?
Yes, I do want you to feed me lines after my opening remarks, okay? Let me say that this morning here in our neck of the woods, we had a show with Madam Dupsy. It was a very good show. I want everybody to take a look at it. We had a very good discussion. And it was not done by me defending my gender. We just had a discussion based on if it's something wrong being done to women, I will condemn it. If it's something wrong women are doing to men, I will condemn it. So the latter is rarer, obviously. So now, after that, I want to be fed. But before I'm fed with that, there were a couple of interjections that I made earlier. One of them was on people taking on the government's position. The legal language for that is somebody acting ultra-virus. The government does that sometimes. When officious oaths go out carrying things that are way, way beyond their legal power to do that. So it's usually the courts that would slam that down. And we need that to happen in that country. So I just want, we're not in a military government. Even when we're in the military government, which we've been, not even the military acting in this manner, where the courts are disrespected or the courts themselves are corrupt. So we'll have to sort these things out and correct them where it's necessary. Tearing people's houses down can never stop a tribe. These are small properties when you look at things in scale. So those who are cheering it on because of that, they're just wasting their time. You go to Palestine today, you see the Hamas and they're leveling everything they have over there as far as infrastructure, buildings, roads. But those people are still resilient as they take that collective punishment for what a few terrorists, not a few, quite a bunch of terrorists in that enclave. But they don't, the people, Palestinian people don't deserve such massive genocide and destruction of schools, a killing of innocent children, collective punishment. So I just want for you to look at the scale of the destruction in that place. But those people are going to rebuild, they're going to come back. So destroying a property here and there where you could be high-fiving yourself that one of your fellow countrymen's property is being destroyed as an individual, it doesn't make you take over and be superior to them. We're all Nigerians here. So we have to call this government to order. So that's what I have to say on that. And then in this discussion, I want to be civil. I really want to enjoy this session. And I'm going to limit my answers because of this long remark. But I believe that going to the Civil War each time we want to discuss an aspect of what happened in the past, which we owe ourselves to discuss. But it's vectored. The discussion about the Civil War itself, that these people, all the mistakes they made within that period, is being vectored by Jan Lekoko, who always tries to go to Civil War discussions and find blaming and talking about issues that, first of all, he has no expertise on. If he does, he hasn't laid a foundation. It takes a lot to be a historian, especially when you're couching it in anthropological terms. He laughs at me every time I use that word, anthropology. But so having said all that, I respect Ajahn Lekoko, who is a friend of mine, and my brother, where the elder people here. I don't quite exercise as much right as he does when it comes to taking over a discussion because of our age. The only thing that gives me impetus to do that is his age, and I'm sure I'm older than him, but I don't do that here. So one man, having said that, I ask that my time be extended to as much as I may consume, and then feed me these things one by one, and I'll be able to answer it. But you have to set up a debate between our General Lekoko and I for the Civil War itself. I want to be able to talk to him, engage him on
so
this.
long as you are able to maintain it in a civilized tone,
Absolutely.
then I don't see why not. I'm not Ajahn Lekoko is ever ready.
Right.
But
right.
the thing is, are you up to par? Is the thing.
He's quite a formidable opponent in a debate of that magnitude, but it needs to be had, and we're going to do it politely because we both like each other. We're brothers, and we know that. When I'm not here, as a matter of fact, when I'm not here is because it's redundant for me to be here, because he normally tries to guide the discussion to be fair. I notice what he does, and another person that does that is my friend, Dr. Alexander Gomez, who, when that's one minority by opinion is here, he comes to that person's rescue and guard, even if it's not his original position. And that's a remarkable virtue for somebody to have. But having said that, let's go with this program here. I want to be fair.
Do you want to kick it off with the headline on the screen? Are you paying especially any attention to the goings on in Edo State? Sour grapes on the part of the now dethroned. What's that? The commission was impeached. So that's that. Sour grapes are perhaps on the part of the impeached deputy governor, who is now packing his support with the opposition. So he reunites with Oshiomhole, but does it really mean anything? What is your prediction for what is likely to happen in September in that Sapele Water State?
By the way, let me congratulate you on your opening remarks. And when you had a little technical glitch, you handled it like a true master of ceremony. Just about when I was going to whistle my operator wake up, you were able to introduce music and crack some jokes. And that's why we all come here. Even when we disagree with you, you're a work in progress. We're trying to bring you right in the smack of a host who's fair. You've improved a lot this week, and your remarkable control of the English language and your funny accent there notwithstanding, you handled it like a true pro. So now, yeah, I am interested in the Edo elections. I'm going to try as much as I can so as to make it relevant, because I want to discuss the other issues. But my prediction, let me just be blunt about it. I believe that the Labour Party candidate, what's his name here? Bata Olumide Anthony, Olumide Akpata. I don't know which one is his surname or which one is his first name, but let's just say he's Mr. Akpata. He has a Yoruba middle name, by the way. And so does his deputy, who is Oluyinka Faith Alufo High. Now, the Edo election is interesting because of obviously some stats. There are 17 parties involved in that election over there, and 16 of them are male. There's one female candidate. And I believe that particular female has an Igbo name, but I really can't tell you her political party. I could search for it. But anyway, so they've got all kinds of names there. When you go through all 17 candidates, the Olumide Akpata, I mean, you have to be a dunce to even think twice about it. This man is the Labour Party candidate, for one thing. Just by that alone, he wins. Because the two political parties that we have there, PDP and APC, are agents of evil forces in our country. There's just no doubt about that. It's clear as a whistle. These people have ruined our country. So with the emergence of the Labour Party, which was somewhat commandeered by progressives in that state, when you in regards to our last election, and they recruited Peter Obi, who was a fish out of water in the PDP, because he didn't belong there. It's a nationalist, and the PDP was the only national party at the time. So they have a bunch of characters there. But they forgot about, they just said Waka Shege to tribe, religion, and they recruited Peter Obi over to their side in this Labour Party. And we have a new emergent country coming. A new Nigeria is possible. We already know that they produced a governor in the last election in Abia State, God's own state there, the only state that's in the Bible. And he's doing very well with all reports that we're getting. We hope, cross our fingers that it lasts. But he's doing very well with infrastructure and other things. It's not just, when we talk about infrastructure, it's not just building and roads. So I did say I don't want to talk a lot about this, but I would be remiss if I don't mention that the candidate for the APC, who should not get any votes at all, that will be Monday Bolo. I don't know how to pronounce that last name, but this Mr. Monday should not get any votes, including his deputy, who is Idahosa Dennis. And we know those who are behind that party, not only the national might, but people like, what's the name of the guy that used to be a Labour leader and switched, the short guy that married Oyibo woman. You know what it takes for an ugly guy like that to find a beautiful babe like that? You know what it's costing that state?
$10 million. That's what it is.
That's what you projected last couple of weeks ago when we talked about it. What is his name again? The short guy that's quite smart. Yeah, he's a very smart guy. He came from Labour background, and you listen to him. The last time I listened to him, he made all the sense in the world. You know, he's a senator. Senators talk a lot, but he was quite. I think he was fighting for the right cause in that case, so it came natural to him to speak very eloquently, and it was right. But you cannot judge him on that. So I'm urging Edo-lites to vote against this APC. Now, their last governor, it's also a very crooked guy, not monetarily. There are allegations of the money, but I think that he's having herdsmen take over their state, and he's doing it clandestinely, and using tricky language by saying that for the Fulanis to come in, they have to buy land and stuff like that. And then, of course, they can afford to buy land. But if they do come in, now, believe me, I'm a nationalist. I want Fulanis to be taken care of as well. But they have to come in through the front door. They have to have something they're doing. They have to obey the laws of their state, of that state, Edo State, including their forestry departments and stuff like that. If you're going to be in the forest, you have to identify yourself. You have to come in there with good meaning. I'm aware that up north in the Sahara approaching, increasing, and driving our fellow human beings. I don't think these are Nigerians, but our fellow human beings, and there needs to be efforts from both Nigeria itself, surrounding countries, and the United Nations, including here, the United States, and us, citizens of Nigeria who have a little bit of money, to find a way to make sure that these people are not abandoned. They have to have a home. They have to have a right to pursuit of happiness. But you cannot do that with AK-47s in your pocket and bombs and taking over people's lands by force. So having said that, I guess it's also, I have to mention in all fairness, equal time, talk about Igodalo Asuarime, who is a PDP contestant there with his own deputy, Ogie Osorodion. Boy, these Edo names are quite hard to speak, because it starts looking like an Igbo name, and then all of a sudden it's all weird and makes no sense. But so yeah, that's I don't know if I covered the topic. Let me see, what was that topic again on that? Did I cover your question on that? I know a little bit about their politics. I'm just urging them to go out in massive formation and voting Akpata to be their governor, because he's gone to Abia State. He's listening to Peter Obi and Governor Oti over there as to how to bring Edo up to par. I was watching a video and I looked inside the infrastructure in Edo State, like when it's raining. It's incredible. Now, there are token moves that nobody saw bad. That I saw certain activity by their governor now by using solar panels to light up the streets, and that's good. There should be a lot more of those. It's not like he doesn't know what to do. All these governors know what to do, but they don't want to do the right thing. He's going to jet off to Lagos after that. He's got a funny accent for an Edolite, right? And but it's all of them do that, especially those from the southeast as well. They live in Abuja or Lagos if they don't make it to the Senate. All right, thank you very much. Let's go to the next one.
All right, brilliant. Like I said, it's slim pickings in the news cycle today, but we did come across this. In the ever reliable, this always generates a bit of a conversation. January 1966 coup echoes again. Ohadeze shuts down Fulani apology claim. So apparently the backdrop to this is that they had a retreat somewhere in Enugu, and the outtake from that was it was time now to apologize to the North for the slaughtering that took place in 1966. But very hawkish, as we know him for, Nwanya was very quick to pull that. So what are you making first of the headline, and do you think that to start to put a permanent heel on that particular scar, do you think an apology, maybe not for the coup itself, but certainly for the slaughtering of the seniors in the North?
Well, an apology is not really a big deal, even though this is being couched in a way to humiliate, right? A country that needs to heal from those wounds from a long time ago. Nobody should be playing this kind of game, politics that we're talking about. You saw me reprimanding Nigerian Lukiko for being a vector, biologically speaking, that's carrying around this nonsense about the war. Now, those people during that time, they could be excused for ignorance because most Nigerians didn't know why there was a war. But you have to be stupid today not to have looked back and say, oh, the Igbos were right. Even if you're from the thief, like the Gowon, who's supposed to be the protagonist of this war for the Nigerian side, right? Look at his people. If there should be any apologies, it should be coming from or going to that side. The thieves, Benue Plateau, they should be saying, Igbos were sorry. Our brothers and sisters in Christ in the Southeast, we were so dumb and so stupid that we joined these people who are committing genocide on us now against you. That's where the apology should be going the other way. Because now you know, if you look at the people that were involved in that war, for example, they are getting the brunt of the same fate that they were trying to dish out on the Igbos. It's just that the Igbos are too big for them to do what they were doing. It was stupid. You look at their commanders, if those who are alive now, Yakubu Gowon, Hassan Katsina, Mohammed Shoa, Benjamin Adekunle, Theophilus Danjuma, Shehu Musa Yaradoa, Moritala Mohammed, Olusegun Obasanjo, Muhammad Buhari, Ibrahim Babangida, and Sani Abacha. Now, the last one there, there's nobody who doesn't know that he's a bad actor. Those were the commanders on their side. Then you look at the commanders in the Biafran side. Now, by the way, I was mentioning those names because they're very familiar to some of you. Gowon, for example, should be regretting his activities. He was a protagonist. He was the head of state. But a lot of his people are in the camps.
Do you think he should be in the Hague for war crimes?
Absolutely. But I am a get-along guy. There's a problem with the Hague picking off our people now. Speaking now as a Pan-Africanist, right? Our people made mistakes. But the Western world, they're complicit in this. And nobody's picking them off. So humiliating us further is not necessary if we can handle these things ourselves. Why should we have Hague doing anything as if their hands are clean? Or the United States here. Their hands are not clean, especially Britain and Russia. These are evil people, and they get theirs once. This world is it's a world that's being controlled by God himself, right? So none of them escape punishment. When you go from Yakubu Gowon to all those people I mentioned, we know that some of them, like Moritala Mohammed, was assassinated. Theophilus Danjuma is crying now. You say, hey, that's a conspiracy. There is a cabal. They're all regretting, aside from Ajan Lekuko. Now, you have to understand the commanders on the Biafran side for equal time again. Let's mention them. Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu, who lived until he died, right? Philip Effiong, the one who did the surrendering from the Calabar area axis, was like vice president of that war. You have to know that Biafra is not just Igbos. Timothy Onwatuegwu, Philip Effiong, like I said, we're going to come back to that whenever John Lekuko and I have a debate. He's going to be a prominent character. That Albert Okonkwo, Victor Banjo, Obuogo Kaalo, Joseph Achuzie. I mentioned Humphrey Chukwuka, but that was a couple of days ago. Now, these are the commanders and the Nigerians. You don't see any of this being notorious. None of them is notorious. After that war, they did the thing that you're supposed to do. They reconciled and moved on. So it's unfair for somebody who pretends to be a third party, uninvolved in this matter, trying to speak by proxy for these Muslims from the north. They don't want to show up on a platform such as this one that is very fair and yearning for them to show up here. Let's build this country together. So I believe that somebody's making them lazy by coming here and attacking a gentleman such as Ekene. Every time you disagree with Ekene, you know you're doing something wrong. He's a gentleman. He's passionate about his country, Nigeria. He's not a Biafran like me. He likes to come here. He doesn't go to any other platform. Any other platform will be blessed to have a Kene there who speaks the truth as a Nigerian. Not a Pan-Africanist, he may be, but that's not his concern for right now. He wants his fellow citizens to be able to eat, trade, go to the farms, go to school,
All right, Pastor. Let me take you to one more topic, and then we go on to Larry. Do you have any thoughts on the headline on the screens? Yoruba Union accuses Sanwo-Olu of humiliating, displacing, evicting hundreds of Yoruba residents from Lagos. So this was a story that broke yesterday about some people on their merry way suddenly being corralled by the authorities, frog marched into a luxury bus, they described it as, and being then taken out of the city parameters. So what are you then making then of this eviction that has started in Lagos? More of it, almost likely. But what are you making of the headline?
I thought you would never ask. You know what I'm saying? I'm so happy you asked me this question here. Because, often I've accused you of when a lot of those jingoists, Yorubas, make claims, and then a story comes, or maybe they're claiming that the Fulanis love them, and then when they go there and kill the Obi'S in the Yoruba land, they be hiding it from the Igbo so that we don't say, we told you so. Now, a lot of people come here claiming Lagos. These are people who live in the most remote areas of far-off states. They don't have a boot to piss in or a window to throw it out of in Lagos. And they're here talking about, you don't come to Lagos, don't do this, leave our Lagos alone for us. What a slap, a dirty slap on their faces right now. Now, before I do that, before I attack this particular topic, and I know you are pressed up against time, here's a video I want you to play so I could then address this. I brought it from Twitter, so you don't have any claim of copyright from YouTube, so you could actually play this, and then I will answer that. I will talk along until you start playing the video after you check it out to make sure it passes your standards. Now, you try to make an excuse for this Sanwo-Olu, saying, this is a precursor. Oh, don't worry about it. He's evicting these Yorubas, our fellow citizens. Do I like it? I don't like it. But you're saying he's doing it. Oh, don't worry about it. He's doing it so he could finally go and get the Igbos, and they wouldn't say he didn't do it to Yoruba, so why are you doing it to us? No, that's a guess on your side. This man, the Lebanese want Lagos.
That was actually rational mind that came up with that thought. But carry on.
Okay, but I heard it from you. So what I'm saying is that when you want to play that, I'll be quiet for a minute, and then I don't think it's long. It's like three minutes.
All right, let me play it now, and then off the back of it, just tail it off in a couple of minutes, just so we can move it on. But let me play it now. Yeah.
Ìgbà wo ni wọ́n kó yín kúrò ní àti òru alẹ́ àná àti kọ́ bíi 10 lọ́n ti kó wa sí mọ́tò a lè máa dé Ọ̀ṣun báyìí máa dé Ọ̀ṣun lé around Ìjẹ̀ṣà wọn á já wọn lẹ́sìn gbogbo yẹn wọ́n tẹ́ everybody máa bá tiẹ̀ lọ tó ẹ̀gbọ́n tẹ̀ fẹ́ yìnbọn gan.
Àwọn wo ni wọ́n kó yín?
Àwọn ọlọ́pàá.
Láti police station wo?
Láti ọkọ̀ kó aláàtì máa kọ́ lọ sí ẹlẹ́mọ̀ọ́kọ̀ àbí. Ẹlẹ́mọ̀ọ́rọ̀, yes, ẹlẹ́mọ̀ọ́rọ̀. Láti ẹlẹ́mọ̀ọ́rọ̀ ẹ̀ náà a ti kó wa wá sí Ọ̀ṣun. Láti ẹlẹ́mọ̀ọ́rọ̀.
Ẹ̀yin mélòó ni wọ́n kó?
A pọ̀ bíi 5 lọ serious bus.
5 lọ serious bus.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ a pọ̀ gan. Àwọn ẹlòmíì ti wá wíwẹ́ bọ́ ti fáìn wí ara ẹ̀.
Lọ serious bus lọ́ fi kó yín.
Bẹ́ẹ̀.
Níbo ni wọ́n sọ fún yín pé àwọn kó yín lọ nígbà tí wọ́n kó yín kó Mọ́rọ̀kọ́ police station?
Wọ́n sọ pé wọ́n fẹ́ fún everybody pé everybody padà sí ìlú ẹ̀.
Níbo ni wọ́n ti arrest wọ?
Ibi tèmi ti ń tepo fún yàn níwájú ọ̀sán gangan níjọ́ Friday pẹ̀lú ọ̀tá arrest níwájú police station.
Ok, ni wọ́n ti kó wọ. Ṣé wọ́n máa mí náà níwájú police station yẹn?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n máa ń ẹlòmíì náà bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ok, àwọn níbo náà tún ti kó àwọn èèyàn àwọn tẹ́jọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ nínú sẹ́ẹ̀.
Wọ́n kó àwọn èèyàn lé àti àjà àti Bejuleki. Wọ́n kó èèyàn TBS. Àtàgàràwù.
Was that Ajah they were talking about?
Wọ́n á kó gbogbo yín lọ sí báwo ni sẹ́ẹ̀lì ṣe wá gba gbogbo yín ní.
Kì í ṣe inú sẹ́ẹ̀lì náà kó aṣọ ilé yẹn bí uncompleted building ilé yẹn bí cement ilé yẹn tóbi gan.
All right, I think we get the gist of where they are. So
Okay.
picked up from there.
Yeah, thank you very much, by the way. But for the grace of God, that goes Ajan Lekoko. That goes what's his name there? Kulata. But for the grace of God, that Femi, whatever his name is, a Femi or whatever, who are those two people that come here carrying Lagos on their head? Lagos used to be our political and financial capital, but now it's our financial capital. The political part of it has been removed, and a lot of people who follow politics, either for employment or whatever, left with it and went to Abuja, our new capital. It remains our economic capital, so you have the economic thing there. Lagos was built with oil money from the south, not with cocoa money, but it's our capital. But unfortunately, the Lebanese want it, and they've gotten most of it. This Eco-Atlantic and all that, you could be running your mouth. Oh, as a Nigerian, you may not be allowed to get in there. As a Yoruba man, you may not be allowed to get in there. These are our poor citizens that they have the gall, the temerity to evict and send them to Osun State. That's unfair. And we should raise our voice.
What if I tell you now that you don't even have the right to talk on Yoruba issue?
I'm not talking on Yoruba issue. I'm talking on Nigerian issue.
Oh, now you are talking of Nigerian. So when I was speaking the other time, you said, I don't
wait
have
now,
the right.
you didn't get permission from me.
What are you doing, Pansat?
No. How is it Yoruba issue?
Hold on, rational mind. Were you here when I and Pansat was, discussing the other time? Were you here?
I was here. I was just quiet, just listening to everybody.
You're quiet. Okay.
Yeah. I was here.
When he was saying his own, you didn't talk, oh?
It's because hold on. It's because there's a difference in that.
Because it's your tribal man. You didn't say anything, right? So now Yoruba is coming. Now Yoruba is coming.
Rational mind is that Igbo man, right? Rational mind.
So rational mind have to come out and speak against Yoruba man, right? Supporting his fellow Igbo man, right? So, Pansat,
we'll be happy to take rational mind. I'm telling you, we'll trade you rational mind.
This is more of Yoruba. This is more of Yoruba issue.
Take Saludo and give us rational mind.
This is more of Yoruba issue. You don't have to speak on it. Leave Yoruba alone. Let Yoruba suffer themselves. Let them punish themselves.
Okay, I got you. Let me. We're running against time now.
When it comes to Igbo's issue, then you can speak.
Okay, please, one man, I will ask for, if not unanimous support, for me to extend my remarks. That you
don't extend. Bring it home in about 2 minutes. It's only because of others waiting as well. So if everybody has been documented, then we just open it up to a free-flowing sort of session.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, but I did post another link for you there. It may not be important to them, but let me say that Ajan Lukuko, these are not Yoruba issues. These are not even Nigerian issues. These are African issues, right? These are human rights issues. Yes, I just told you, go and take a look, because they're dividing us in that mind that you're talking about. How much of that Lagos do you even think are the hands of Nigerians? They want our Lagos, Lebanese, and others. They've got the choices, the policies just made for them. But these humans that they dumped over there in Osun, it's not right. There has to be a court action before you take such a drastic measure. He doesn't have the right. He's not a country by itself. It's just a state in a union. There are federal laws. Forget about human rights issues. You just take people and dump them in another state. I know there are other people who've done similar things in the past, even some Igbo governors. Even Peter Obi was accused falsely of doing a similar thing. And it's not right when that's done. So let me just caution you with your myopia. It's a disease. You want one Nigeria, you're going to have to get one Nigeria. One Nigeria means all of us. There's no Yoruba issue. There's a nexus all the time for all these things. And you are the last person that we should be reminding of this. Because you're fair all the time. You say you are a show supporter. But most of the time I see you here supporting Tinubu and his policies. There couldn't be any way somebody who's not doing Showore Wayo support can have an iota of support for Tinubu and his policies, or Sanwo-Olu and other people like that. Showore is an exemplary figure for the youth and the new Nigeria. So we should be trying to, one man, I won't test your patience on this. You've been quite kind. So let me go ahead and leave it here, but let's run the rest of them quickly, especially when it gets to our Jungle turn, to bring it around so we can have a free-flowing discussion. I have quite a lot of ammunition geared up in my thank you.
All right. I think after we've documented everybody, we might open up that 1966 space because I think you want to go into that space. But I thank you, Pansata. To Larry.
One man.
Yeah.
One man. I sent Larry. I don't know. Larry, I don't know if I can crave you. Don't just if I can grab. I'm about to go into work. Do you mind if I just go first? I won't be long. Do you mind, Larry?
All right. I don't think Larry is actually fully ready for us. So the floor is yours. Joel of Nashville.
Thank you very much, one man. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you're listening from. Joel of Nashville on the One Man Show. Thank you so much for the opportunity. One man, I would like to free flow a little bit while I dip into some of these topics you have brought on today. Why am I saying this? And I'm going to put my face to it. Yesterday, we had a situation here where we discussed issues that had to do with nationhood. It was unfortunate that one of the panelists, who happened to be the person leading the show at that time, Mr. Mike, had to, exhibit some characters, that can only be likened to babies. Why do I say this? We do not have a nation. We do not have a nation. We are yet to believe or yet to realize that there are only two tribes in Nigeria: the rich and the poor. It does not matter where you come from. Like Peter Obi said in Canada, whenever you see a leader pushing forward tribe or religion, underneath that is incompetence. We see this thing happen in the United States with the Democratic Party, where a defense attorney would pay her boyfriend $650,000 a year I think for 2 years, to prosecute Trump. And guess what? He was not qualified to do the job. Now she had to employ 2 other people that were qualified to deal with RICO cases and pay them $100,000, whereas she paid her boyfriend $650,000. And as investigation would provide us, they traveled to different places, and she claimed that the money was paid in cash. And when they came, the state came for her. What did she say? Oh, they're coming for me because I'm a woman. They're coming for me because I'm black. Whenever, as a country, we stop loving each other, I don't know if we ever did love each other at any time. What you see is what Sanwo-Olu did. I love Sanwo-Olu. He's my governor. But seeing those citizens of Nigeria dropped in a remote area, a woman and a baby, young folks that ought to have jobs from the government or have to be catered for by the government. And I am not saying giving them, I'm not saying you should give them money, but provide the environment for them to thrive. They were treated like animals. They were treated like people who don't belong to our nation. It was a disgrace of a topic yesterday. The likes of Kulata, Babati, Remy, they were all trying to justify this. That's the country we live in. We must not do away with the poor in our society. It's an aberration. How do you take care of those that are poor if you cannot see them, if you cannot feel them? At least if you're driving your car out and you see them tomorrow, you'll be like, let's try and work out something for these people, even if they'll give them job or something. If you seclude them or banish them to remote areas, how would they get the opportunity they needed? You know, in Nigeria, our development is strictly from the center, then towards the extremities or the sub-states. Whereas it ought to be from the sub-states down to the center. So what does that mean? What that means is, if you are closer to the center, you get taken care of. If you're away, the more you are away from the center, you are not being taken care of. One man. Nigeria is a case study no one wants to study. Because if you present Nigeria as a case study, I don't know if you have any logic, any way to be able to, appraise Nigeria. Because what happens in other nations that are successful comes to Nigeria and it is flawed. And whatever thing that is bad in those nations come to Nigeria and flourish. And this is not just because it is the people. This is done by those in government. It is unfortunate. And I want to use this medium to say, shame on Sanwo-Olu. It does not matter if it's a precursor to trying to deport other people from other nationality. And I want to say it on this show. You cannot do it. We all belong to Nigeria, and every part of Nigeria must be taken care of. The money that was used to build Lagos State came from the South. Because in a country where we don't say the truth, reality and common sense will always elude us. So I want to use this medium to call on anybody who knows Sanwo-Olu to stop forthwith. It does not look right. We cannot be blaming the South Africans for xenophobic attacks on Nigeria. And right here where we feel we are safe, we are being meted by same treatment. But one man on the flip side, if I want to play the devil's advocate, after listening to the likes of Rational Mind, I said Rational Mind, no, it's always a brother, Kolata and the rest and the gang yesterday. If I was Lagos State, I wouldn't want you around me. I am talking about states that are not Lagos State. There is so much bitterness. There's so much bitterness, incoherence of thoughts, hating. And you guys brought that to Lagos State. The likes of Tinubu and the present state governor is not from Lagos State, including the speaker of Lagos State. It's not from Lagos State. The place that gave you succor, I don't care if it's a Yoruba state or not. It's only in Lagos that you know that you're Yoruba. When was the last time someone from Ekiti led a state like Oyo State? Or someone from Ogun State led a state like Oyo or Ondo or Oshun? It's never happened. It's only in Lagos State, all of you come and you lay claim and you come with the bitterness and you're destroying things for everybody. If you were from Lagos State, you must have listened to the Oniru family before you demolish their properties. The way the government of Tinubu and Sowolu is moving, you will know that it does not have the interest of pure Lagosians at heart. It is about the investment that they have made for themselves. One man, I was listening to, I read an article by a post on X by former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. And he stated clearly that Tinubu sons are part of the board of the company that built Atlantic City. His sons are in the board of a part of the board of those companies. And that company went from the agreement for that road went from a PPP to the government sponsoring that project. A lot of things will come out on that project. But we know, like I have well stated, I saw it and I called it. It's a Tinubu's business. He is engaged in the business of toll gates. So one man, I want to end it on this. Nigeria must grow. Nigeria must grow.
It's time you take
for us to grow. For us to grow.
Are you sure you're okay, Joel? You need to take water.
No. I've been having coffee. It's nothing like that. I'm good.
Take some water to cool off that propaganda.
You understand what I'm saying?
That righteous indignation. You've been shouting this shout for so long.
One man, I just came to state this fact.
Look at that.
Yesterday, I was booted out of the show. Why?
Who did?
Because someone told a lie, and I said no. I gave proof to it, and he said, "Who is that?" That was no proof. I stated in the article that I presented that over 65% of the containers that come into Lagos State ends up in the southeast. That was the propaganda. Mike called me a propaganda. And I said, what is the problem? Is it a bad thing? And that funnel is purely hate.
Data to back that? Do you have data to back that?
But Babaja, you were on the show yesterday. I presented the proof. It is not something hidden by the National Inland Waterways Authority. In fact, that was off the back of the Presidential Committee. I made a claim. I presented facts. Now, it wasn't for me to come and brag. I was just trying to make a case for logistics, for common sense. And I said, if those containers are landing there, is there no way we can make it easier? Because yesterday we were talking about this lodge in Lagos. And I was booted out by that moron. But it's okay. Nigeria must change, and I hope that we start to see each other as countrymen and countrywomen, not as adversaries. Thank you very much, one man. I made the show continue.
All right, brilliant. And go have that glass of water like everybody else recommended.
I'm good now. I'm good now. I just had cough. I've been having cough for like 2 days now, but I'm getting better.
Well, Adjalego said you have to take water just to cool that propaganda down. That's what he said.
Yeah, I know. Babaja was here yesterday, but he couldn't say nothing. And Babaja, it would be nice if you could change. I mean, you can't go from Sowore to what you are right now. It's not just fair. It's not just fair.
When I lost hope in Adjalego, I lost hope in Adjalego ever since that. What's that guy's name? This guy that was running for governor.
Chinedu.
That was the last time ever since I lost hope for Adjalego. He has become one of them now. Forget that. This I'm still sure with that guy, whatever. Forget that crap. He's a full blown Agbado now. Just don't have any hope in that like Adjalego anymore. Just leave me alone.
So
just see him as an Agbado person now. That age should be changed.
Anybody that is being rational now is now considered to be Agbadorian.
I'm not saying it's not right. I'm not saying it's not.
Why the rational one is one saying it's rational.
No, come on.
How can the person that cannot speak to govern Lagos?
Larry, I called you.
Yeah. I just want to say something before the last speaker.
A person that cannot speak Yoruba to govern Lagos.
I want to clarify one of the things he said.
Yes, the floor is yours. Let Adjalego just land that point. So the floor is yours. So your 8-minute monologue starts now.
Okay, yeah. Let me just clarify something from what the last speaker said. Because sometimes it's better we read things very well before we say it. Yeah, so the last speaker was saying he read something on X where article said the company that is building the Lagos-Calabar coastal road, Tinubu's son is one of the board member of the board. That's not right. That was not what article said. So article said Tinubu's son is on the board of CDK, and probably CDK is one of the companies owned by Shagari, not ITEL. And what CDK does is, CDK does ceramics and towels. So I just want to clarify that. So that probably needs to go back and read more on what article said on X, so that we are actually, we are putting things out that we.
I don't think he, and by he extend to that space, I don't think they're especially bothered about facts or whatever. It's just the loose association. It's mudslinging, isn't it? So I'm not sure that people are especially bothered about facts. It's just we're at a mudslinging phase now. They just say anything, don't they?
Oh no, I wouldn't want to say that. Probably he just flipped through it. He didn't read the content of it. It happens to anybody. So probably he needs to just get the facts right.
All right, carry on. The floor is yours.
Larry, before Larry move on, I want to ask Larry a question.
Yeah.
Is it not the same article who has insinuated that I know you can keep using the word. He keep using the word his business partners, something like that. That's what the article usually is when he referred to Shaguri and the whole high tech contract with the that coastal road. But I'm asking you a question.
Yeah.
Don't you think Tinubu owns or he has a huge stake in ITEC?
No, I
He
won't.
use the word business partner.
Yeah, I won't say that. What I would just say is that probably Tinubu is using someone that's done something similar when he was governor of the state, and he felt that they can actually do it. Because if we need to be very candid with ourselves, aside ITEC, I've not seen any other construction company that's handled that part of that kind of work in Nigeria before. Julius Berger has not done that before. So, and Julius Berger is the most prominent that we have. So if you ask me, right, I'd rather give it to someone that I know that has done it before rather than giving it to someone that wants to do trial and error. So that's how I feel. It may not be popular, but if you ask me, if I'm a project manager, you ask me, who do I give it to? I've seen someone that have done it before, and I've seen success. And I've seen someone that have not done it before.
Don't worry. What are you talking about? Don't worry before.
Yeah, anything around, coastal, around the axis. As with Julius Berger done.
Hold on, Larry.
Yeah.
Before they did that, they handled that Babbage and that area there. That Madu building that is close to Babbage there. That coastline there.
Yeah.
Before they did that, what other previous thing have ITEC been known to have done?
So majorly, right? If you look at roads in Lagos, ITEC has been doing it. But particular one, this is not just any road. Let's just be candid with ourselves. This is not just any road. Even if if you have competitive advantage in something, then probably we all bid for a contract. And it's well known that you have competitive advantage in a particular aspect. I think you have a better chance to get that contract than me that haven't really done it before, right? Probably I just want to say, okay, fine, let me just take it. And probably I need to go get some people outside to come and work with me. So I'm not talking about probably relationship or anything. I'm just being objective, right? Because if you ask me as a personal person, I would rather believe in someone that I've done it before. And I think I've seen success, and I leverage on that success, for that person to do the same thing that he has done before for me.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about when it comes to what they've done before, because I don't see.
I'm talking. Okay,
they've not done it. Hold on. They've not done anything.
Please, I would like to interject after National Mind on that.
Hold on. Maybe you do that later. Probably just let me say this. ITEC, we've not known ITEC for any project until ITEC came into the scene during Tinubu. During I think Fashola to Tinubu era, towards the end of Tinubu era, Fashola time.
So who did the whole Eco-Atlantic one?
Let me land this point. You said what?
Who did the Eco-Atlantic? The whole Eco-Atlantic.
Hold on. That's what I'm saying. When Tinubu was there, Eco-Atlantic never existed. It was towards Fashola's towards the ending of Fashola tenure that we saw that we understand that conception has been there, that they want to build that Eco-Atlantic, but the feeling of that area did not begin until towards the end of I think Fashola's time to Ambode. Let's just leave that. My point is this: I'm not talking about, but prior to when they did that damming of that coastline, that Babbage area where we saw those things, those rocks and everything they put there, and they had to reclaim that area. What was ITEC besides building that Admiralty Road, where they told that toll gate? What have we known ITEC to have done? What project have they handled prior to that led them to when they now bidded for that coastline, that Babbage area, and then claim? What have we known them to have done for them to have even won that contract?
Okay, can I answer you?
Go on, please.
Okay. Now you just said something that is really, really germane to the whole conversation, right? You said you've not known them to do any other thing, probably doing roads, right? Aside what you think they've actually done, aside the whole Eco-Atlantic reclaiming and everything. And now this is not just those other things. This is exactly what you said they've done before, right? Because this is more of reclaiming. You have to reclaim before you kind of think of putting roads there. So I don't know what you really expect, because I don't know what you really expect. If you're saying this is what they've done before and they are doing the same thing now, so is it not more of like you're repeating that and there's a kind of learning curve there, right? Because you're not just starting from afresh, because this is what you've done before. So you have one or two things that you've seen, one or two problems that you've seen, and one or two problems that you've tackled. And this is you repeating what you've done before. So for me, you know, I'm just talking as a normal private person. If I'm a project manager and I need to give contract to people, I would rather want to pick someone that I know that, yeah, they've done it before. That's my own personal opinion, though.
Yeah, but please let me interject you right there because it's important, right? Now, let me give you everything that you've alleged on that, right? But still, it's within that Bureau of Public Procurement to do that. Do you understand? In order to have harmonization of existing government policies, practices, stuff like that, establishment of pricing standards and the benchmarks that go with that, ensuring that application is fair, competitive, and transparent, right? If you want to give somebody a contract, it has to go through that Bureau of Public Procurement. That's our law. It was established by an act, the Public Procurement Act of 2007. That's what established this Bureau of Public Procurement. So even if you want to say, you know, I'm going to give this thing to somebody who's done it before, it still has to be that bureau that's going to make that determination. The minister cannot do that. The president cannot do that. Do you understand? So I don't think that if you check out the Shagori group that owns that high tech, right? If you vent them out, even with the roads that they built, I believe they're subpar. Right? I've looked at all the roads that are built in Nigeria. They have no entrances, they have no exits, they have no street lights. They seldom have the demarcation lines that's lit at night to respect the citizens, to make sure there's no accidents. There are a lot of safety standards. There's no signboards, that signposts. They're going to say 2 miles from now, you're going to exit this street. There are so many things involved in it, but forget about that. But the corporate has a lot of convictions, including here in the United States, right? Yeah, he paid a fine for 300,000 in those days because of his loot with Abacha group, right? This guy, even though he's born in Nigeria, he's he's been ambassadors for many countries. He resides in France. Hold on, what I'm saying though. So even if you're gonna use that line of thought where you say,
I really don't want us to dwell more on, you know, we can keep arguing and arguing because a lot of people.
I want you to answer me though. It should still come under the public procurement. If they're gonna assign that contract based on experience, a minister or a president or a governor cannot make that decision. It has to go through them, and then they're gonna say, this is the kind of bidding process we're gonna, or there'll be no bidding at all. It has to go through the process. Do you follow me? If you don't know,
I understand what you actually said, right? But for me, I think it's been a lot of debate and all this, and so I'm really interested in them doing the job now, and I'm really interested in them giving value for the money. That's what I'm interested in. So every other thing, the legal, so those conversations can continue, right? So, but for now, I think as
you
far
know
as
what,
guys, it's quite unfortunate that Larry, let me just help you out here. Unknown to many people, the same high tech does dredging in the east and the south. They were also the people that helped build the Banana Island. So I don't know this idea that you can argue the policy of government is one debate, but in terms of competence, they've done this before. At the Banana Island, they do dredging. I even gave one man a link to put up, so you can see all their track record of what they've done in terms of dredging and working with, along the coast. So that's not. I don't know why we even bring that up. Just do your research before you come on.
No, but Baba T, they are not in the Guinness World Record.
Okay, let me
just land. Please, let me land on this.
Can I just
I'm trying to respond to Baba T. Please, let me land on this, please. Baba T, the Julius Berger has done a lot of work, all kinds of works, and in Germany they have all kinds of credentials. They're entitled to participate. The major thing is our laws. This is the fastest award of trillions of naira worth of. Forget about the priority.
Yeah, no, we can debate that, Basat. We can debate that maybe you believe that Berger can do a better job, but the idea that this ITEC is incompetent and they cannot effectively carry it is what I'm arguing against. Because there's precedents to this. They've done several things that will suggest that they can do this job. So you can have the debate about, oh, Berger can do a better job or whatever, but the idea that ITEC cannot handle this project is what I'm disputing here. So
no, Babati, I have never thought that ITEC could may not be able to do the job.
No, not you. It was what you were saying earlier. That
okay. I've never thought about that. I know that.
I was the one.
I know they can do it, but my own problem is this: if there was a bidding process, right? Maybe Julius Berger will come up with a design. I know we're going to spend the money, but sometimes, right? We can do something architectural, like, and that is what the bidding process brings and comes with, right? Someone can
Joe, we can have that debate, but high-tech has been around since 1988 in Nigeria. They've been doing a lot of, so people don't even know about this company. Like I said before to you, they are sister company to ITB. That also builds for Landmark. They are the one building their major buildings. Even the one they have right now, that 30th floor, is being handled by the Shaguru Group, by iTech, which is their sister company.
And nobody has disputed that capacity. The point is that
that's what you said. No. Hold on. Hold on, please. You said earlier that. How do we know that the budget is even good? They might not put some posts there. They might not put this there. So you are debating if they're complete or not.
No. I'm saying when it comes to world standards, right? Not just them. You see, we boasting about the roads he built and flyovers and stuff like that. But I'm saying that me and some market women could put those structures up because it's just building a road. There's no study, there's no respect for the pedestrian. They don't have sign. But what I'm saying is that when it comes to corruption, what the standard is the appearance of it, right? If you know that you have a relationship with somebody, you have to respect the country, but at least say, look, I know these people, they're related to me, but they're competent. So I'm going to have them bid on this thing publicly. They should not be barred from bidding it. But you cannot just award somebody a contract when you have an appearance problem. These are laws. These are heavy duty laws. But most especially,
okay,
can we move to now?
Let Larry take the floor back so I can continue with his monologue. Back to you, Larry.
Yeah, one man, can you kind of like walk me through, as in lead me while I follow you?
Yes. Now, if we were talking about the 1966 coup and the Northerners wanting an apology, but Umwanya was saying no. So we were trying to narrow it to just that narrative rather than the expansiveness of the coup itself. So any thoughts on that?
Well, I think we've fleshed that out a lot. So for me, I think, there is no problem in both parties saying sorry, because it's more of both parties. Because if you really want peace and you really want to heal, probably they still feel that both parties still feel that there's still a lot of things that have not really healed up. Probably anything for peace, as far as I'm concerned. If they still need to heal up, both parties telling themselves sorry. So that's I really don't want to speak, because we've had a lot of conversations around Biafra war and the coup and all those things, right?
And the Yoruba Union accusing Sanwo-Olu of humiliating, displacing, and evicting hundreds of Yoruba people. So this came just left field news yesterday. A bunch of Yorubas, about 7 luxury bus filled, are taking. Am I saying anything out of tune?
No. Sorry, my mic was.
So your thoughts on that space, Larry?
You see, well, as far as I'm concerned, I think I don't fully support what the governor have actually done, because I don't know how he was able to profile those people to be able to profile them to a particular state, to the point of really taking them and going to dump them, in that state, in Osun State, and I think most of the Southwest governors still need to work hand in hand, because if you ask me, why did he do it? Why this unnecessary profiling? Why not Ogun State? Why not Oyo State? Why do you need to take them to Osun State? So what data makes him understand that those people are just from Osun? So I understand that there is a lot of
I think it's to make it that much more difficult for them to come back.
No, but that's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. You don't just do that. You don't just pick people and kind of say, okay, probably because you want to decongest the city, you just take them to a particular state, and dump them in that particular state. So for me, I think even if you see people, there is still a way of you kind of trying to integrate them more into the society. Right. I know Fashola did something, at the point Fashola did something similar. But I think another thing Fashola did then was to kind of when a lot of people were really, against it, kind of reintegrate them into the society. Probably, some of those people put them into, if there are one or two things that they could actually learn and let them be productive to the state to really help the state. So for me, I really don't support what the governor has actually done. It's not just taking them to that state, right? It's not a good thing. I don't know how he actually was able to profile them. So probably he has to have a rethink. And the fact that they did it silently, that's another thing for me, right? You don't just do those things silently. So hopefully the other states governors can actually have more conversation with him to know why he was able to, he actually did that. And if there's a way they could all work together and probably support, right? There is a way you could support some of these governors too, can actually support their citizens in some of those states to be in Lagos State to be able to reintegrate them. Probably, there's nothing big in doing for your citizens. We have instances where a state could actually say, okay, fine, these are the citizens from Osun, they are currently in Lagos. Probably they don't have houses to live. Probably they don't have jobs. Are there things that we can actually do in Lagos, for them to probably learn one or two things and have a way of really reintroducing them into that society without, all those things. There is a whole lot of things that can actually be done if everybody could actually work together. That's what I just think.
All right, Larry.
I could tell you why he did it if you want.
Yes, thank you, Pansat. All right, Larry, let me play you this clip and then invite your reaction.
A new era in Nigeria's transportation history has begun. A 700-kilometer Lagos-Calabar coastal highway with feeder roads joining it from different parts of the country is being built by the present administration, and this is proof of the transformative power of visionary leadership by President Bola Tinubu, who has put the present Minister of Works, David Umahi, a man of unwavering dedication, at the helm of affairs. Starting from Lagos, Calabar, Ogun, and Akwa Ibom, simultaneously, it will traverse the beautiful landscapes of Ondo, Bayelsa, rivers, before culminating in the historic city of Calabar. With its cutting-edge technology and innovative design, this highway will slash travel times, reduce transportation costs, and increase access to markets and resources. It will be a game changer for entrepreneurs, investors, and travelers, and unlock new opportunities and boost economic growth. As we embark on this journey, we are not just building a highway. President Bola Tinubu is crafting a legacy of prosperity and growth. The Lagos-Calabar Highway will be a lifeline for business, a catalyst for economic development, and a symbol of hope for a brighter future. And this is why it is surprising that some disgruntled people are opposing this project, and I would suggest that such enemies of progress should not ply the road when it is completed and stick to the old, long, and treacherous routes. President Bola Tinubu's commitment to this project is a beacon of hope for our nation. As we celebrate this milestone, we must recognize that this project is not just a feat of engineering, but a triumph of our collective potential. So let us join hands and support the Minister David Umahi and his team as they embark on this magnificent scheme. My name is Ben Murray Bruce, and I just want to make common sense.
So that's Ben Bruce, Larry, as you know. The excitement that this coastal highway is generating, especially among the South, there's no denying it. What are you making of this now new support that they're having for this particular project? Why are they especially excited by it? Because of course it traverses 9 states. So, but it seems to have won the hearts and minds of the South people. So why is that? And what does this mean for politics to come?
You see, woman, let's just be candid with ourselves. This is even too small for that particular region. Everybody's feeding on that region. Everything that comes, the major bulk of what comes to Nigeria today is coming from that region. So let's put that aside. As far as I'm concerned, and I've said it severally here, right? I'm not even interested in, why didn't they do this? Why didn't they do that? I don't do that. For me, what I'm expecting is how can the opposition ensure that they put the present government on their toes to ensure that this project, is done right. This project, we have probably an end date to this project. And probably if there is probably a shift in end dates, it shouldn't be more than 6 months. So that's what I'm more interested in, right? It's this, is that. I'm not really interested in those. So, and I think that's exactly where I think even the people from the South should also be coming from. Because how do they quickly get this road done to the point that, quickly get to their side? Because it's really going to help them. Because you've seen a lot of agitation coming from the South, right? Because, the negligence, they've been neglected, and a lot of things coming from them. And, they have the single pot that everybody is eating from. So for me, I think it's just still a small project. I think more things still need to be done in that particular region. So people can say whatsoever they want to say, because that's not what I'm really interested in. Because I'm really interested in how do we ensure that this project is completed when they actually tell us that it's going to be completed. How do we ensure that this project doesn't turn to another abandoned project? So those are the things I'm more interested in. So people can, it's normal. I'm not really against anybody criticizing. You can always criticize government policies. You can criticize how things are actually done. But for me personally, as a Nigerian, so I'm more interested at this point because, number one, the project they started doing this project. Anything that you see, I don't want distraction on the project. They should just keep doing the project. What I want to ensure is that Nigeria is really getting value for every single naira that is paid on this project, and ensuring that quickly, it quickly gets done and people can start getting that benefit they actually see in the project. That's what I'm interested in as a person, personally.
I'm also very particular about the quality of it as well, and the aesthetics as well. I want it to be of the highest possible quality and to enhance the beauty of the landscape. So I don't want it to be some growth, and I'm sure they've modeled it to be exactly that, because it could be a world monument if they get. That is really what excites me. Because they talk about whatever coastal highway it is that they have, the South Pacific, is it in America? And I saw on CNN, they were drawing parallels between one of the marquee coastal highways that they have in that country. So if they are bracketing it towards that space, then however much it costs,
You know, because the cost is really immaterial. If it's going to be a monumental sort of a piece of aesthetically edifying, you know, global standard sort of a signature tune. So I'm excited by it, but I'm especially particular about the quality and the aesthetics so that it enhances rather than take away from the land.
And also, one more to add to your point, it also helps with cultural integration of Nigeria. Because, you know, you can
sorry,
live in...
Did anybody hear anything I said? I thought, was I muted?
No, we can hear you. We heard you.
Oh, all right, sorry. Carry on.
Yeah. I'm saying cultural integration because, like I said before, if I live in Ogun now, because I know from Lagos, it will be like 5 hours down to Calabar, right? If I live in Ogun, for instance, about 4 hours. So I can just say, I can take my family if I live in Ogun, 3 kids, whatever. Let's go spend the weekend in Calabar. If they have anything there that we want to. So you start seeing people moving. It will be easier for people to just go hang out in this house out to see what's really going on. I don't think most people in this house even travel down there anyway. So you want that cultural integration in that area. So it helps with that too, with national unity, and that it helps. So let's support the program. And like you said, the quality is also important. And that's where the criticism should be. Not that they shouldn't build it at all, but if they do build it, the value for it, of course, we want to know about that. But that they should also finish in record time as well. I think it's 3 years, right? 1 month. The first phase, if I'm not wrong, is 3 years. So
yes, yes. I think they will probably want to rush it in time for it to be
for the next election.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
but can they finish that 700 in for 8 years though? That's a lot of.
Well, I hope they progress it to at least 90%. You know, I hope they progress it to the point that the next person will just have to throw some extra change.
That would be a record. That would be a record in Nigeria. Like 700 in 8 years. That would be a record in Nigeria.
Yeah, but Umahi did as much in Abia State now.
But that's state now. This is
he built 700 kilometers of road in 8 years.
Hey, well, okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes some of us will just want to hype things without even giving careful thoughts to the scale of what is being embarked on. You see, woman, I don't know, maybe you want to make a so that I can come to my time, I can speak much on this. You see, sycophants like Ben Murray Bruce, we know the guy, we know how he does his politics, kind of politics that he plays. Whatever government is in power, it wants to romance with them. We know what it does. The silver bed that he has there are issues there now. Issues of town planning there on that Ahmadu Bello way there, where he has the silver bed in Victoria Land. But because of his position, he used it to they had to override something, some town planning issues that he had with his silver bed there. You see, sometimes when you want to, people who wants to say something, we want to look at them. What have they achieved? What have they? We know by their own standard, they will say they've achieved. They have businesses. He has Silverbed Television. He has Silverbed Galleria, whatever they call it. He has business here and there. But you see, this guy, I don't just understand where his own politics even stands.
He is a center of Nigeria from that part of the country. What is he supposed to say?
Okay, I hear you.
All right. All right, let's do this. Hold on. Let's do this. Larry, round off your thoughts, and then Rational Mind takes the floor. So we just do quickly, and then after everybody has spoken, then we just open to a general conversation.
Okay. Yeah. I think there's been interjection here and there. So let Rational Rational Mind go. So yeah, I'm going.
All right, Rational Mind, the floor is yours.
I think you still have some other topics to speak to now, Larry. I'm sorry if I make it sound like maybe I try to cut you short. I don't mean to do that. If you have to speak, Woman, if you want to give me some other topic, let him speak.
No. Since there are still several other people that have not really spoken, so you can actually go. So that
Woman, I need my time to Larry. Let Larry speak when it comes to
Larry is a
he will never eat it for me now. So
Larry is a fair and balanced man now. Not is the
is the yin to the Pansat yang.
Yeah, let Larry have. I do enjoy when Larry talks. So let Larry go when it's my time. So
a lot of people do actually, especially there's
try to limit the rational mindset time. We don't like hearing from him actually. I don't know.
Wow, bros, no, not like that though.
All right. Before I come to you, Rational Mind, BT, do you want to talk us through what's on the screen? You said to put it up, and then you talk us through it, and then Rational Mind, by response to your presentation, picks up the floor.
Okay, can you calm down a little bit? Because I know people have accused me of being obsessed with this thing, and I just want to. Can you scroll down a little bit? Scroll my please. On your screen, yeah, just come down, keep coming down, keep coming down. Stop right there. Stop right there. And here it is, because I just wanted to address Pastor's concern about quality of project. So you can see high tech has been around since '88. So they work with the Ministry of Works, and they work with, I think, Obi'S State government. They've done a lot of work when it comes to dredging and anything that has to do with the coastal line. So I was just trying to highlight this in regards to his objection about the quality of the projects. That's the reason I brought this up, that they're capable, that the discussion can be around the policies around procurement or acquiring the project. So, but in terms of actually delivering a quality service, I think that the company is competent enough to do that. So that was just the reason I brought this up, but it wasn't that to have an elaborate discussion on man, but that's the whole thing. Yeah.
All right, no, that's excellent actually, because we have to keep documenting these little bits of pockets of knowledge, just to counterweight propagandizing, but impossible to counterweight propagandizing, of course, when Rational Mind is here. So Rational Mind,
please, can you show the link that I put on to counter Baba T's propaganda there? I posted something there which will be on the, you could click it on top because you went past it. Let's put a face to it.
I was discussing that is different discussion.
No, it's not the same thing. It's the same thing because
no.
Hold on now. I want to show that he played $1 billion.
Allow me, please. Let's be respectful here.
That's not fair. Now we have to do this.
Let's be very respectful here, please.
We have to do this fairly.
I'm not arguing.
You gotta be fair.
Hold
on.
Like I said, one man. I'm only
hiding.
No, I'm not hiding. You can discuss whatever you want to discuss. I'm only addressing the quality of the
work. Go all the way down. One man, let me show you what I want to show. Just go all the way down.
Just hold on, guy, man. It's a different thing now. BT is talking about his competence for the job, and you are trying to smear some sort of corrupt. Nobody is really disputing that he may or may not be corrupt. I think the last one you brought was that he had issues with the American for reasons of interfering with the election.
Yeah, but I was willing to let that go. But since he posted that link, I've sent you all the way to the bottom.
Yes,
but I clicked the top of the same thing he showed. The same thing he showed.
But how does what you are bringing counterweight what he's saying? What he's presenting is that guy has a body of work in terms of construction that qualifies him to be able to take on a job of that magnitude. But what
that's why I want to show that he's not.
Yeah, but what you are telling us is that he's in the Panama Papers. So what's the correlation?
Not all that.
Sorry, man. No, let's just carry on, man. Rational Mind, the floor is yours.
Thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody, and thank you, Pansat and everybody. You see, Pansat, I think what the focus is with what Babati is trying to do is trying to show us the quality of what they've done. But you're coming from the angle of corruption allegation or whatever corruption issue that the owner or Shaguri himself has. We understand. I think that's not the point. What Babati is talking his point is about the quality of the work. I can attest to some of the quality of the work they've done in that Admiralty Road there, that Ozumba Badiwe road, and I can
but it used to be bad. It used to be bad over there. It used to be very bad.
He did it very well. But what I'm saying is this: that's not even where I'm going at with. When I was asking Larry that question, is that prior to them getting that the project that made them to prior to getting that that ocean shore area of that Amadu Bello, with that was eroding and was flooding into those quarters there, those former state house quarters there in front of Babbage there, and all those places, even former Bond Bank and all those bank, that tall building that was there. So when it flooded into that Ahmadu Bello Way, the question is, prior to then, what other project are they known to have done that led to Tinubu government awarding that contract to them? That's what my point was. I have a boss who says something. He's in construction. He says, you fake it until you make it. That's how we do in construction. Sometimes you overhype what they've not done or what they've done so that they can get a contract. I know how that goes. So that my question to Larry was that ITEC has not ever been known to have done any coastal or reclaiming any land prior to that. Even when they handled what's it called, the Lekki Koyi, because I went to their to their website, so that they also reclaimed that Lekki what's the name of that place, that very expensive place in Ikoyi. Let me look it up again. So
Banana Island.
Banana Island. So well, prior to then, even when they are reclaiming, so what project are they even known to have done even before they reclaimed it, before they were given that contract, allowed to reclaim it? So you see, in construction, people fake it until they make it. That's the language in construction. You have to your IP or whatever your capacity. So that is on the side. That was why I was questioning him on that huge project they're about to do, because for me, that's the first of its kind for ITEC. As far as I know, because I've perused through their if anybody knows to the contrary, I'm willing to learn from anybody on that. But I perused through even the Shaguri group, and I also am on their website, ITEC, where ITEC. I've never seen. I know they have presence in in Benin Republic and some other West African countries.
Sorry. Are you talking in terms of magnitude or in terms of actually constructing a coastal road?
Actually, constructing a coastal road.
Yes. So, but have they taken on projects of similar magnitude? Because that's where the competence is, not the specificity of.
Yeah. Hold on. You see, I when I use the word, you fake it until you make it. You don't understand. Maybe you don't quite understand what I'm trying to say. People have a way of IPing their companies have a way of IPing their projects, just so that they can give the impression that they can handle the project. I'm saying that there are ITEC started from somewhere. Somebody was saying that was why I asked that question. Somebody was saying that there's no other company in Nigeria that's really handled that project like that. Any project close to that, like coastal reclaiming of a coastal. I think Julius Berger has handled so many projects in Nigeria that even brought them in contact with the sea, with the ocean. Like that, even G Kappa, and Alberto, they used to, I think they were the one who built that second mainland bridge. What's it called? Berger, Julius Berger must have been the one that built that first mainland bridge. And I think third mainland bridge should have Julius Berger and maybe Kappa and Alberto. I think one of them, both of them, there was both working together. So they've worked with the sea or with because that lagoon, that Lagos lagoon, is part of it's just an appendage to that to the Atlantic Sea, to the Atlantic Ocean. There, it flows into there. So they've handled something closer to that. Even some part of Apapa Wharf, I think some of the Apapa Wharf, the what they call it, that's the shore, what they call it, where the ship debat and all of that. I think Kappa and Alberto, and Govanti, and some of those old the value. So my point is this: every construction company has to start somewhere, and they would get a project. Sometimes they have to hype their CV or just make themselves look good that they can do it. That's what's it called? ITEC is the only company that can do it in Nigeria. It's a lie. There are other companies that can do that. Yes, do I think they are more competent? Probably they are, because we've seen that they did that they dammed that Babbage there so that it doesn't continue eroding and flooding.
Yeah, but do you know that Julius Berger has been, before ITEC actually picked that, Julius Berger has just been collecting our money, and they couldn't even curtail that.
They couldn't. Well, yeah, I understand that too. You see, if you want us to open that area,
let me tell you another.
There's a lot of corruption.
Let me tell you another thing.
Nigerian politicians with Julius Berger.
What's happening to all other roads presently, right? That Julius Berger is handling, right? What's happening to all other roads?
Okay, you see, you want me to start going back to.
I don't like this issue of us kind of like everything must go to Julius Berger.
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. No,
Yeah,
there are
not like you have something like Julius Berger. I didn't think you are like saying you said try and error, fail it till you make it. Why not a local construction road construction company fake it to make it? Why Julius Berger?
Okay, why? Actually, that's the question you ask. You see, that name is your name is going. I'm sorry, please, Larry. Sorry.
Yes,
you
sir.
see, Julius Berger in any if you want to talk about the construction company that has made it a lot, that has made money from the Nigerian government, Julius Berger is one of them. Maybe you can talk about GCAPA. GCAPA, yeah, back then we used to call it GCAPA and Abel to something like that. And they're also smaller. So let me just focus on that too. Or especially Julius Berger. You see, Julius Berger, if you've worked with them, if you've spoken to some of their people, they will tell you that they have to. I mean, to this very day, they still have. Okay, you see, I don't want to. You see, it took me time to start going back to memory lanes. I don't want to digress. But the point is this: that there has been a lot of corruption within with Julius Berger. They try to meet a certain standard when it comes to their job, but they have to water it down because of the kind of corruption that some Nigerian officials bring into it, inflating prices, and after a while they stop the project, and then by the time they will have to resume it, inflation and other thing will come in. Do you know what it costs contractors when they have to stop work and they have to resume back to work? Here in America, if you do that, they can sue you. They will sue your ass. I mean, if it's their own, if it's their own fault of their own, then the government can sue them for not meeting up that. So they are very careful when it comes to timeline. So that is the problem which the Nigerian government has with Berger, Julius Berger, and the other construction company. That is why the quality of their. I'm not trying to make excuse for them. It is both sides. And I look. See, let me not go into all this. But my point is this. What I'm trying to say here is that iTech is not the only company. There are other companies that can handle it. But if you say, well, maybe because of their antecedents of not doing quality work, you need to delve into the history of why could they not really deliver. At least look at that bridge. It's still standing there. That's first the mainland bridge. Second mainland bridge is still standing there. I mean, you can tell the quality of the job they did way back then when they built it. It's still standing, even though they have to, from time to time, they have to like walk on those bridges so as for it to still the structural integrity still maintain. I mean, that's normal. Even we had many times they've closed down many bridges here in Pacific Northwest here that they had to like do some kind of work on it. So my point is this, Larry, is that is the process by which iTech was given this contract. It's too hasty. There's a lot of shadiness around it. One of these with some of us, I mean, I think I remember the other some days ago, Babati came here and was trying to like browbeat. I mean, was trying to like criticize this girl. What's her name? Layla, saying, well, why would she be? You see these arise people. Come on, let's stop this. We need to critique the government. Even Tinubu is not above board. Tinubu, you see, for me, I don't pedestalize anybody here. Not even what's his name, Obi. Not even sure. I will blast anybody if I see any reason for that. So I don't like to like this pedestalizing like supposed to say Yoruba man like me or whatever. I will not talk. No, I will talk about him if he does crap. If he doesn't follow the law, if he doesn't follow process. So the process is what I'm critiquing here. What are the process? And is that what even we're talking about? Looking at apart from the process, we're talking about the timing. Where we are right now, economically doing right now in Nigeria. Nigerians are crying. They are going through a lot. And then we are here talking about some kind of $15 trillion naira project that's going to span for how many years? Even the one they did in Lagos, within Lagos, how many years did it take them? That's not up to like 20 kilometers of a road of something. Look at how many years it took them. It took them a span of about 3 administration or 4 administration for them to even get it done in Lagos, just within that Lagos alone. Not talking about something. Do you know how many bridges they're going to connect? From what I heard, this coastal road. Do you know how many creeks that are within that axis to Akwa Ibom? Or is it Calabar? Do you know how many creeks? How many dredging they have to do? How many kind of like that kind what's it called? That 10 million bridge that they have to connect.
Sorry, are you against the project or the process? Which one is it?
Okay, You see, this is what we do again.
No, I'm only asking to clarify now.
Because I talk a lot. It's like I talk a lot. I don't even make sense to some people.
Just to clarify, no, I'm not trying to attack you.
I would address your question. I know maybe I talk a lot. Maybe I should, or because I get pained a lot. That's why I speak from the pain of my heart sometimes. But no, I'm not just me. Yeah, what I'm critiquing here is everything about the project. I'm critiquing the process. And like I said, I'm not only critiquing the process, I'm critiquing the timing of that project right now. Let's just leave the process aside. The timing right now, 15 trillion naira project, which I'm sure they're going to still inflate it, because I tell you, I mean, the way Nigeria is going right now, or what's it called? Inflation is going to add to it. It's going to add to it, and you see they're going to inflate that price again. You're going to jack up the price again, maybe to another 20 trillion. That is the Nigerian state for you because of their shenanigans. So my point is this: is that do we really need it right now? I don't know if people who watch on Arise, still Arise again, because I know Arise now is the Agbado's kind of is Agbado pain in the neck for them, because when they go out doing investigative journalism, or you people can call it not investigative journalism, you want to say maybe they're critique or you just hate Tinubu's administration. No, they are going out there doing their own job, trying to let us know what is on ground. The Lagos East Road, the East-West Road from Bayelsa area there to what's it called to Calabar there is this water flowing from the forest or whatever is coming from the ocean. It's flooding to that road. I saw images of videos of them today of people having to walk in that water. It's terrible in this country, and you want to go and make a 15 trillion. What takes you from making that road more tolerable for people?
Rational mind.
We're not saying it's not good to have a coastal road, but it's
rational mind.
And also we are critiquing.
Rational mind. Do you know that the Buffon that was talking about people being against the project, right? That was in that video. A woman just showed us. He's from Bayelsa. He is from Bayelsa. This is part of the road P2B was talking about. He is from Bayelsa. So when people come out and they forget what their priorities are in life, look at Bemere Bruce. Who knows what has happened to him? He used to be nice. He used to be a forthright person. Nobody is against the project. I am not against the project. I love the project. I will run on that project. Because I normally go to Port Harcourt. It's my route. I love the project. I love the project. However, we have always talked about the timing and above all, the process. And that is it. Whether you like it or not, whether you feel bad, whether you want to color it whatever you want to color it, it's on you. It's on you. But we must take it the way it is. Thank you, my brother.
Yeah, you see, Jua, thanks a lot, and one more thanks for bringing up this video, these images. You see, this is what I want us to do. We know some of us we have our political leaning. I don't hate using that word leaning. For me, it's just I'm not a politician. I don't want to say I'm a politician. I'm just a commentator, and maybe I should even stop very soon doing all this thing because of where I stand right now. For me, you see, I'm just passionate about seeing our people really live life before they leave this earth. This is no life for us. That's what I'm passionate. I'm just passionate about our people. Do I believe these criminals will be able to do anything? I doubt it. But I will continue speaking.
Let me just tell you something. This particular road, do you know that same Julius Berger is the one holding this road?
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm not sparing.
Government has paid Julius Berger 20 billion.
Okay.
And because if you listen,
$20 billion, or is it 20 billion naira?
They asked for extra 20 billion. Government they paid them 20 billion naira. And Julius Berger is just kind of like still holding everything, holding government. Because I listened to the minister when they were asking him about this particular road. He got to a point, he said, he told Julius Berger, if they don't want to do the road, they should just tell them. Probably they can give it to someone else.
Yeah, you see, you see.
Rational mind. Look, this road has suffered a lot of neglect in terms of funding.
That's what I'm saying.
Don't allow anyone tell you anything different. This is a road I used. Hold on now, my brother. This is a road I used. Can I just say something now?
Let's always get
the minister is putting the funding in place now.
The minister said he has given, when they came back, they reassessed everything. Julius Berger said they need an extra 20 billion and they've paid.
Good, but do you know, my brother, what I'm saying is this, right? You don't know how long this road is. This road connects all the Niger Delta states.
I'm not even talking about
right. So it's not going to happen. What if they have paid money? It's not going to happen overnight, right? But what I'm just saying is that this particular road needs all the attention, even if they're going to need about 2-3 construction companies to be on this road. This road has suffered neglect for over 20 years.
Can they have another construction company come in when they've already signed a contract with someone else?
No, I mean, they can renegotiate the contract in such a way that
is the exact thing they are trying to do.
They should renegotiate the contract and divide the road and give it to different people. After all, the Onitsha road was done by Julius Berger and one other company.
That's what I'm saying. They called Julius Berger to the table to sign the contract. Julius Berger asked for additional 20 billion, which they said they paid Julius Berger that 20 billion, right? And Julius Berger is not even ready to do this road. If at the point the minister was kind of like even threatening them. The minister said, "No, at this point, it's just for the people to they have to call Julius Berger out." That's why most times when we talk about Julius Berger, the same thing Julius Berger did to Lagos-Calabar road. Everything should not be about Julius Berger. If we
we're not saying everything should, you see, that's the point. You see,
wait.
If you don't pay them, they won't do the job. If you don't pay them, they won't do the job.
Now, if we pay Julius Berger, if they pay Julius Berger extra 20 billion.
But the minister said they paid them.
The minister said they paid.
When did they pay them? That's the question.
When did they pay?
I mean, that's not answer.
What did he use to prove that he paid?
If you know, no problem. But I'm just saying when, because you see, let me say something to you guys.
When they paid, I'm not even taking brief for Julius Berger because if they paid, go back to that road and start fixing that road.
Guys. Please let us say this. I don't want to say this. I'm doing the current. Currently, I'm taking a professional certification on this kind of road pavement and all of that, just to add to my list of even right now in front of me here. If I have to turn my camera, you see me. I'm studying here. So my point is this: is that there is a standard to be met when it comes to road construction. Every state here in America has standards, and it's heavily regulated. You don't start a project when you don't have a timeline of completion. If you do that, your ass can be sued. That's why, if you see the way Americans here, they take road projects. Oh my goodness, they are very, 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 I don't know. This is English word I'm looking for. The demand is so. I mean, it's just a French word that's coming to my head right now. But my point is this: let me just say another word I can use. They demand. They want you to do it just as it is, as mentioned in the project details. They just want it so, and you must meet that time. There's every timeline. We're going to do X number of
the specification of the project.
Specification. That's one of those things. Those are some of the things that I have to look into, and you have to meet those specifications. That's what they call the bonuses. If you meet certain kind of standard that they meet, they will give you bonus on that. Just like encourage your people and your people. You see, these are the things we're talking about. But when you abandon a project, that's why it's very hard. You see here in America.
Do you know in terms of that? Do you know, sir? In terms of that abandon that you're abandoning project that you're saying, it pays most of the contractors. They prefer those projects to be abandoned.
Exactly. Yeah, it pays them.
And that's exactly what I think these people are kind of like telling them, right? If we are paying you, you have to be on site, do the job. Don't just go and put your caterpillar.
But you see, there's a lot. You see, with the Nigerian context,
I think at this point too, we also need to start calling out some of these people. Right, when you are building a road in my state, and I'm sure that the government has given you money, we know what most of all these guys do. You just see them, they park all their trailers, all their everything, they park it there. You won't see anybody. After some time, they said, oh, it's raining season. After raining season, okay, come back to site. They won't come back to site. So as far as I'm concerned, I think at this point, it is now meant for even the government, right, to be transparent. Let us know who you have paid. Let us know who is holding us. Because at the end of the day, these are foreign companies. They come into Nigeria, we pay them, they won't do the job. They will run. After some time, they come back, they said, oh, they need variation. And that's the most, why most of the projects in Nigeria.
You see the problem you see the problem again. You see, with this whole project in Nigeria, I don't like to say, but I don't want to sound like maybe one is just being showy here. There used to be in the 80s, in the 70s, 80s. I mean, as far as I can remember, 70s, late 70s, 80s. I used to know of many construction companies in Nigeria. So many of them. Julius Bayer was not the only construction company that is handling every major project. But at some point, we started seeing that Julius Bayer was being overstretched. They were given so many projects that for them to even mobilize, it takes a while for them. And they were so kind of dragging their feet because they seem to be like, at them, maybe they overhyped them to be the only capable company. That's why here in America, it's very, very rare you see that a government, you see, that's another thing again, that's another thing I want us to understand. The process of awarding contracts here, it's not even done by the governor. It's not even done by the president. It's done by the Department of Transportation. They find the need for, if there's a need for a road project in certain areas, the people of that area or the senator of that area would relate with the Department of Transportation, either the local one, or if it's the federal, they will relate with them and they will ask for it to be built, and a tender will be made. All different construction company will come. They will tender. They will tender an application for it that they want to apply for that job that they want us to. They will bid for them. That's what I'm looking for. They will bid for it, and so they will throw it open, and everybody will see. They will see that okay, we're being weighed or we're being evaluated based on our competence. But when you start giving one particular company, I mean, there was a time that Julius Bayer was virtually almost like 90% of every project in Nigeria.
During the OBJ days,
we understand that. That's why
during the OBJ days, it was almost 100%.
Even during Abacha when they were building Abuja, most of those Abuja secretariats and everything was handled by. Most of them were handled by what's it called? Julius Bayer.
Even National Assembly, they built National Assembly.
You see, so the point is this: when you overstretch a company, that's another thing they look at when they are bidding for. When Department of Transportation is looking at different, they have so many projects, and they look at the capacity. So you see, this thing still boils down to our. You see, you can blame Julius Bayer. Who does not want money? Everybody wants money now. If you say, oh, you can do it, yeah, I can do it. You can do it. But the other companies there, can you even just incentivize them so that they could also have some project that they could do and put on their profile, on their resume that okay, we'll handle this project. Or if
can you please educate the platform? Please do me a favor quickly. Can you educate the platform the consequences of not meeting timelines, how it affects your bidding for the next project in America? Because I think in Nigeria, when you default on some things, you can still go bid for something and there's no consequence. But in America here, if you fail on those timelines, when you bid the next time, it might affect your ability to get the next project.
Exactly.
Because you're in that business. Can you let them know so that they know how it's supposed to run?
You see, the Nigerian context is because, like we said, somebody was saying, was it Larry was saying earlier, the more they abandon the project, the more money they will have to demand later. For example, now let's say a certain project was awarded at 10 billion naira. Let's just say 10 billion naira, and they only give them maybe like a quarter of the money. Let's say 2.5 billion naira for mobilization. They get there, they started work, and they were asked demanding for, because one thing about needless to say, some of us know how they do projects. They don't give you the whole 10 billion at once. Even here, they don't do that. They don't give you all the money at once. They'll be giving to you as you go in the project, as you need them, and they'll give you. But then, if they finish one particular reach a certain mileage timeline in the project, then the next time that they release money for them, that's how they do it. But when they do one particular timeline, and I say, okay, we don't have the money again, we don't have the funding anymore. Some politician would deliberately do that so that maybe they could inflate the figure later, because after a while, so maybe after a month, after a year, they'll say, okay, but here in America, you cannot do that. The fund is already there. When you meet that timeline, go to the bank or whatever, go and collect the money once. The money is already there waiting for you, but you cannot just take all the money once. They want to see you making that timeline, and they'll come and do inspection and see that you've completed that timeline, and you've meet up the grade of, the quality of the job they want you, and they will give you whatever bonus that is. Then it was okay. The next phase, this is the next phase. Go. The money is already waiting, but the Nigerian one is corruption. They deliberately do it so that if they meet one certain timeline, after they give them mobilization, they don't certain timeline. Now we want to go to the next phase. We don't have the money. Federal government has not released the money, or they start putting some kind of bottleneck around it. And while they are waiting, the one that they already completed is already eroding again. Maybe water is coming on it, some other tear and wear is coming on it, and then before you know it, it's spoiled again. You have to now redo the whole thing again. I put add another money. Maybe another administration came in again. They took their own boys too. They'll put their own money. You see, that's what we're talking about here. There must be transparency when it comes to all of this. That's why we're saying this issue of this Lekki Coastal, this Coastal Road. What besides Umahi coming and telling us where other places, you guys can educate me on that. Where else can we find, besides maybe we read for our Rise or any other newspaper? Tell me what website can you go and on, maybe even you see the Bureau of Public Procurement, or even maybe Minister of Work. What site? I'm yet to see it. Tell me, because I've not even seen Bureau of Public Procurement in Nigeria, their site working anymore. It's been a long time. I saw it. The last time we were here, I checked on it. I could not find it online. So tell me, where else can we see where we can be following the timeline of this project? That this is the phase they have. Besides that, you might come and tell us this story. They started from here. At the end of the day, we'll find out that there's something being done. You see, the thing is,
I get that, please.
You need to be transparent.
But I know, but in regards to the video that was shown earlier by Joel that he brought up, and they said that they've paid the company. I'm asking once again, when you don't meet timeline as a company, haven't been paid, what happens in America? Like you say, and what should happen in Nigeria going forward? Like, even when you have all the resources and yet you are not doing your job or not meeting those timelines, what should happen, or what usually happens?
You see,
I've leave the government alone for a second. Now we are addressing the companies now that they are also.
There's nothing the companies can do, Babati, if money is not released to them.
Hold on. I'm saying that even when they have the funds, like they claim that they have paid them, and yet they're not doing the job, is what I'm asking. What happens then?
You see, that's why I'm saying that, Babati, Umar is the one saying this. And until it's debunked, we can say, okay,
so you don't believe him. You don't believe that's true.
You see, there's so many things people have said we cannot believe them.
I'm only asking now.
See, that is where integrity comes in and honesty comes in. When you see somebody,
Babati, do you think Umahi, right, can come on national hair?
Oh God!
And wait. This is not just this is not just probably
because the company will have said, okay, it's not true. We're not paid.
The government, right? A government coming on live TV, lying against a company, not just any company, right? Do you think that is anybody can actually do that? That we've paid you 20 billion and you didn't do the job. Do you think?
And we've not the company is yet to respond. Abi, the burger is yet to respond to that allegation, right?
What would they respond to? Because they've collected the money.
Okay, that's what I was trying to find out from National Mind. That if that is true, then was I know in America.
If that's true, then I don't know. You see, I don't have all the fact in front of me to understand what is going on. You see, the Nigerian case is a case.
Because we were discussing timelines in America earlier now.
Yeah, I understand.
So that's what I'm asking. That
I understand. I don't know why they've not mobilized. Why they've not gone to the site, and maybe they're doing their. I don't know. You see, there's so many factors we have to consider, because if it's that same place that Woman just showed us in that video, then it means that a lot of things have to be factored in. I mean, you have to bring the so-called EI environmental or whatever that lady was complaining about. You have to consider. You have to factor that in, because that road, it was abandoned, so new things must have developed. You can't just say you want to start bringing what's it called, heavy duty equipment to the site and start just breaking places or whatever. You have to send in people there to go and do investigation and see what needs to be done. How can they divert? Do they have to do some embankment, or they have to put some kind of pipe some pipes that would be draining off the water. These are some of the things you have to. So not because you're giving them boom 20 billion. So the question is, when did they give them the 20 billion? When was it paid? Just 2 days before it came on here and started mentioning it?
Them 2 days now.
You said what?
It's not 2 days. So let me ask you something.
No, I didn't hear that part. What did you say, Larry?
Okay, when did this particular East-West road? When was that contract awarded?
I think that should be way back in the. I think if not way back in the 70s or 60s. I don't know. I mean,
no, not 70s or 60s.
When was that?
It was like around. No, it was in the 1999, 2000. I mean, the plan has been there, right? Then they started building it from Calabar down to Uyo, and they stopped for over 5 to 6, 7 years. Right now, the axis, I think they now started coming down from that Warri area. It has been a mess, right? So what they do is that they build and they leave it. And whenever you build such facility or such structure, and you allow rain and everything, you leave it uncompleted. By the time you get back, right, it must have suffered some damages, even with this flooding, because if that road was done well, maybe we might not see this flooding because it might have a proper drainage system. Now, that road being covered in water, let's just take it that road has been compromised. You understand me? And to Babati, you asked the question, what should be done to a company that refuses to move to site after being paid? You revoke the contract. And they will pay fine.
Not just even revoking the contract. You penalize them. They will have to pay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You pay a fine.
You will pay
a heavy fine. And if there is any problem that arose from citizens using that road, every compensation must be paid to those people. That is the reason why over here, if you make such mistake, right? Why do you think that they do recall? They'll be like, oh, they found something in this case. Please bring it back. Why? Because they know the lawsuit. If it happens to 5, 6 people, 7 people, you have to pay. You see, the problem with Nigeria is that there is no penalty for wrongdoing. And see, just like Rational Mind said, some politicians, you cannot blame Julius Berger for the type of job they were doing that went bad, especially those that happened when they gave them that Bar Beach Road. Do you know what the terms of engagement was? We all live in Nigeria. We all know how they do their 10%, 20% off contracts. Rochas was doing it. Rochas will call you and tell you, see, this road, take this road. How much is this road? By the time Rochas and his family has taken away money from that contract, right? Probably they took about like 30 to 40% of the money. What are you going to do as a contractor? You will go and hide. That is the reason why in most places
you will lower the quality.
No. Rational Mind, some of them don't even move to sites. It happened with the NDDC. The corruption you see in NDDC is the same thing. You people will collect money and they will move to sites. It has happened many a time. Didn't Anthony do it with Bini bypass? That money, they basically get it. We did not get it till he died. And he died with that money. Sometimes I feel like if I was the president, even if you die, we'll go to your grave and dig you out. We will search you. Like, we're going to make it so dramatic that when people look at it, they won't do it again. So there should be penalty for wrongdoing. And if there's anybody that had accident as a result of your incompetence or as a result of you not moving to site, compensation will be paid, and it will be heavily paid. And you must listen to her. So by the time you do that, right, it does not matter which politician is giving you the contract. If the politician is telling you, hey, stop the contract so that we can, you tell them, hey, look, I'm not ready to pay this amount of money. Thank you.
Well, let me round up because I can see the patient in the comment section already. I know that should be enigmatic, claiming to be a VD or every whatever it comes to. You see, Yeah, the reason why I'm very evasive in my response on here is just that I'm very, very careful not to compare Nigeria. I do compare Nigeria to what is done here in some ways. So sometimes when you ask me questions, you want to pin me to an answer. The reason why I evade answering certain questions, or I speak the way I do, is just so that not tomorrow you come and pin me to that, say, see what he did, see what he said here, and then look at, so that's why I evade, because Nigeria is not here. And Nigeria cannot be here because America is far, far ahead of Nigeria in the way they practice their democracy and the level of transparency here. But can we learn from that? We can learn. It's left for our policymakers within that country.
Do we want to learn?
That's another question. Do we want to learn? That's another question. Do we want to learn? So that's a good question, Babati. I don't know. It's up to us to, you see, again, I will debate that question because I don't want to generalize that we do not want to learn. But the question is, do we want to learn? Well, that's the question that we also have to ask our those people who are our leaders, who are the policymakers in Nigeria. The reason why I speak the way I speak is just because I don't want you to pin me to it. Not as if I don't have answers to some of the questions that are being thrown here, but I avoid it. So, in conclusion, one man, I just feel like Tinubu has more priorities than just the coastal line, and if he truly says the kind of person that you people have always championed him to be, which I don't think he is, has never even been in any time in his life. He's just a phony guy. He has always been the false identity that he has always used and all of that, and everything about him is just just based on lies. So, but then if we have to go by what you people are saying that he is, okay, all right, let's assume he says, then let us see transparency. Let us see transparency. The lady was asking, brought up the IEA something that she brought up about the environmental impact of that road. Have you guys factored that in? Because that is one of the things you have to consider even before you do the project. But already they started the project without even, and Umai was saying that, yeah, they have it. Will you make it public will you make it known to the public to this very day? And I'm yet to hear anything about it. Until originally somebody was saying that, oh yeah, they produced one, and the one they produced was even after even the project has started already. I don't know, maybe you see, that's another thing about the Nigerian space. We don't even know what to believe anymore. We see all kinds of different documents, different kind of even doctored, superimposed voice on some kind of thing that were not real after they've been caught in lies. That's what we're saying. When we come here, we speak with the cynicism, and I'm very evasive in answering certain questions here, just because I'm trying to avoid being pinned down by some comments I've made here, because I don't want somebody saying, you said this, yeah, and you look at what happened, because the Nigerian space is just full of lies. That country, that is why we're not getting it right in that country. We're not saying here they don't go on propaganda too, but at least 60% of whatever you do may be based on truth, and it is transparent. People can see it. If 60% in things in Nigeria are done transparently, I tell you, it will propel our country, and investors will come in because they see. You see the judicial system, everything is transparent. I mean, if something 60% of the things in Nigeria is done right, at least the 40% we can say maybe the criminals, they're having their field day. Well, that's good, but at least 60%, that's more than half. But whereby you have almost 97% of the Nigerian space is just all built on lies and falsehood and everything. I mean, you want me to be speaking to it and be authoritative on something since I speak here? No, I will never do that. That's why I evade. I'm very evasive in my answers. When you ask me questions, I will just avoid answering certain questions. So, one man, yeah, for me, Tinubu has a lot to do. The coastal road, do we need it? I believe we need it, but the timing is not right. But I know what he's trying to do. He wants to campaign with it, and I know even the campaign. If I say Nigerians are gullible again, they will have to vote for this guy in 2027, or if he ever runs again, because I just know this is another white elephant project to put Nigeria on the long run again, so that they can see him as somebody who is getting things done. I don't know whatever you people are thinking about. They've been giving out to high-tech, from what I gathered, over $1 trillion has been given out to them, and you call it PPP. So when is the other people, the private people that are bringing money into it, when will they bring their own money to come and start the project? Is it that federal government will have to fund the first phase? Is that what it is? So you see, these are some of it. We don't even have all these documents in front of us. Nobody can even say we can go to one website. We go and read about how the whole bidding process and what was the specification for this specification for this project. We can't even see all of this. It's only what Umai comes to tell us. How do you expect any reasonable country to move forward when people are abroad who wants to come and invest in Nigeria? They can't even say anything, any document, any public document to that effect to show that this is the transparency that we're saying. We don't. It's only what Umai comes to tell us. And another day we have to find out that this is just a lie. Another thing that they're just falsehood they're trying to put out there. So you see why we're not moving forward in that country. And you want to expect somebody like to come and put my money in Nigeria.
Rational mind. Omahi spat on our kids. If you stay in the diaspora, Omahi spat on you by his actions or his response against Leila. Because let me tell you, most of us say, even one man, we are understanding him very well. I mean, if one man goes to Nigeria and speaks like, they will say, oh, Nagayo, they speak for me. But that coming from a minister, what that lady said was loud and clear. It was a question of process. Are you not going to do an environment, even if you want to do a common business? Are you not going to do business research? And the lady is asking you for something, and you say, oh, I don't hear for it, I don't hear for it. The arrogance, the sheer arrogance. And people were supporting Omahi. So why would they vote Tinubu in 2027? They will. Those fools are still around because they don't even know when they're being insulted. It was quite shameful from that moron, Omahi. Thank you.
Yeah, woman. Let me just say this quickly before you move to the next person. Seriki Abikulante Porukwe. I mean, I don't understand. You're telling me that I should go and bomb your place. I mean, some people are just so stupid here. I mean, like, what is wrong with some people? I mean, we're only here to talk about critique things in Nigeria. Why are you people so on the edge when you hear your Tinubu and whatever being criticized? I mean, I don't understand some people. I don't just get it. I mean, I know one man said I should not comment because just sometimes these people just rile me up on this comment section. We are all here to critique and see that even if we speak the way we speak, like sometimes that look like we don't want that country to work. Not because we hate that country, we don't want it to work. Because we just feel that the criminals does not have the answers to it. That's why we critique them. If I caught it, I mean, I don't get it. And you're there calling yourself out there. I mean, I don't get it. What is wrong with people? Can you speak to what I'm saying? If whatever I said, critique it too. I mean, I'm not against that. And you'll be calling me. I mean, or they're here. I know I call out people. They're not you, but the criminals in Nigeria. But it's okay. I know some of you are just attack dogs that are sent here by your Tinubu to come and be attacking people like us. I don't give a shit. I mean, I don't care if you come here and do that. I will speak. I will continue speaking. We'll continue critiquing Tinubu. If you like, go and die. So one man, are you still there?
We registered people like Ajele Koko and Babati and Walmart that they pay better money.
We don't need to register.
That they pay better money. It can't be people waiting for a comment section. I beg you.
All right. So well, I mean,
I just heard you, Joel. You said a lot of things against Omahi. The other day, when the opinion poll was carried out here between Omahi and Obi for president, majority of Nigerians on this platform voted for Omahi. So what are you talking about? Majority of Nigerians here on this platform voted for Omahi.
We know who they are. When Omahi finally comes out, they'll tell you where he's from. Don't worry. We know that game. Forget it.
So stop attacking Omahi. Omahi is not the problem. Omahi is just doing his job as given to him by the state.
If you did his job now, but you do it with sense. I'm sorry, our
you beg, don't buy me, God, no more.
I don't even know.
America dey go see one then. So English la man so guess it happen so dekere I mean, even my Yoruba is not longer even.
But you know what I have to give. Just give up on it. Give up. My worry.
Correct me now. Yeah, I'm not.
But the point is this: I have to give him credit for at least choosing to go with the cement pavement than using asphalt. I think that's the way we need to start building roads in Nigeria now. It has to be concrete. You can't keep doing this. I mean, in some places you can use asphalt, but the major roads has to be concrete. You can't keep doing this asphalt. And so on that one, I give him kudos for at least changing the direction when it comes to the
Babati, either asphalt, either what's it called, concrete. The issue is the quality.
Yeah, I know, but at least. Yeah. So, but if you compare and contrast, you will still get your return on investment better on.
But then let me say this, Babati. There's a question I want to throw to you. Why some of you hype this coastal road? It's not going to be free. At least for the next 100 years or whatever years they said. Let's assume that this PPP, like they said, it's the majority of the money is going to bring by the private people. They are going to tow it. And it's not like it's free, like the East-West road that was once, I mean, later became free after they towed it for many years. But what I'm trying to say is that it's not free. So why are we coming to hype it like as if it's some kind of Nigerian project that is Nigerians are going to benefit? I'm going to pay to apply that road. If I have to from Lagos, drive on that road to Cameroon or to go to Akwa Ibom or to Cross River, every toll on that road, like how many said it's going to be there, like almost like 20 something, how many? I have to pay. I have to pay for that road. It's not free. So by the time I apply that road, I'm already spending 10,000 naira. How many thousand naira they say we will be paying just before you get to Calabar or where the end of that road? You know what that means? Somebody who
but the project itself is not actually Nigerian. I mean, Nigeria is part of the project. It's a West African. It's called the Trans-West African Coastal Highway.
You understand that? That's forget.
So it's not just Nigeria only.
What about semantics? That's just semantics. But my point is this:
it's not. It's a fact. It's not semantics.
We understand, but I'm saying within the Nigerian space, if somebody who has to go from Lagos to his own village, say he wants to go to Akwa Ibom, or he wants to go to Cross River, then if he has to go on that road, if he's driving his own personal vehicle, then he has. So imagine somebody clears a good from the seaport. And then he has to pay every toll before he gets to Calabar. Not as if it's free. It's not free.
Yeah, they said 15 years. Like, I would like to see.
How many years?
They said 15 years.
Why do we even have this?
Hold on now. Okay, on that one, when it comes to towing, I want to see the details. Is it to that? Because if they go overboard, I will critique that as well. So, but they said 15 years to make their money back from the federal government side. So now the private investment, I don't know how long that. We don't have that detail yet. But Umari said, for the government's contribution to the project, they also will be tolling for 15 years to recoup their own investment in that. So, but let's wait for the details for that first before we,
They've not even worked out.
Wait.
What did they even submit even in the bidding term? When they don't even have all the details of all of these things?
Rational mind. I thought it's going to be only one toll.
For where? They said it's about 20 something toll, and they go.
Chinekimna.
Yeah.
Oh, so 20 something toll. Babati say you take all his family. Nah, see. Anyway, it's okay.
You see, we need to be talking about all this. These are some of these things we need to be talking about, because when people say, "Oh, they're doing okay," it's a good project. Like I said, it's not a bad project. We need a coastal road. Nigeria is even long overdue for that. And in fact, if they have a train in between it, why not? Good. But the point is this transparency around that thing. That's what we're critiquing. And when we start critiquing it now, so
you don't mind. So you don't mind the project.
But I don't know. I mean, I'm going to say this.
I know, because
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's not a bad idea, but the timing. And okay, fine. If let's talk about the timing. I'm going to mean the timing here. Talking about, is it the one we need right now when the Nigerian state is in a mess?
Let me also say something.
So I beg, let me just say this. Continue. You take it back. So we had what's his name? This billionaire guy, Dangote, saying this whole Naira thing was a mess of the thing. He says from 400 and something naira to a certain 1,000 something naira, it's a mess. I mean, if a billionaire could be affected by that, that's to tell you where we are right now. And if Nigeria was to be viable, economically viable, or we have the money, why is Tinubu junketing from different world capitals asking for investors to come to Nigeria? So you see, it's just a misplaced priority here. I see here. Do I think we need it? We need that coastal road, but the timing is not right. Your first year of your administration, you started racking up all these problems on your head. That's the problem. Any government that is going to
I was gonna say we don't need the road. That's the difference between me and rational mind. You know, it's on Nigerian. The thing I sent to one man, he was avoiding showing the picture because you want to see who actually owns, does not be collecting these tolls from Nigerians, right? They look like Uyibo, he and his son. This is the difference between Nigeria and South Africa, for example. We go on a platform and we're talking to them. Oh, you're only looking good because you have white people build this for you, build up for you, right? This man owns the entire Eco-Atlantic. That's a huge real estate out of our country. All the roads leading over there. For a Nigerian to go there, they're going to pay through their teeth. So now you're going to build this coastal highway that traverses the entire coast of our country. So if I want to take my wife or my kids to go to the coast, I have to pay all that money into how many tolling stations, and he owns it for many, many, many decades, right? We're Nigerians, for crying out loud. You look at the guy, you tell me how many uncles you have that looks like that, Mr. Shagori. He's always a Nigerian, he was born in Nigeria. Okay, fine. The Oyubos in South Africa, they're South Africans. But this man is taking, not only now in Lagos, where they own all kinds of things, he wants to bring it in our coastal thing, where he's going to be charging us money. He owns the entire thing. We can't get anywhere without paying. That is nothing Nigerian about that company. He's been ambassador.
Mr. Passat.
Yeah, let me just
even here in the US, don't we have the same thing?
No, we don't have where you have Nigerians owning coastal.
No. In terms of towing roads.
No, we have towing roads now, but you have to compare. So you have to compare apples to apples now. That's not the major thing. I'm not against. Hold on, sir. Could you just hold on? Hold on. What I'm saying is that if I was here talking being against toll, right, then you could say that if you're, but I'm saying it's not an indigenous thing. We're Nigerians. That's why we're different from South Africans.
He's Nigerian too.
So even here in the US, is everybody? So even here in the US, you being in the US now, aren't you an immigrant?
Yes, I am.
So if you do something now, so probably because your color doesn't really, align with probably Native Americans, does that make you non-American?
No, it doesn't. And that's why I'm not making that. I'm not making that.
Because that's the argument you're saying. You said,
no. You have to hear me out in order to. That's a subtle but important difference in what I'm saying, right? You saw how one man didn't want to show that picture. I mean, that picture, there was two of them. I don't know how he managed to do it. Show the text without the picture. It's on Nigerian. Now you could own stuff and prosper. You're not supposed to come and take over all our major assets and start charging us money. There's no date certain when you're really, it's like the ones they have in Lagos already. Going to that Eco-Atlantic, the toll gates and all that stuff. That is some kind of, these are Lebanese. I don't care what you say. I'm not against that. How many Nigerians own coastal?
That's a little bit racist, though.
How many Nigerians own coastal? Even if you're a Nigerian Lebanese, right? You're not gonna go over there owning those kind of things. You could own real estate, but you're not gonna come and be charging us money on our roads. It's on Nigerian. In South Africa, maybe. Luckily for us, we don't have the problem they have in South Africa. You saw what eventually happened when they took over those diamonds and took over their resources. They then implemented apartheid. If these people keep taking over all forget about oil, that's gone. A few days ago, I posted something where one company owns like 2,800 something oil wells, outside company. And I was making the case that we should reclaim all those oil fields from all these private hands. But if you're going to come in there, putting in toll gates for years, decades, probably centuries. Then what do we have? We've been taken over. So I have to tell you, Nigerians don't have that problem, but South Africa does. So don't say, if I'm in America, let me go and try to own a coastal road that goes from, let's say, New York to Washington D.C. or something like that. And I'm gonna put some tolls in
If you
between that.
invest in it, you can do it in America too.
No, you
If
cannot do that. Some things you cannot do. A lot of things
your
are
money,
national security. For example,
even
if
here
you
in
get
America,
attacked by Lebanon and he shuts those,
Mr.
you saw
Pastor,
our kids trying to protest at the toll gate,
Mr.
and
Pastor,
he had them locked in there and start shooting at them. Right?
no, that's not what
No
we're
Nigerian
saying.
will shoot at their students and their kids
No,
waving the
that's
flag.
not what we're saying. You're
No,
actually
but hear me
saying,
out. You don't try to bury smoke, right? Just
no,
hear
I'm not
me out.
very small
I'm making
because
a case.
you're saying you're kind of like comparing Nigeria to a place like America, and we both live in America. Even here in America, if you invest in that kind of road and you need to recoup your money, if they're not paying you cash, they kind of like, spread it across. Even the toll that you're collecting is part of you recouping your money. So the problem I have is because you're comparing this with America. You live in America, I live in America too.
Right. I can never in America go and get a contract that goes all that coastal highway without bidding on it, without them checking me out and look at, see, do I have outside convictions and all kinds of things, my work ethos. But most particularly, the one I want you to respond to is that we have a toll gate that they're involved in, and our kids were there protesting, waving the flag. Now, which Nigerian, even if you're a military dictator, is going to shoot at your youngsters because they're in a toll gate that belongs, supposedly supposed to belong to them, and they're praying? Some of them are praying. So that kind of hostile activity is something like, say, you know what? This is my land. You get off my land.
No,
and you're gonna shoot a kid.
Can we?
Who are you blaming for that?
Gentlemen, please? Gentlemen, can we hold on, please?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
How?
Let me just make the case now. Listen to me. Now, I'm not saying this is concrete proof, but it passes the prima facie case where you have to then go ask them. They have interest in that toll gate. Tinubu at least does, right? And that toll gate leading to that Eco-Atlantic and all kinds of things. And when Nigerians, especially the youth, converged on that toll gate and they were showing patriotism to Nigeria by singing their national anthem and waving the Nigerian flag, it has to be an unpatriotic person that would unleash that kind of mayhem on them, who they feel threatened and they have no respect for Nigerian citizens.
How is what you are saying now related to the coastal?
Look, Babaja. Let me say this. If we have 26 toll gates on that road, what that tells you, is just simple, that project has excluded over 85% of the country's population. 80% of our over 80% of our population cannot run from Lagos.
What do you mean by the road excluded 85%?
No, because if you're going to tow it, if you're going to have 26 toll gates, how many of us have that money? That is the problem.
Every state are their own along that route.
They are telling you that it's going to be. Hold on. That's what I'm telling you now. Every state is going to have toll gate, and we have already how many states? About 11 states on that road already.
When you are
right?
Traveling, hold on. Have you been to New York before? Have you traveled by road to New York before from Tennessee?
Yes.
Okay, so
no. I'm not.
Hold on. You have not.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So you don't know how tolls work.
Babaji, what did you say? Wow.
No, because I've driven from Buffalo, New York to Houston before, and I know how many tolls I had to pay. You just It's uncountable. You get.
I understand now. I understand what I'm just saying. The point I'm making is this: you are able to make that payment because you're able to afford it. On the average, the American can afford those toll gates. Don't be $1 to $2. But I promise you that toll gate is not going to be, because the one in Lagos is about 1,000. It's not going to be all these 200 naira to 300 naira. It's going to be about 2,000, 3,000.
Driving into New York, I remember as of 2 years ago, it's almost like close to 20 bucks now. Just to get to that whatever it's called, New Jersey to New York.
New Jersey, Pennsylvania.
20 bucks one way.
And
Okay, 40 bucks. This is my thing. This is my thing about T, right? I am talking about our purchasing power. As an American, you'll be able to do that, right? Right. But what I'm saying is that, what if you look at Nigeria, for instance? It means that if they're going to charge, if we have 15 toll gates, let's say 15 toll gates as a case study, you're going to pay 15,000 naira from Lagos to Calabar.
But all these are still more of assumptions, though, right?
I know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Those toll gates will go down. No, it has to go down.
It's better you kind of like clarify that you are assuming.
I think it's 3 they are saying that we're going to have, but we are not sure yet.
No, on this. No, I'm saying. Look, see, don't get me wrong. Someone said on this platform right now that they're going to have over. I think over 15 toll gates. That's the reason why I made that statement. I now said that if you have over 15 toll gates on that road, that you have excluded over 80% of Nigerians using that road.
What I'm saying,
it's a fact.
Whoever that is saying that is just spring.
It's still more of assumption.
No. Well, that's what the rumor out there says. I don't like you said.
Rumor, really? Rumor.
Again, hold on.
We are doing rumor now, Abi.
Hold on. Yes, it is rumor because that's what we're saying here, that these people are not transparent.
Yeah,
these people are not transparent about what they are doing. I mean, if you want to do a project like that, there would have been details. Even during, you see, that was saying, you see,
God help me. God help me. Help me, God. Help me, God. Help me, God.
Please, what's going on?
Who is that? What's going on here?
Who is saying help? Is that one man or who?
Woman, are you there? Who has access to this? Who has access to the back end of this studio?
Can we try to get everybody on this?
Is that one man? Who was saying that?
Everybody there say something?
So it looks like somebody's in distress.
I'm here.
I'm here. Larry, I'm here.
Well, are you here? Joel?
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. I'm here.
Is it one man?
It sounds like it.
Who has one man's phone number? Call him to make sure he's okay. Because he looked at the person was in distress. Baba T, do you have one man's phone number?
Let me try to reach out. Hold on. I'm going to call him. No, it's okay.
Ajan Lekoko. Try to call him as well.
I'm trying to do that here.
Somebody said help or something, right?
Yeah. It's more of help.
In the distress.
Hey, God, though. There go.
Guys, look at our private message, please. Look at the private message. Let's move on.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine.
You know, Joel, let me call you.
Babati, please, Babati, don't say what it is, right? Look at the private message.
I am here. Carry on. I'm here.
Oh, you are working on that unit. All those. Okay.
Rational mind.
So what's going on?
They're having their usual sundown.
They use their sundown. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, are we in the free flow?
I don't want to talk.
I don't want to talk. And then I will be exiting the platform at some point when we're in the free.
Can I ask you? Can I ask you a question before you go? Just
no. Let me speak now.
Yeah.
No. For part.
He has a question. Yeah, go ahead.
So
Yeah.
let's even say they build the toll road, they build that road.
Speaking to first.
No, just one question. Am I being now? Let's say they have that road. Should that road be toll free?
Greetings to our listener around the world. Click on the like button.
He doesn't like to hear from me, so try to get permission from him to ask the question.
It's okay. Let's let them.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear
It's
you.
like you just ignore that
Okay.
people. It's okay. Go on. We're hearing you.
Let me. What are the topics? I can't even remember now.
Ben Bruce now. You know the video of Ben Bruce. You want to speak of that?
There is Ben Bruce, there is Edo, there is
Okay, let me speak on Ben Bruce. Okay. Can everybody hear me?
We can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Can somebody hear me?
We can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. So Ben Bruce. Okay, thank you. So Ben Bruce, that is supporting the coastal road. I think he should clear to everybody that all the political leaders in the South are on board with the president on this coastal road, because the economic value that this coastal road is going to bring to their region is going to be an everlasting one. So all the governors are in support of it. They welcome it. And that should tell everyone that politically they will support the president. Politically, they will support the president in the next coming election. The president, too, is very, very smart for embarking on this coastal road, because this coastal road will serve as a campaign point in 2027. And all the states that are connected with this coastal road could possibly be on board with him for re-election. So this coastal road carries economic value, at the same time political value for the president, an enduring legacy as well, because this kind of gigantic project is long time that we've got this. I mean, this is first of its kind anyway, coastal road. We've never seen it before. So economic value, political value, and enduring legacy.
What's the political value? What do you mean by political value?
Who is going to beat? Can
you hear us?
Who is the politician that want to campaign against this?
Can you hear us?
That will not be doing so at his own peril. Any politician that want to campaign against this is doing so at his own peril. And people that we have seen that have been constantly against this project are largely Easterners, Southeasterners. And I don't know why.
Didn't you hear the Northerners also criticizing him?
Well,
that? Haven't you heard the Northerners criticizing him for that?
I believe if this is a project that their part of the country is going to link with, I don't think they will go against it. I don't think so. Is it because it's not passing through their own side of the country? Is that why they are not on board with it? Is that why they are constantly attacking it? Is that why? What's the point? So
Ajale Koko, can you hear me? Ajale Koko,
we
can you
can
hear me, Ajale
question
Koko?
it. We can question the
Babati, can you hear me, Babati? Anybody there can hear me?
the process.
Yes, rational mind, we can hear you.
I can hear you, rational mind.
What's going on? Ajale Koko can't even hear. I don't know what's going on.
Hello?
Can you hear us?
He can hear you. He's ignoring you.
It's just ignore. Okay, all right.
Can you hear me? I can't hear anybody.
Oh, it says not hearing. Okay.
Babaja, we can hear you. Babaja, we can hear you.
How does
hear
he
you,
know
but
we're
you're not
talking
hearing
about
us.
hearing? How does he know we're talking about hearing?
Yeah, I can hear you guys now.
Okay.
So somebody is
we're
saying
trying to interject
rational
you.
mind is saying something. I can't hear rational mind. But anyway.
Reagan used to do that in politics here in the United States.
I don't know what you're talking about. I can't hear with rational mind. So
You can't hear me,
but,
right? Is that what
you
you're
know,
saying?
I can hear
Do
you
you
very
mean you can't
well.
hear me or you just
Passat,
ignore me?
and some other, maybe it's X0 or who is that? And hear that person. So, but you see, yes, we can question the we can question that maybe they didn't award that contract with, you know, I mean, by following the due process or this and that. We can say that, yes, it's shrouded in corruption and all of that. I don't have dispute. I don't have no problem with people saying that. But to totally condemn this project that, oh, this is not the project that we need now. We need to fix all the Nigerian road before. That means the project will never come. It will never come. And like, you know, the idea for this project, to build this project, came up during the time of, in 2005. And since then, we've been waiting. We never do anything about it. And this guy is now taking up the courage to do it. And we are saying it's not a good project. What I am particularly after, what I want to see is people that are going to be taken out from their ancestral homeland by this project should be adequately compensated. That is what I am interested in. They should be adequately compensated and relocated. This is what we should be talking about. I'm not talking that those ones that are going to be taken away from them, those are our own people. And those are the people that we should be fighting for their interests. What is going to become the future of these people and the generation coming after them? Where will they point to at their place of origin? Those are the people that we should be fighting for. Fighting the government that they should be adequately compensated and relocated.
Ajale Koko, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can I
and if this road is going to be
Ajale Koko, Ajale Koko,
those are the people that really matter to me.
Ajale Koko, can you hear me?
Rational man is calling you. Ajale Koko, rational man.
I can't hear him now. Where is that man speaking? Am I?
But you can hear other people, but you can't hear me. What is going on?
Yeah, who is that?
Rational mind wants to
I will use that next time. That's a very clever trick.
That's a very
okay. Talk now, rational mind. I cannot hear him. I don't know.
You cannot hear me, right?
Side of where I am in my house. That you know.
You say make you talk. Go ahead. Make you talk.
I want to ask you a question.
Rational mind. Let me hear you. What are you saying?
Okay. Now you said something. Can you hear me now?
I couldn't see.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
you
go
hear me?
ahead. I'll tell him what you said. What do
Okay,
you
what
want to
did
ask?
rational man say? Yeah.
Can
So
he
I
go
can
out
hear
and come
you.
back in again? Because this is kind of awkward, man. I don't know.
Yeah, this is
Pansat,
awkward.
can you tell me what he said?
I'm
Yeah, I've not
listening.
even said
Go
anything.
ahead.
I've not said anything. Yeah, what about saying it?
He's enjoying this, so the way Pastor himself is enjoying this. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, my
I'm
question
gonna
is
use
this.
it next time when I'm on a panel. I won't hear anybody that I know will project me. It's very effective.
All right, Ajay, let me just quickly say that maybe somebody
Okay,
can.
Pansat, can you say what
No,
the
I've not said
rational man?
anything. Let me say
What
it.
did
Let
he
me say
say?
it.
He's saying it now. Just give him a minute. Go ahead,
Let me
rational man.
say it.
Hurry up.
Let me say it. So what I'm saying is this: for the fact that people are being evicted,
I don't know
from,
why I cannot hear him.
Oh God. Okay, let me just leave it alone. Let me just leave it alone. Because I
Okay,
wanted
he
to
says
ask you
go
question.
ahead. He said continue.
One man, can you take him out and bring him back
He's
in? I
not
think that's
saying
what's going
anything
on.
anymore.
No, he said go ahead.
Okay.
How the hell
He's
is
scared
the
of
only one
saying
that can hear
whatever
you?
because
That
he
is
know
kind
I'm
of
going to punch him back in a very hard way. So we should be speaking and fighting for the interest of people, that this road, construction of this road, will be taken away from their ancestral homeland, and not talking, oh, go and complete all this road before this thing. That is I mean, I don't want to use I don't want to say something that is it's not good. So those are the people that really matter to me. The villages that this road are going to pass through, people that be taken away, those are the people that really matter to me. Along the 10 states that this road, this project will this project will surface. So, and Ben Bruce, as you know, you might take it or not, is one of the political leaders in the South. He was a former senator, very admirable senator. When he speaks on the floor of the House, he speaks most of the time for the interest of his people, in defense of the interest of his people. So when he's speaking now, he's speaking for his people. So the people in the South, and
If
the
he wants to
political
speak
leaders in the South,
of his people, hold on, Ajay. If he
all
wants to
the
speak
governors
of his people, oh, God,
have declared their
this is,
support. What else do you want?
Come on.
When
What's
all
going
the
on here?
leaders
I
in
mean,
a
like,
particular area have declared their support for
Pastor,
this.
are you interjecting, Ajay?
And I believe all the 10 states that go to all the governors.
Okay, let me try. I mean, he may stop hearing me. Let me. I think that rational mind, just go ahead and say what you have to say. Then I'll tell it to him.
Okay,
go
now,
ahead. Hurry up.
Ajay, you said something when you were saying here. You said so many things. Now you talk about people being
I don't know why I
evicted.
can't hear him.
No, I'm gonna tell you what he's saying. He said you talk about many people being
You
evicted.
talk about many people being evicted from their ancestral land.
From their ancestral land.
Hold on. Let me just land. Let me just say,
Okay.
Pastor, let me just say everything finish, and then you can tell him. So,
okay.
Yeah. So you said people being evicted from their ancestral land. Should this not have been factored in all of this project? Does that not even tell us that this project was rushed?
It says, shouldn't this have been factored in? Doesn't it show that it was rushed? That's good enough. Let him go ahead and answer that. Go ahead.
Repeat that again.
He's saying all these people you're concerned about that are being evicted, shouldn't it have been factored in before the construction itself? It should have been a main concern before. Shouldn't it have been factored in giving a go for this thing here? Isn't it medicine after death for you to be concerned about it now? All these people are being evicted.
I think rational man is just trying to. He just want to say something. Just say something that I don't even know what to say. Look, the project has
Baba, you're 100% correct.
The project
Because
has started.
when any of such project is being carried out, it will always affect people.
Okay.
Okay,
So,
can I ask you a question then of my own? I mean, you guys are going on and on. Let me get a
hold
word
on.
in
Let me
too.
answer. Let me answer rational mind first. See,
Okay.
Look, the project have started. Compensation has commenced. So, but what I'm urging us to do is to stand with our people. Let them be adequately compensated and let them be relocated to a safe place. Let them be relocated to a safe place. That is what we should be talking about. Because this was done. This has been done in the past by previous administration, a long time, during the Gowon period, when they were building the Kata Bridge and Echo Bridge. A lot of places that homes that were affected, these people were relocated to Surulere. They were compensated and relocated.
Okay, all right.
So
Let's accept that. But I have a question for you. I think that's a good enough answer for what you're saying.
Yeah.
Elections have consequences. This is what their priority is, right? But you, as a Nigerian, you know what our own priorities are. Sure, that's one criticism that can be leveled. I'm not really concerned about that. My question to you, though, is like those who come here and they're always talking about Igbos want to take over Lagos, blah, blah, blah. Igbos want to take over. You have to have a governor that doesn't speak Yoruba and he wants to be governor. Ethnic jingoism in essence. But here you have a Lebanese, not even a Nigerian, actually taking over Lagos, right?
That's
Look at the
not
neighborhoods.
true.
No, hold on now. Let me give you this. Let me give you some facts. It's not a lie.
That guy is a Nigerian.
Okay, that's what I'm saying,
He's
though.
a Nigerian. Don't
I
say
Igbo's Nigerians, but hold on now. Let's hear what I'm saying. You don't like to hear from me.
No, he's a Nigerian. Don't say he's a Lebanese.
Okay,
he's a Nigerian.
But listen to me that aren't Igbos and others Nigerians? They are Nigerians, right?
Are Fulani not Nigerians?
Excuse me?
Are Fulanis not Nigerian?
Okay, but just hold on. The only time you're gonna say that if there's anybody that is from Cameroon or something like that.
You're trying to paint a picture as if the guy is a Lebanese.
If you look at why are you being disruptive? Relax.
No, because you're trying to lie to.
Okay, but hold on now. When I lie, that will give you a chance to poke holes in what I'm saying. The best gift I'm gonna give you here is to lie in what I'm about to say. So don't fight somebody lying to you. I'm trying to say to you right now, the point I was making earlier, which is a more serious charge. When I say I'm going to the Lekki Free Trade Zone, right? Which means Nigerian government won't get any taxes from activities over there because it's a free trade zone. And it includes Dangote refinery. It includes all these, in this case, a Fulani, right? But it includes this bridge. It has all kinds of things that affects neighborhoods such as Jakande, Phase 1, Ekate Elugesi, Victoria Garden City, Oshakpa, Agungi, Lekki Palm City, all those areas. And they're methodically cutting off people, like you said, the ones you care about, evicting them. They did that in that area without proper due process or full compensation. And they're cutting off our federal government for getting any money from that activity. And then having our oil piped from the south to that Dangote. Those are our major resources on our lands, right? And of course, you have Bobrisky that lives over there. That's true. They have some famous people, two Babade. But those are just residents for stars. The major thing I'm saying to you is that when we had our case come to that toll gate, even our army had initially denied that they were the ones doing the shooting. So the question is then who was shooting at our kids who were just protesting in that toll gate? So if you have 21 of these toll gates and they're semi-private, and we'll have to pay when we use it. But if there's an emergency, our people go on those toll gates, and then you're gonna have an actual invasion by foreign military, because you're carving this thing out. It's so far very developed. It's like, you know, Igbo land, but it's not for us. So if you are saying that Igbos are going to be taking over Lagos, if you elect this governor and you're concerned with that kind of jingoism, tribal jingoism, how come you're not worried? I said, show the picture of Mr. Shagori and tell me how many nephews or uncles you have that look like those two people. That's not Nigeria. It's not Nigerian. You could become a resident or naturalize, but you're not supposed to cut up our landscape, make it exclusive, things that involve national security.
Are you an American?
Yes, I am.
What makes you an American?
I became an American citizen.
But through what means?
By naturalizing myself to be an American citizen.
That's what Shagori. That is
no. They were born. No, they've been in that country
in Nigerian
early 1900s.
And I saw
he was born. He's a Lebanese that's born in Nigeria.
Okay, whether it's
in Lebanon. But,
hold on.
Yeah.
Whether through birth or through nationalization,
yeah,
he's a citizen and he have the right, you know, to apply for government contract, to work and do whatever he want to do in Nigeria, as long as is in conformity with the law of Nigeria.
Right. That's what I'm saying. If you shoot at our kids that are protesting, right?
What you are saying now,
you're not addressing my main point. I'm saying that they shot at our kids at Lekki Toll Gate, right? They shot at our kids. Now, maybe you don't know what's over there.
Shagori shot at the kids. Shagori.
The owners of that Lekki Toll Gate. Hold on. The owners of that toll gate who turned off that light that night.
Okay.
Let me land now. Well, don't spoon feed me. Let me land. I'm telling you something that you can verify.
Okay. I only allow you to interject, but you are digressing. You are taking us to where does not relate to the topic. So
but it's not. But it's not false. It may not relate to what you're talking about, right?
Yeah. So you are just
you could say that, but it's not false, though.
Upside down. Don't turn this conversation to a bear parlor. This is a.
But when have you ever shied away from talking tribal and color of somebody's language, somebody's ethnic background? Yeah.
Ogunlesi owned Gatwick Airport, and many other Nigerians that are not even Yorubas own some certain strategic assets in other countries, and we hail them. Hey, Igbo Kwenu. I see you guys on social media. Yeah, Igbo Kwenu. If it's even Yoruba say, oh, Omoluabi. That is, our people are doing well outside of the continent, Abi, in another man's land, Abi. They got contract.
But listen to me. When you have,
I beg you, this double standard.
Oriental Hotel. Hold on now. Hold on now. When you have Oriental Hotel, Lekki Peninsula, Lekki Toll Gate, Lekki Ikoyi, the Link Bridge, Second Toll Gate, Peninsula Hotel, all owned by the same cabal. Just hold on.
And what is wrong with that? They have the money to buy it. You buy it too.
But it's not money, because if you then extend your tentacles to go traverse miles, hundreds of miles from that area then into Calabar, and you're gonna be building toll gates.
You turn your interjection to, you know.
Okay, well, let me just land quickly. I appreciate that. I'll give it back to you. But what I'm saying is, can you then tell me, if you have one toll gate established and we have dozens of our kids killed on that toll gate because you turned off the light, why should we allow you to build 21 more? Why should we not be concerned about the implication of your trying to extend your tentacles from that area that you've established by awarding a no-bid contract shrouded in secrecy, right? out of.
Just make it short.
Who's just snoring like that? Huh?
Yeah, somebody's snoring, but just make it short.
Okay,
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Just
okay.
go ahead and deal with that. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Rational Mind. Go ahead.
You see, is Rational Mind monitor or who?
No,
Okay.
go on. We're listening.
Let me say this.
Go on.
Can everybody hear me?
We can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can people hear me?
Okay. What's going on now? Can you hear me? We can hear you.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you, Baba. Baba, continue. We are hearing you. We are listening to you.
Okay, so
who is snoring
look,
there?
as far
it's probably one man.
As far as I'm concerned, I don't want to get my head.
Sorry, who is snoring?
Into what I don't know. Into what I don't know. How many toll gates we are going to have on that coastal line?
But you guess about everything else. Why are you avoiding guessing this time? You know everything else, and you guess about everything.
No, I don't guess. I like to be factual. So I'm not fact. Somebody ringing. So I don't want to be talking on what I'm not sure about. So talking on the
hello,
the toll gate, I think it's just
hello. Yeah.
Hello. Who's that? Hello. So I think talking on the toll gate, how many toll gates that we're gonna have, I think it's just irrational. It's just a way of, it's just one of these tactics that that are opposition to this coastal road. It's just one of you people are just jumping from pillar to pole, just to
Ajalekoko, can you hear me?
Road, construction of this
Ajalekoko, can you hear me?
You people started with
rational mind.
I really want to interject him.
You're a ghost. You're a ghost too. I don't know why.
No. I
can't hear him. I don't know what happened to his.
No, every other people can hear me. Only you cannot hear me.
So,
only you cannot hear me.
You people started. They need to fix all the road in Nigeria.
Scream, shout up, try to speak up loud as if you hear.
It's late
so
here.
you people have attended another class
my
today,
voice?
And now you are coming up with, the toll gate is going to be like, what is wrong with you guys? You guys should just stop this. You cannot win. You have started this road.
No, Aja, if you operated one toll gate, you kill our people for that one. You want to go be 21 more. We should ask you a question now. You turned off the lights on the only one that you have.
I don't care.
I believe that in the memory of all those people that were killed in that toll gate, right? I know our politicians are stupid. There is no way, if I'm in Nigeria, that I'm going to let you build one unless you tell us what happened at that toll gate that you're operating over there, and why our case were shut at, and who turned off the lights in that toll gate, and why should we let you build one more?
I don't want to go to 2020 issue. The issue of 2020 has nothing to do with what we are doing now or what the construction of this total road. Don't take me back to then. That one is a forgone issue. It's gone. So don't bring that up to
no, it never go. Chibok guests never go. All these crimes in our country, we're gonna visit each one of these things, right? They never go. It's like the Chibok guests. You don't go. You never go.
Do you know that you are interrupting me? You don't want when you are speaking.
All right, sorry. Go ahead. I'll stay mute. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me talk. So this coastal road, they have started it. They've started the construction of this road. What do you want to do? And they've started compensation. They showed us the other day they invited all the people in this side, Lagos side, that are affected. They started the compensation of them. But what I'm suggesting is that we should go further and tell the government it is not only compensation that should be done, but relocation for them, and not condemning this road, because this road is going to bring economic value for the country. For the country is a huge, the economic value that is going to add it to what we have as an economy today. It's going to be huge. It's going to take us to the top. So, and I don't know why, what is the name of this works minister? Why he have to favor that guy that owned that resort area, that OJ hotel? Why did he favor him and not allow that road to pass through its own side? Why did he favor him with 50 miles? I mean, 50 meters instead of 20?
And yet, still shouting.
Why did he favor him when people in their ancestral own land were not favored, were not given such a kind of preferential treatment? And yet, some people from the eastern part of Nigeria, you are crying to the high heaven. Oh, they're building the hotel, they destroyed the resort of this guy, they destroy his business. What of the people in there? They never, for once, speak for that indigenous people on their ancestral homeland that have been taken.
Because they cannot. If they do, if they speak for the Yoruba, hold on now. If they speak for those people, they're gonna say they want to dominate them.
Have you guys spoken for once?
But listen, they
in favor
cannot.
of this, except that guy. Video after video. Let me speak, man.
No, I just want to answer that little point.
No, let me speak. Let me speak.
Answer. You cannot answer what you don't know. You cannot answer.
No, I have the answer.
No, let me speak.
Okay, but you're not gonna go on forever now.
Yeah, you have spoken. Let me speak.
Not as long as you've spoken already.
No, you have spoken. You spoke.
Okay.
And nobody
one more minute, please. 1 more minute. Go ahead. If you don't want interjection, it's a free flow. It's not your turn to speak.
I have the right to refuse your interjection. You know the rules.
Okay. But go ahead and end quickly so somebody else can speak. Go ahead.
Your interjection. I'm refusing your
they say
interjection.
we are in a free flow. It's not anybody's turn. It's a free flow. But go ahead and conclude so somebody else can speak.
I'm refusing your interjection, please. Nobody from the eastern part of Nigeria that ever spoke in favor of the people being taken away from their own land, except that man from their own side of the country.
As if he's the owner of the land. As if it's not just nonsense.
And they roll video after video out on the internet, shouting all over the world. Oh, they destroy investment in Nigeria. How do you want to bring investment in Nigeria? They are destroying look at what they're doing. But the people in their homeland have been taken away. Nobody spoke in favor of them. And the minister, he favored this man.
I'm speaking in favor of them. I have been speaking in favor of them.
Let us just.
You guys never speak in favor of them. That's just.
I have been speaking in favor of them. Ajanle Koko.
No. I engage a lot of people on Facebook today on this issue, on this matter.
What did you say?
You guys don't know. Do you know that today? Wait, every good project that have happened in Nigeria, the Southeasterners are always attacking Babaja. Do you know that today, Port Harcourt Aba has been running for the past 3 days, free of charge? Do you know what they are saying? It's a lie. It's the this. The same thing they said when
Port Harcourt to what? What happened?
about rail line.
Okay.
Tinubu already finished it. He already finished it, and they are giving them free of charge to take it for the past 3 days, sir.
Wow.
And these people, I encountered a lot of them on Facebook today. I spoke sense into that they are blocked.
Where's your fact to that? Where's your fact to that?
What were they saying? What are they saying? Something against it? What are they saying?
Where's the fact to that, Dorothy?
See, I normally tell you that I know Nigeria more than you people. You don't want to take it.
Come on, stop
See, let me tell you.
Stop this book crap. For the
past 3 days,
tell us
exactly. I know what happened.
Where's your
I have the fact. If you want the fact, I will give it to you.
Can you put it in the private section so that we can see and put it in the
I will put it in the private section.
Right.
For the past 3 days, Buhari started that rail line. You know when they started Lagos-Calabar, Advocacy started gauge. The Eastern Southerners were shouting, "Hey, they are giving this. Why would they go and borrow money?" So after they finished it, they gave it for almost a month for free, I think, something like that. Now, do you know what that standard gauge line now is bringing tourists to Nigeria? As I speak to you, in fact, there was a guy from Kenya who happens to be from Southeast that came purposely to show people in Kenya and other part of Africa that Nigeria has a world-class infrastructure. I watched that guy's video on YouTube. His name is called Kenneth Inwachi.
Where's the forward class infrastructure? Where's
you have not been, have you taken it? Have you taken it before? Have you taken it?
Take what?
Now, the government has done that.
Take what class infrastructure? What are you talking about? Can you? I didn't hear that part.
Lagos-Ibadan, standard gauge rail.
Is what?
Now,
this is world class infrastructure. Come on.
Yes, of course.
This guy, I mean, come on. Are you? Okay. I mean, are you serious?
Okay, let's not argue about that. But what I'm saying is that today,
it's a world class infrastructure. Come on.
Port Harcourt, about the line is on. I speak to you.
You can go on Nigerian only. All this is a world class, whatever. Don't come and selling all that book crap. We've traveled to see what the world class structure means, what it is. Don't come and be selling us those.
Let me tell you, that is a world class infrastructure. You will like it or you leave it. Have you been there before?
In your imagination, right? It's a world
I'm
class.
putting this to you. Have you been there? That rail line. Let me tell you, that rail line terminated in Ibadan, where I live, at the other side of my area where I live. And I know the amount of increase that we have in the real estate that we have around that area now, around that corridor now. I know the amount they sell land in that area now. I know the development that happens in that area.
The land that's selling is
no. It's not history. Port Harcourt Aba is working as I speak to you.
You come here, you come and spinning Abado narrative.
It's not Abado narrative. You don't know it. You don't know it.
What is so good? What is about what
I agree that you don't know. You don't know. Lagos, I'm telling you that Port Harcourt Aba is on as I speak to you.
So where's the fact? That's I'm asking you. Keep saying it. Where's the fact?
I'm going to show you the fact. Don't wait. Don't worry. I will show you. I'll give it to you. I'll put it in the private section. The same thing you guys said when they were building $1.2 billion second Niger bridge, up to the time that they constructed it and they commissioned it. The same thing. That was what all people from the Southeast were saying. I did not see anything until they commissioned it. Officially commissioned it under Buhari before he left in 2023. And we all saw it and we all love it. And they were go see, you don't need it. Go to YouTube, you will see Nigerians making money from Nigeria's infrastructure. The infrastructure that Nigeria has is not something that anybody can hide. It's not what anybody can lie about. I have no, go to YouTube. You don't know anything about Nigeria. Get this right. You know, the last time I lost my respect for you was when you said something on the platform that your feet, Nigerian Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road, your feet You don't bloody care about it. That day I gave up. That day I gave up.
But what are you talking about?
Because
who said that? Who said that? Is that rational mind?
Rational mind said that. Rational mind said that.
That what? By feet what? Can you repeat that, please? I didn't hear you. That what?
When the issue of landmark started, and people were saying, oh, okay, let's look at it this way. Okay, fine. People are affected. Landmark, I've been a good fan of Landmark. I saw him with Odemaya, and I love it. You said that that's your feet. That's your feet.
Hold on. Let me just add here.
And one man was asking you that this is the way that will affect Nigerians. You said you don't bloody care. You don't fucking care. Even if it's going to benefit Nigeria. If it's going to benefit Nigeria, that as far as that landmark guy is affected, it does not suit your purpose. I'm going to put this stuff in.
Can I have right of reply right now?
Yeah, rational man, please, before you reply, I just fact checked the speaker now. So what you said is true.
That
the federal government is offering free ride. The train that they just launched from Port Harcourt to Aba is free now.
Okay, all right.
So I just fact checked. So I dropped it in the private channel. Probably.
I've seen it. I will look it up.
Sorry.
I was about doing this.
Can I have right of reply?
Thank you.
No. Can you hear me?
Babaja, do you know what they were doing? They even said local relay. Alex Oti has turned her back to London. And they told you anything. Why no better project?
Dorothy, can you tell Lajaleko to hold on so that you and I can have this?
You see, it's sickening. Sometimes when you
Passat, can you please tell Lajaleko
listen to what some of our brothers from the southeast.
I want you to hold on.
Can you tell him that Dorothy says something that I want to?
I don't know. I can't hear him.
Hold on.
What did you want to tell him?
No. Please, you tell him, please, that he should hold on. I have something I want to say. I want to discuss with her because he said something that I never said here, and I need to address it because.
Okay, go ahead. Ajay says he wants to address you about something you said.
Not him. Dorothy. Not him.
Dorothy. Okay, Dorothy, go ahead. I think Dorothy could hear you.
Okay.
I couldn't hear him. I
know you can't hear me. No problem.
Okay, give him like 2 minutes to address Dorothy. Just give him 2 minutes. Go ahead. 2 minutes.
Hold on, Dorothy. You continue. You see, you people come here, you spin people's comments. That's why in recent times I've tried to be very, very careful what I say here. You come here, you said what I never said. I remember that I said something about that guy's property being destroyed because I was going by a documentary that was given by Arise. Arise said that the federal government had planned to make a coastal road that was supposed to go on the north side of that building. That was what was earlier said, that the coastal road is going to pass. It's going to pass through the north side of the building. But people got in there. It changed the whole thing. Why would you want to destroy?
I don't hear nothing.
You cannot hear. I don't know why you cannot hear. Maybe you need to go in and come back.
No, but he's still speaking. It's responding to Dorothy.
He's responding to me, Babaja.
Once he's done, I'll tell you that he's done. Okay, Aja, go ahead. I don't know why you can't hear him. It makes no sense technologically. But go ahead.
I don't know too. It's just everybody can hear me. You cannot hear, but you can hear all of you, but only me. But it's okay. Now, my point is this: I said, why would they want to do that? Why would they want to destroy a multi-million-dollar business that you can see people having fun time? I mean, we know if you know of Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, it's a world-class tourist center. People flocking from around the world. Even Dubai, a lot of people go there to go and have fun because they have one of the best resort centers. Every country that has, go to Greece, you see they have one of the best resort centers are there. People flock there. But why should our home be different? Where else do we have resort center in Nigeria? If not around that axis that we saw, that CNN showed us, or that place that where this guy had that thing. People should not have fun. Where else? Just you tell me on that axis of that from that also, I mean, from that that property down to where else do we have a world-class resort center that people can go? You can sit by the beach and you enjoy the beach. You enjoy the freshness, the breeze from the beach. Where else? And then somebody has that, and you want to destroy it because you want to put a road there. What happened to the previous plan that of going to the north side? I said, if Tinubu ever does that, going by that, by the information that's at then that I have then, which I still stand by for the most part, then that would be wrong on his part to destroy that business, because people come there, they make money from there, and I know the government must have also been taxing them to pay taxes for that. So where else again besides those places that we have those world class? At least you can say at least you can equate to the level of a world class resort centers. I don't get it. That's what I said here. But now you're twisting it. I said my leg is not going to step there. Blah blah blah. I was like, what did I say all of this? Why do people always come here and just twist my word, or because you don't agree with me, and then because I criticize your Tinubu, then you have to spin my narrative. I mean, you have to spin my word and twist it around and make it look like as if what I never said. So why are you getting that from, Dorothy?
Yes, you know what? I heard that day people were making points on that issue that there's a need for the government to look into it, or in fact it was at the point when it became very, very obvious that the government had to start down its feet, that the only thing we will give you some concessions. It will not affect your main building. It might affect some of the part of the world, the beach side.
Okay.
You said you said it that day, that over your dead body. I mean, like, you don't bloody care.
Did I use language like that?
No.
Over my dead body.
This is how you put it. Wait, this is how you put it. You said you don't care about the coastal road. That is, you do not care about it. And people were telling you that, if that coastal road actually fine, nobody.
I don't care. Did I ever use the language I don't care?
You said it.
I mean,
let me tell you one thing. I don't say what I don't know.
Obviously, you are. You are right now. You are right now.
No, I'm not saying what I don't know. When I say something, could you see that somebody check me immediately?
I know there are recordings. Everybody can go.
I've watched the videos of that Port about whatever. I watched it several times, even before it started fully. When they were constructing it, I watched You see, you don't need. Let me tell you, to know a lot about Nigeria, you don't need to be in Nigeria right now. A lot of Nigerians are making money from YouTube, bringing information, free information that can even put money into your pocket, even anywhere you are living abroad.
Nigerians are lamenting every day.
Let me tell you, there are some good things that are happening. Let me tell you. Presently, I have somebody that just came back from Nigeria. He's from the southeast. He even said, normally say, oh, this. You know what? He went home. He came back after 1 month or so. When he came back, you need to see how calm he was. He was this guy. He was very, very apologetic about IPOP course. He is convinced. When he got
let's go back to Angelica to finish now. Rational mind. Yeah,
because he has seen.
Angelica, go ahead and finish so that somebody else could have an input.
That's just it. But I won't have anybody come here.
Rational mind is done. Go ahead, Angelica. Go ahead.
I couldn't even hear.
It was to the other guy, but he's responded as well. So go ahead and wrap up now. We're not gonna be here forever for you to keep talking now. Go ahead and wrap up.
Are you the one to teleguide me or to tell me what?
No, I'm relaying message to you. I have no interest.
Which message?
I have no interest in moderating.
Which message of?
I'm telling you that rational mind is done. Like I promise, I will tell you when it's done. So, are you done?
Okay.
Are you done?
I'm not done. Let me.
Okay.
I see a space.
Go ahead. You have 15 seconds to wrap it up.
I don't know. Don't tell me when to wrap it up. I tell you. Did I say So let me say this, Prasad, you and your people should just cool it down. the politics that you guys are playing is a dangerous politics. You people will be sidelined in the scheme of things. You people will be sidelined. Just integrate with others in that country and let us work together.
What you're saying is support Tinubu. Pansa support Tinubu. Just say you are for Tinubu, then everything your sins are forgiven.
Situation where you've seen a project that can lift up the economy.
Do you have anything to say about the Edo politics? Did you want to talk about the Edo politics?
I will go there and position the economy toward a brighter future. And you guys are coming, you are talking against it, you are opposing it. It's not good. Look at the trend that this guy is telling us now. Economically, you guys are going to benefit. As a matter of fact, the country is connecting to the east. The country is connecting to the east because this coastal line that is going to land in Calabar. Calabar is just a distance, it's just how many miles away to your region? Rivers, how many miles away? So you guys got to benefit. Everybody got to benefit. It's win-win. This is a win-win. It's not passing through your region, but you are going to win.
Babaja, do you know that coastal line is coming to the southeast? Do you know, sir? That the Lagos-Calabar coastal highway, it comes with a what? For like 3 years that I already watched the stuff. There is a leg going to Aba. It will connect all the 5 states in the southeast. I'm telling you, sir. So
okay,
all right.
I know. Listen. To me, like I said, for example, I'll give you an example. If you don't know, the Igbos don't have any problem with Nigerians doing the right thing, benefiting. For example, when you in the Yoruba land, you got attacked in your forests, and you want to do a Amotekun, the Igbos supported you. In the Niger Delta, the areas are being polluted, and you have the MEND or whatever it is, they had their acronym was over there. The Igbos supported them. You take girls from the Chibok area, we're against it. Right? No matter what it is in Nigeria, Igbos don't care about the things you think the Igbos care about. No. Now you have 2 types of Igbos politically in Nigeria. There are those who believe in Nigeria. Those are virtually Nigerians just like you, like a Kene who comes here or Jewel of Nashville, right? I'm different. I'm one that's saying
you guys, all of you.
Let me land. I know you can hear me, right? So what I'm saying is that if you really want to play good politics, you have to be fair. Igbos do not care about some other areas not doing well. Maybe they say we should be included. I'm talking about those who are pro-Nigerian in that sense. They're saying we should be included. They're never against anybody doing well. If you really think the Igbos are against that road because it doesn't touch their area, then you don't know the Igbos, because you cannot cite one example where that is the case. Where if you come and grab Igbos are going to say, keep him there. Or if you come and grab Showere, the Igbos will say, keep Showere there, right? Or if you go and you grab, what's his name over there in Zaria, the Shia leader, what's his name? I can't remember his name now. El Zazaki. And the Igbos says, oh no, jail is Zazaki. No, Igbos are the conscience of the country. They want Nigeria to develop. Some of us, like me, are saying, if you're not going to develop evenly, break it up. We don't care that a road that's going to be good for Southerners is going to be good for. So you know how many Igbos are in that area that road is going to pass through? There are probably as many Igbos in that axis than all Yorubas combined. That's the truth. So we're not objecting to any area developing. There are Igbos everywhere.
Why
we're nationalists, but listen. But here's what I'm telling you, though: when it comes to the priority, right? When you come to the priority,
you are saying you are not objecting to it.
Please let me land now. I've been talking the whole day. I'm responding to what you said. Somebody like Rational Mind, there is no difference between Rational Mind and an Igbo man who is nationalistic. None. or are they referring to me? Anybody who is educated, for instance, you have to be educated in order for you to have a higher mindset, right? Every educated Yoruba person is indistinguishable from an Igbo man. Unless, of course, if they want to keep that accent, and when they say issue, they're gonna say EU or something like that, or they say Jonathan, right? They were gonna be able to tell. But what I'm saying to you is that you cannot point one time Igbos are against any progress in any area. They don't care. If Igbos are trying to establish a Moteku, for example, a lot of Yorubas, not all of them, maybe 90-something% are gonna be against it. But when you want to do a Motekun, Igbo support that because we want that axis protected. You're not going to see one objection from one Igbo person that say, no, don't put on a Motoki on. Because you're going to have people who have guns over there. They may not be for one Nigeria, and they may break away because they have guns. Does the Yorubas have people who are agitating for Yoruba land? Of course you do, but we don't look at you all as
what is people's interest in Amotekun?
I'm trying to tell you, if Igbos, now the other day I found out that, guess what? Edo State has ESN, ESSN, or whatever it is. They have a Edo Security Network. The Igbos have Eastern Security. Hold on. The Igbos have Eastern Security Network, but a lot of Edos are against the Eastern Security Network. A lot of Yorubas are against the Eastern Security Network. Let me land now. Try to capture the main thing I'm saying. My friend, you're very noisy, right? I'm trying to avoid you because you're Nigeria and you don't know your ass from your mouth. You need a visa to talk to me here. So here's what I'm saying to you. Number one. When you come in here with a Nigerian attitude, I'm gonna call you out for it. Be quiet and say.
I'm gonna call you out. I don't bloody care. I'm gonna call you out here.
What I'm saying to you is that show me one time, one cause, right, that anybody in Nigeria is doing towards improving their people, and the Igbos against it. Why should we be against a road? But we're saying that the priority is wrong because if you don't know, let me just tell you, just if you don't know, for example. What are some of the problems that we have right now in that country, right? You have kidnapping all over the place. Hundreds sometimes.
But they didn't kidnap my co-worker that went to Nigeria 21 months. He even said that his mouth that all those nonsense, all those bullshit were just litany of what of evil that normally happen in all every country.
You made your presentation, you gave us a link. I clicked on the link, and there's a narrow gauge train running on the road somewhere over there. But listen to what I'm saying.
But then he wants you to sing Kumbaya of it because
I know what I'm saying. Anecdotally, you've seen trains running where you are. I don't know if you're in Nigeria.
Are you even sure he lives outside Nigeria? Because
I don't think he lives outside the way he talks. Because let me conclude by saying this. What I'm saying is that Ajan Lekuku, honestly speaking, with all seriousness, Igbos are not against it. My friend, be responsible, right? There's no moderator here, so you have to respect yourself. I said I'm gonna land. I said I'm gonna 30 more seconds, and I'm gonna let you have it. What I'm saying to you is that it is.
But Pansat, if you respect this guy now, I mean, he has not spoken. I mean, he just spoke for a few minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it to him. I said I'll speak for another 30 seconds or so, and I'm done. Then he could speak, and I'll listen. Right? He spoke. He gave us a link. Remember, I clicked on the link. I just told you. You see, you cannot hear everybody on the panel. I can. So what I'm saying is that the Lord said, John Lekuk, by the way, that there are sins you're gonna commit, right? Treacherous sins you're gonna commit. You have ears and you can't hear, right? And I believe you're undergoing that punishment right now because rational man is speaking the truth and you can't hear it. You can't hear a damn thing he's saying. So what I was concluding with is to tell you, and I want you to verify it. With this I'm done. I'm saying, you show me any part of Nigeria that has a legitimate cause, right? Of which almost every area has a legitimate cause that the Igbos are against. They could be against it, but they're not. We're not against Showore. We're not against all the activities. What do you
mean by you're not against Showore?
Let me tell you what I mean. I don't mean that his presidency.
Did you vote for Showore at all?
In 2019, I did. But listen,
the man that stood. The
what
man
I'm saying
that
is that
stood,
if
the man
Sowore
that
is
stood,
captured by
the
the
man that
state,
stood
Igbos
stood with Nnamdi Kanu, went through the ordeal.
exactly. But
He
listen to what
was
I'm saying.
beaten up. What did
Or
you
you
how
show
did you
me
people
where
repay him?
no,
It
no, but
was
listen.
with insult, calling
No,
him
no,
all
no, no,
sorts
no.
of names because of your yam head Obi that fit for no purpose. What have you people ever done?
I support Sowore more than you do because you support Abaduna. Anybody who
corrupt
supports
Obi,
Abadu is
because
the
of this
worst, is
corrupt
the most
Obi, all of you,
anti-Sowore there is. You
rubbish
support
Sowore, were
APC
calling him all
government.
sort
How
of
can you
things.
be for Sowore?
Come on, guys. Come on, guys.
Ingrate, man.
It's okay. Speaking
yield
over each
back.
other will not help. We're all just speaking over each other. This is not good.
He won't let me talk. So
Okay, I'm hearing rational mind now.
Now you are right. Yeah, but
yeah, I can hear him now. I
Now
don't
you
know
can
what
hear-
the
now you can
difference
hear
is.
me now.
I can hear him now.
It's
Yeah.
real love.
What are you talking about? Oh, you people have
Ajale
not
Koko,
done.
you have your camera on, no? Ajale Koko. You have your camera on. Do you know that?
No, that's not me. I don't know.
That's not. Oh, I'm okay. I'm sorry. I thought that
That's
was
probably one man.
That's maybe Thomas or something.
Thomas. Oh, yeah, it could be Thomas. You see, one thing is this. You see, Dorothy. You see, sometimes we come here just because we want to dice some group of people. If you've seen it, whatever. For the fact that you see, I can come here, I can bring you so many. I have so many APC Yoruba-led APC WhatsApp group that I am in. I can bring you a lot of that conversation, but I will never do that because if I bring that here, it will not heal the wound. We'll continue opening this wound of this division of ethnic division among ourselves. But I don't want to be a party to that. That you hear some people who, according to you, they purportedly to be maybe in
Thomas, post the link to Niger. Thank you.
Probably according to you, they purportedly to according to you, they seem to be like from some certain section of the eastern part of Nigeria, and they were maybe on Twitter talking about the narrow gauge that you said they just made, and they give them 4 days ride, free 4 days ride, and they were saying like it's a lie, there's something like that, and then you because now I have to say because of that they are against Tinubu. Sometimes I just look at it like, what are we doing here? Are we here to speak to issues or just to come and come to speak against some certain kind of people because they don't support, they're not on the bandwagon of Tinubu? I mean, we know what Tinubu stand for when he was in the opposition too. We knew what they did, but we never said it was Yoruba versus Igbo or Ijaw, as the case may be back then. But we said, yeah, that the Yoruba people were marginalized in your government. That's what we said. So, but then, I mean, I kind of wonder, we just hear something somewhere because they happen to be some people that are not Tinubu people, or they don't sing Kumbaya of Tinubu. They will come, all of us will rush down here and come and speak against them because they're not in support of certain, or they're just doubting certain project that was done by this administration that is in place now. I don't get it. Are we trying to heal that country? Are we trying to move forward? Are we trying to continue this our fight between ourselves?
Rational mind. Let us tell
Same thing with you, Ajagele Koko, because that was what you did here too. Because you went from this Lagos project, you turned it to Igbo versus Tinubu project, and Igbo versus Tinubu. What are we doing here?
Hold on. Let us, if we are, within ourselves, if we cannot tell ourselves the truth, when you see some of us that are doing something that is not good for the unity of the country, that is not good for, harmony to reign among us, I think we should be able to say it to ourselves that what you're doing is wrong, it's not good. The Easterners, all of them on this platform, nobody ever spoke in favor of the coastal road line. Even though we pointed to them the economic value of this.
The advantages, Ajale Koko, advantages.
The economic value that this thing is going to bring to us as a country, and the way it's going to position the economy of the country in the future, they don't want to listen. And the same, if you go to other platforms, Easterners, all against this. What does that tell you? Does that not tell you something? And now that the people from the South, that they are going to, that this project are going to, as it's taken off from Lagos, it's going to land in their own region. All of them are standing up in favor of this project. The governors made, a very strong statement that, yes, this is a problem. We're on board with the president. We're on board with the president on this project. And today, Ben Bruce has spoken as well that, yes, this is a project that he and his people stand for. That should send a message.
Ajale Goko, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, I just want to confirm you can hear me. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we can hear you.
Ajale Goko, let me interject you a little bit. You said Ben Bruce, he spoke for himself. I think that was what he says. I think at the end of it, he says, this is just my, I think he said something like, this is just my own opinion or my own take on that. It doesn't speak for the people. You saw here, one man played that video here of a certain road. Larry himself is here. I think Larry is still here. A road that has been there for many years, was abandoned, totally abandoned. He was a senator. And I'm sure
rational mind.
You can land.
Why are you always doing
what is wrong with this guy? Can I land? Can I speak?
Not land.
Can I
because
speak?
You are an hypocrite.
Remy, please hold on. Let him land, please. If you don't mind. Let him land. There you can come after him. Yeah.
What are you saying?
I'll take him put him in the background. No. I'll bring him back. Continue speaking, please.
All right. So, Gagoko, you saw his place, his people, the hardship his people is going through. I used to respect you as somebody who is like me, who is pro people, who are for the people. We want a government that works for the people, not for some their own self-serving interest. Now, you saw, he didn't make comment about that. This Arise guy has to go and do investigation and talk about the hardship our people are going through, plying Nigerians like you and I, plying that road. He didn't talk about it.
Rational mind, hold on.
And he went talking about a road
hold on,
in the pipeline.
mind. Hold on, rational mind. That road that you are talking about has nothing to do with this coastal road.
We know it doesn't have anything to do with it.
Hold on.
I'm saying, when have you seen him, when have you seen him come out and talk about that road?
Who to talk about?
Ben Bruce.
Look, I don't care
if it's for the people. If it's for the people, why did he come and talk about that road?
Look, let me tell you this. Ben Bruce, whether he talk about that road or doesn't talk about that road that one is by the wayside. The topic is on this coastal road.
You see,
he spoke on the coastal road and he said he's on board with the president on this coastal road.
But when have you ever seen him?
When he speaks, I want you to know whether you like it or not.
Okay.
He's a political leader from his own side of the country.
Pocket now.
He has represented the people before as a senator. He still have people.
What did he do? What was the effect on the people of his people?
Are you from there? How would you know what he did to his people?
Come on.
So let me tell you.
Rational mind, please. Let's do something. If somebody is speaking, let him land. Then you can come after him. Yeah, let go land it. You respond. Then we hear from Remy, please. Yeah, land it. You respond. Yeah, then Remy will come in, please.
So let me tell you this. The more that these people from the East continue to run this antagonistic politics against Tinubu, they are destroying their own political chance. Their political, how do I say it? They are just destroying their political future. as far as national politics is concerned in that country. What they fail to realize is that the Southwest are on board with Tinubu, and the South-South are on board with Tinubu. The way we see the political leaders in the South-South, they are shifting towards Tinubu now. All the political leaders. I listened to Papa Edwin Clark recently. He spoke in favor of this coastline. All the leaders from the South-South, they are all on board. And what does that tell you? Politically, they are aligning with the president. And we are all Southerner. But a particular part, some people from the particular part, except in the 4 years, in the next election, except their political leaders, shift, reconsider to support the president, maybe things will change. But from what we are hearing from people all over internet and all of them, they don't see anything good in what it's doing, including this coastal road. So you cannot politically alienate yourself from the scheme of things in the national politics of that country. And that is what they're doing to themselves. They should know that the more they continue to against this, and they see the two other regions in the South on board with the president, then they are going to lose out. That's the way I see it. They're going to lose out. If Tinubu, should succeed in building this coastal road, do you think the people in the South gonna say we don't want Tinubu? Do you think next time Obi want to contest, do you think they're gonna say, oh, we want to support him? It's gonna be different. It's not gonna be the way it is.
It's a rhetorical question you're asking, or you're asking a question for me to answer? Because I wanted to interject you.
Let me land. So it's not gonna be the same. So I mean, it is time for us to tell ourselves the truth. The truth is bitter, but what we have seen.
The truth according to Adelekoko now.
Yeah, the truth is bitter. With what we have seen, it appears to me that because this project did not go through their side, that is why they are opposing it. And like I said earlier, what Omayi did for sparing that guy in Lagos, for not effecting that 250 miles as the law prescribed against where he have his property, I think he has not done good. He effected that 250 meters. Is it meters? Yes, 250 meters against the indigenous people, the Oniru family, and the indigenous people in that. But he only effected 50 meters against that guy. Nobody is speaking in favor of the people that are taken away from their homeland. But they all, listen to all Easterners, all speaking in favor of that one guy that built a resort area there. What did he bring? Hotel or resort, or what do you call it? So what does that tell you? They have no feelings for the people that are ejected from their homeland, but only for one man.
That's not entirely true. What you're saying, that right there, you're spinning it there.
That's the way I feel.
Oh, that's the way you see it. Good. I like you said that.
That's a fact to what I'm saying.
Okay.
Omayi, hold on. Omayi
you've been talking about. I will interject you now.
Hold on now. Let me know. You have said your own for several hours. Nobody.
No. You've spoken for more hours than myself. You've spoken more than myself.
Let me say mine.
Okay.
Omayi affected 50 miles. That's favorism. I think it should be condemned. People lost their homeland. Why should that guy be spared? He should have bulldozed his own place down too.
Sorry, who was spared? I just need details about. I don't know anything about who was spared.
He's talking about the landmark guy. The landmark.
Landline.
Is it landmark or landline?
Yeah, landmark. Why didn't they effect that 250 miles? I mean 250 meters. Why 50? But they could effect 250 meters against the people on their homeland. And nobody's talking about that. I think that is where we should focus our attention. The people that are taking thousands of people that are ejected out of their homeland, I think they should be adequately compensated and relocated. So that landmark that is spared, and some people are still crying and shouting and doing this, and oh, they're going to be 200, and then what? The people taking their homeland, just billions of dollars. Does it? I mean, how could billions of dollars represent their origin? The origin that will not be there for them again. They'll be taken away from their homeland. I'm just sick and tired of this nonsense.
But do you understand? Well, do you understand the concept of each one for himself? Do you understand that concept? Each one will fight for himself. You understand that concept?
Of what?
That each one will fight for himself.
Each one will fight for himself.
Survival of the fittest. Everybody has to survive.
Oh, okay. Okay, survival of the fittest. Okay, continue now.
No, we'll tell you.
You only have 1 minute to interject so that other people can talk.
Remission one.
You cannot be talking for a whole day now.
We have to be reasonable with other people's time too. We are not going to spend
right. But I understand that. It's just because
make it snappy.
No, don't give me that BS. Don't tell me snappy. I mean,
nobody is giving you snap.
Let him finish now. The time let him go out.
Who are you? Are you a
Farabuku Bale, immediately. Go ahead.
Rational mind, can you please go? Rational mind, can you please go on, please? Yeah.
No, you said so many things here. About the 1 minute they gave me, they don't limit in one. When I get a better question, I'm going to
do rational mind. Sorry.
It's gospel that they give God.
Voice I will be there to come. One. I watch the word there. I'm a nisu. I'm a go. This one.
Don't tell me you are sure again. I will never ever believe you are sure now. Don't ever tell me that again. I gotta go. Never tell me you are sure. It's very glaring to everybody like that. Our Thomas at every
go to the point. I think finish the point.
So the point is this: you see, you've said so many things about. I don't even know where to start from. The 1 minute will not allow me, but I'll just say this because of other people want to speak. Is that all the things you just said? You just spin the narratives. Everybody has the right to fight for themselves. Landmark happens to be an Igbo man, and he happens to be one of the biggest investors in that area. And not some other people does not invest. There are other investors there, but he happens to be, if not the biggest investor there. And he had people who were working for him, whom he subletted that place to. And he was, if in fact, we're going about the rankings of the most best resource center in Nigeria, Landmark is one of the, if not among the first three. Not even the first. So you can understand why the cry for his business to be salvaged was more prominent in the whole thing than any other person.
So are you telling me that? Hold on.
Can I just land?
No, hold on, because you said something.
Can I land before you?
No, you will continue. You said something. Oh, we should understand why they are crying for him. Are you telling me that if we are to be a Yoruba man,
I'm not an Igbo person.
hold on,
I
hold
cried
on,
for him.
hold on,
Come on.
hold on. If we are to be Yoruba man,
Agbabiaka.
Agbabiaka, are you telling me that all this
I
Eastern
will.
all over the world,
I will cry
are you
for
saying they're going to be speaking in favor of that guy?
Agbabiaka is not far away from Mbatimbati.
Rational man. If that guy, landmark, happened to be a Yoruba man, or be an Agusa man, would they be talking the way they are talking in favor of him?
Probably not. Hold on. Probably not.
Okay, that's answer my question.
Hold on
Thank
now.
you.
Hold on. You see, this is why you do your question. You want to answer your question. You want that question to be answered your way. And I've gotten I've given you answer. Probably not. They will not have.
You didn't know how blessed you were that Aja couldn't hear you before. Right now,
don't mind him. I know the game. I know the game is playing. I know the games he was playing at that time. It's okay, but let me just wrap up so other people can speak. You see, you spin it because as we go, as we you see, all of us who are here, maybe except few people are in Nigeria on ground. As we see the news progress day by day, the issue of these people you're talking about, the people that are losing their ancestral land, it was subsequently that we're hearing stories about they too are losing their land. But in the first phase, when they started their demolition, they started from that point. That was why the whole news was hyped, went into all the media, and like you said, some section from some certain area of Nigeria, because of the field is their own brother's property being destroyed, because they felt they were being victimized from the past thing that had happened in that state, where we saw some Igbo people losing their property and getting demolished. They felt it was another retribution again, and they started talking about it. And it seems they hyped it more than any other person that was affected on that road. So my point is, you see, let's not be too neat. Let us not be too I don't know how to put it. Like always, like
Rational Mike, give me 30 seconds, please. Yeah. Do you know Landman doesn't lost any of his property? Do you know that?
What they said?
I mean, like a building property.
They said so. It's a fact. It's not lose anything. It's not they said so.
It doesn't lost. Yes. It's only hold on, please hold on, please. Yeah. It's only the setback, which is even all over the world. People know that the setback from the sea is always for the government. So that's what government is asking him to do. If nobody demolishes his property. I think Babati has explained this thing to us a couple of times.
National man does not know that. He knows now.
Go 1 minute. I'm trying to be very sharp.
Okay.
So I know I beg your indulgence, please, because you asked another question. Let me now talk about it real quick. Landmark is in the hospitality business. You cannot give him a setback because its kind of business model is resorts. You need the sea. You need, if it's like a hotel now, whereby it's just an hotel, like hotel. Yeah, you can say that's an hotel. Maybe probably you don't even need access to the sea as much. There's, for information, there are hotels that they need that access to that sea. I mean, to the ocean, to the beach, to let their business really flourish. But its own kind of business model is that it's a resort center. People come there and have fun, and they need to be able to enjoy the sea breeze unobstructed. So it needs that sea. Now that you cut him off from that sea, there is no business for him anymore. Maybe he has to maybe turn that resort center to some kind of like an hotel, or maybe look for another way of whatever. I mean, make it convert into like a high-rise building or whatever building, so that people can rent it and enjoy the whatever view. Or I mean, it's just up to him now. But what I'm saying is that it was designed as a resort center. And when we say something is a resort center, most resort centers, they have access to some kind of body of water, or mostly ocean or sea, where people can enjoy the freshness or the breeze and all of that. But now you're cutting him off. And his kind of business model is that there are other people who may sublet some parts there, who have some little tents here and there, whereby they can sell drinks or do whatever, or they can have some little, and people are paying him.
So
either legally or not illegally.
Rational mind.
It's 1 minute.
What kind of 1 minute?
Rational
1
mind.
minute is this? That is 3 minutes or 4 minutes.
Yeah.
What kind of 1 minute is this?
I want to get there. Like guys, that's what people want.
I will come in where you stop. First and foremost, that guy did an illegal thing.
Can you guys hold on? Yes. Can you guys please hold on? Yes. Hold on, Remy. If I said hold on, please. How did you please? Hold on. Please. Rational mind, I wanted to ask you this. Having access to the front of
Home break, Thomas, you are breaking. So I'm driving.
mean you
home break, home break.
Yeah.
break.
Yes, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Yeah.
Go on. We can hear you now. Go on.
Ocean
yes,
break.
yeah.
Forget about it.
Can you let me go ahead then since you're
But let rational man who is speaking.
No. Yes. Having access from your yeah.
They are still breaking, man. Thomas, ocean break.
I think the point you wanted to make was that having access to the ocean does not mean you should take it over for business use. That's the point I think Thomas is trying to
And
make.
also the man is
Based on his business
relatively
model.
wealthy.
The
Let me
business
just
model
add
doesn't
this. Let me
speak
just
about
add this. The man is relatively wealthy, and even if they cut him off the sea with the resources he's got, he can always
He's
make
made
it
enough
back.
money already now.
Yeah, he can always swing
And
back to close to the sea. And secondly, I think more importantly, because this is
Oh
an
my
individual
God,
we're
you are
discussing
taking
here.
my space.
Hold
So
on now, you are going to go get back. I mean, it's 1 minute. My 1 minute is actually 1 minute. The bigger issue is that the bigger issue of what is happening now is that when P2B opposed
Are you
that,
learning Yoruba? Bansat? Sorry,
you guys are extending my time now.
Okay, sorry.
I got time, okay. You want to go crashing,
Because I want to keep it at 1 minute, not this
Okay, go
weird
on,
1 minute
go
that we
on.
tend to have. So that the bigger issue is that when you hear P2B oppose this this building of the road, then you see a lot of amplified talk about this businessman that is about to lose his property. I said it the first time P2B opposed it, that there is a danger that a lot of people in the South will say because it's not Southeastern, that's why it's going to oppose it. If just 20% of them believe that, it's going to do damage to the prospect of somebody from the Southeast running for the next election. And later on, they will start blaming them. They are not paying attention to what is happening now. Because by the time the election comes, the positions have already hardened. And I don't think that people are thinking about the consequences of what is happening now. Tomorrow, when the Southeastern candidate comes in and then the South doesn't vote for that person, they will say, oh, because they hate them. This kind of stuff.
That is the point. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah. So let me.
Babaja, God bless you. God, there is a lot of money, Babaja.
That's what I've been saying.
I will take too much of your time. I will start from
Remy, hold on. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yes, Remy, yeah. Go on. Remy, yeah. You have the floor.
First and foremost, what Landmark did was illegal. And if to say Nigeria want to take him to the court is highly liable. The ocean, something was not given to him. That area was not given to him at all. He sublet all those areas to people and then he collected money from them. That is an illegal act. Because they gave you a land, you bought a land and you already your physical structure was there. Nobody touched it. Even as we are talking now, none of his physical structure were touched. And I think Bola Tinubu as a player was very magnanimous to also pay all these people that put shanties, that this your so-called landmark collected money from them. They were compensated. I watched it live on TV. They gave them money. All those shanties, all those things you see on the ocean, that people play with water play or something like that, they were compensated.
Yeah, so where is that? Where is that they were compensated?
I beg, Rational man, keep quiet first. Just listen.
Why would you say keep quiet?
You should keep quiet.
Can you stop? Please stop.
If you have evidence, he wants to know now. He's asking. No, there's no need.
It's on YouTube now. Let's stop this, please. It's on YouTube. They give them money, please. Let's move on. Let me go ahead, Gary.
He's sharing information. If he doesn't know, he's asking honestly.
Listen. If you want to know about that, go to YouTube and go and check Umahi when he
2.3 billion naira. 2.3 billion.
Yeah, when he was sharing the check with all those guys were there and they collected their check that day, the first day. So and the person that really this thing affected is one Yoruba guy, Mr. Bayo or whatever his name. I forgot the full name. He is the one that lost a lot. Not even your landmark. The Oniru family lost. They were even protesting that day, but they just calmed them down that it has to this project have to go on. They are the one that lost a lot, and they are not making noise.
Mami Chulo lost everything.
Yes, too many of them.
Everything was gone.
Everything.
Where was Arise TV?
And I think all this while the way our brothers from the East are playing this game, it's not good at all. Are you not tired?
But you just said that they protested too. The people that are lost protested, right?
We are
You
not.
just said it.
I am trying to tell you that the people that lose a lot of money, even your so-called landlord does not lose nothing.
No, but what I'm saying is that
The
people you're talking about protested,
Let me
right?
finish because I've been talking to.
Lama paid Arise and all these social media blogs to be put. Go and see how they flooded the internet with this nonsense of a thing. That's what we are saying. That it's dangerous for even Peter Obi himself in the next election.
I have never seen in the history of a country that say that because there's some roads were not good, so new roads should not be built. We should fix the old road first. What kind of who is thinking in that direction? What kind
you
of
could criticize that.
We
are thinking in that direction.
It's not.
Can we just let Remy speak, please?
Who
Please.
think this way?
Yeah.
Is it a dumb and deaf person that will be thinking in the year 1960s? Because you have old road, then you should not build new road. I don't see that. Who will think that way? What kind of ideology is that? What kind of mindset is that? I think people that think this way, we should just, I can say we should just bury them aside and just move on with life. And the way they are playing their politics, it suits the rest of Nigeria. I see them as a confused set of people. You want to go away, and you also want to be the president of a country. How can you get two things at the same time? That clearly shows that you are a confused set of people. Just recently, last week, Aba to Port Harcourt railway was launched, and for 4 days, it's going to be free ride. And this guy was sharing that news with you today, Rational Mind. You did not believe it. And even the so-called that you are from Lagos, where do you even know in Lagos? Do you go to Nigeria every time? Do you go to Nigeria every year? Things are improving.
Do you?
I went to Nigeria last year, and then I will go to Nigeria again. And if
why are you questioning why if I go to Nigeria? Why are you questioning that?
I can meet you
because
because
I come at Jantong in
Jantong
means something.
Can you just kind of let me finish? Interject
interject me. Didn't you?
Make a snapping.
They make him snapping now.
Gentlemen, please.
Let me finish. Now I only have 1 or 2 minutes, and then I will be done, so another person can speak. The way they are playing their politics, it's good for the rest of the 5 regions of Nigeria. Because at the end of the day, we don't need them. You play the same politics for 8 years with Buhari. He won twice without your vote. Our president Tinubu will also win twice without your vote. So if you like, continue to criticize. And I think this our national leader, sometimes I think I also like what they are playing. Sometimes they just don't look at it. Umahi was telling people that about 5,000 roads are being rehabilitated. And this is the first time in the history of that country that even the president voted money for it. The same day, he also said there's going to be another highway from Enugu or maybe from Anambra, I don't know, all the way to Onitsha. So even this coastal road they are building now, it will favor the eastern also. Instead of going through old route, you can also go through this new route, and then you can bank into from wherever, maybe from Rivers to your Anambra, Enugu, with the rest. And if they complete this road also, at the end of the day, it is you, Easterner, that will plan the road. Why are you, I don't know why you are so fixated and condemning it. This is a national development. And I think
Remy, anyone that is opposing this road, can we call them the enemy of progress? Why do I say that?
It's not the enemy of progress. If to say it is in China, put them in jail for once to shut them up for finality. Put them in jail so that they don't talk.
Remy Oti Sorobi Omo Kekere Tuto Thomas who will be as you were.
We want to take We want to take
I'm
Pastor
heading
to
out.
jail for opposing
Thomas
this
put me
thing.
in the back
Put
disrespectfully, so
hand
I have
off.
to leave. I don't want the insult from Thomas.
Let's find the
Still come here and put me in the back while I'm
Let's take Pastor to
having a
jail
fun time.
for being enemy of progress.
I haven't said anything. They put me in the back. Why? I mean, don't you have any shame at all? If you want to be partial,
Can
do it
you
with
just
class. Why would he put me in
answer?
the back? I didn't say anything. Why put me in the
Grant,
back?
you
Why
are
be
trying to object
disrespectful?
me. That is why I put you into the back. He,
I
he
don't
has
know. We all
put you
do
in
it
the back.
though.
Go
He
and
didn't
say,
put
"Ah,
Angelico in the back when he was. I knew he's gonna do something like.
Pansat, it's okay, it's okay, it's
I know
okay.
it's okay.
You can go and
Did
say
any
We
of
it.
can't
you
be
hear?
partial
Did
now.
any of you hear what Dangote said about the foreign exchange policy of the government?
They will never talk about
It looks
it.
like me and Dangote are in
They will never
agreement.
talk about it. I mean, it's always your Igbo this, Igbo that.
He said
Oh,
that
no.
he
We
confirmed
handled it here
that
3
that
days
was
ago. Hold on. To
disastrous stuff.
Naija.
Yeah.
That was
Don't
already.
don't bring that propaganda. We treated it here 3 days
What is
ago.
the propaganda? He
He
actually said it.
Hold on. If you are not on the platform,
It's not
let
here.
people know
No,
you are not here.
I have eyes and ears. He said it
Hold
himself. I don't have to be on this platform.
just listen. You are saying as if, oh, is anybody here? We treated it here 3 days ago.
Okay. That's fine. That's fine. If you said it here, but I just said
We
that
treated
to
it here.
hear because when I was saying it, that was the biggest failing of this government because
No, we are done with
subsidy
that.
removal was a different thing.
Don't take us back.
Well, are you defending the policy?
No, we are done with that. Don't take us
Why are
back.
you running from it? I want to talk about it today. Now I'm not done about it.
No. You can't speak.
No,
We
you
are
are
done
not.
with it.
Are you the moderator? Why do
We
you
are
want
done with
to?
it.
But we also talked about this land, this Lagos-Calabar before, and we are still talking about it today, aren't we?
The moderator brought it. They brought
Thank
it
you very
back.
much.
You know why we brought it today?
They don't want you
Do you
talking
know
about
why
their
we
own
brought it today? Is because Ben Bruce spoke about this thing
Common
today.
sense.
It was
that
even
is
the
why
main topic. It was even the main topic.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
but we've been
don't-
talking for 6 hours now. So
So Ben Bruce brought it up today, and we are discussing about
But
that.
you don't want to play ball with that. Just move on from that.
Okay,
topic.
but Angelico, what about Sawolu,
Another
people
in
to
conclusion,
Osun State? How come you haven't said anything about that? Can we talk about that?
Okay, the Sanwo-Olu,
Eviction.
deportation.
Ajalegoko, please. I don't want to go there. Please, let Remy continue, please.
Okay, in conclusion,
let Remy continue.
the Coastal
Concluded.
In conclusion, the
Some
Coastal
of us,
Highway.
you're showing a lot of partiality
Can you
here.
just
I
keep
mean,
quiet? This
come on.
grandpa now.
Basat, are you the moderator? I'm the moderator. Please.
No, I want
Thank
you to do moderator, but I want you.
Yeah, Remy, please continue.
In conclusion, the Coastal Highway has come to
Ìjọba
stay.
ológun yìí le o.
So those people who does not like the Coastal Highway, they have option. They either stop talking or go and hug a transformer. So
Thomas, show Remy.
Are you
rational mind? That's his own opinion now.
Remy, tó fẹ́ pa rational mind nítorí kó lọ́wọ́ transformer.
Kevin the hug transformer.
He didn't mention rational mind name. He didn't mention rational mind name.
Kò lè rí transformer hug l'Amẹ́ríkà. Àfi tẹ́ bá gbé lọ sí Nàìjíríà ní tipátipá, kò lè rí transformer hug l'Amẹ́ríkà. Kò sí transformer ilẹ̀ l'Amẹ́ríkà.
So the Coastal Highway.
Bóyá Abájálẹ̀ kò kọ́ máa kidnap ẹ̀ ni.
The Coastal Highway has come to stay, and it will benefit the overall generality of Nigeria, not only people from the south alone. Everybody can use it, and I hope that by the time they complete it, those ones that are against it, they should stop them from flying that road. If you are here and we are documenting everything.
No, I think korúkọ wọn lẹ́lẹ̀ ń sìn. Má worry Remy. I think korúkọ wọn sílẹ̀.
So in conclusion, I think the political angle of faith, I think the way their principal has been shouting all around, all over the world, unfortunately, I see him as a very selfish person because he does not think about the future for other people that will come from that extraction to vie for the highest position of the land. That is not good. It's like if I don't have it, none of you will have it in future. That is the game he's playing, and it's quite unfortunate. People should just read between the lines. You don't.
If I don't have what? Who are you talking about, Remy?
I'm talking about your principal, Obi.
Who's your principal? Who's your principal?
Obi is your principal now. Is it not your principal? Check your principal. Only principal is your principal.
Forget it. Just go on. I hear you now. Go on.
So the politics is playing is a total bad politics. If I don't have it, none of my extraction in future will have it. That is the game is playing, and it's quite unfortunate. I think their leaders, their Ohanes and the rest, they should call him to order. This is the country you want to rule in future, and this is the same country you are bastardizing and telling rubbish all over the world. You are an elite as all of this. You have been a state governor before. You have sat on the same table to eat with all of these top politicians.
So it should not reside anymore. It should not reside anymore, right?
Can you let me finish, please? Now you say it's not your principal. Why do you want to defend it? Can't you just...
You said it's my principal now. Is that what you said? And I'm asking.
Yeah, so why they calm down and let me finish. After I finish, if they give you a chance.
Kiloman trigger, no, Remy. Kiloman trigger, no. What's Kiloman trigger? Oh, my like a question. Apparently, somebody is triggering you because.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something today. You see, politics to me is a game. You win or you lose. If you lose, you can compete another time. So that is the way. It's not a matter of do and die. Buhari was there for 8 years. Today, Buhari is an ex-president. Tinubu will also become ex-president, whether he likes it or not. So why do you want to die, or why do you want to? Sometimes, you know what? The problem with you is that people don't know where you really belong.
I mean, maybe you just define what politics is. Maybe you want Rational to define what politics is.
I can define it. I mean,
I will give that. I will.
Maybe it's do or die. Maybe it's do or die.
It's my turn now. I will
allow you. How many minutes now? How many minutes?
I will allow you to talk. So
Thomas, how many minutes?
I see people like you that you are. I will talk on you.
So I mean, or me what anyway. So
now because sometimes I see you. Let me talk. How old are you? You come here to show that you are an elderly person. You disrespect even those who that are.
Don't take it personal. Don't take it personal. Now.
Trigger me. Could the of cartoon trigger me?
No, don't take it personal. Simba.
I'm just having fun.
No, ni fun. Apparently, you're not having fun. You want to be personal. You want to go.
Oh, gentlemen, please.
Okay, I will stop.
Remy, Jibrejo. Man, don't take it like that.
I
will stop so that I give other people to talk. Okay, so don't worry, it's okay. Show to anything in rational mind. I'm more mature than you.
And the mature. If you about Dagba, I was about Dagba. I'm not here to do your age competition. I'm done with that. I'm done with that age competition. It's just talking about me. I like to.
Rational mind. Don't go that route now. It's okay.
Okay. Let me address what you said. You said so many things.
You have spoken earlier. You don't need to respond to that. You will still trigger more. Rational mind. Don't comment. You don't need response.
You people don't know what I want to say. You don't even know what I want to say. I'm not going that route.
I mean,
what I'm saying, I'm not going past it. I'm going by what he said, those things he said about Obi and other things he said.
What is happening?
He said what he said that is ruining his political ambition. You see, these are the narratives. Some of you will come here. You just want to
it's ruining those people that will vie for that position in future.
I heard that part. I will come to that part too.
Don't twist my word, Mr. Rational Mind.
You said he has ruined
the rational mind. Don't twist it.
Okay. Let me
rational mind.
I've taken that from you.
Babalawo or what you like call yourself. Oh, the demolition.
Why go? Let me.
Owó làwọn pajápẹjá ní.
Láti di ẹ mọ́lẹ̀ sí YouTube.
Gbogbo àti pẹja nìkan ni National Mine.
Ọgbọ́n ni oní oúnjẹ o, àbí oúnjẹ tó lọ́wọ́ dà.
Tí bá lórúkọ sọ́wọ́ tí bá mi gbà lójú. Àmà tàbí ọbíọ́ ni.
Ogun tó fi pẹja lódò ní National Mine rẹ̀ bí bàjẹ́ ó dẹ́rù bà ẹ́.
O lè dẹ́rù bà mí ká mo ti wá rà kí ló ń dé lọ
tí odò. Ìlàjẹ etí odò ní National Mine ti wá. Ogun tó fi pẹja lọ́ní.
Ó ṣe wà ẹ́ tí bá pè.
O má bójú wọ ẹkùn lójú. O má bójú wọ ẹkùn lójú. O má try.
Ẹkùn tó wọ glasses àbí.
Sorry, we were just going a little bit our language anyways. Anyway, so my point is this: you said you address so many things, which I just want to address. You see, we know what the Agbado people do a lot when it comes to, you want to throw out some narratives there. Oh, he's ruining his political ambition. Maybe you didn't say that. I'm going by what some other people have said earlier. Maybe you said that or you not said that, but I know you said, what you said was, he has ruined it for other people from his tribe. You see, those narratives for me, I just don't know. You people just want, if you have your, but at least you said it a while ago, that if you have your way, you will lock people like me up. You want people like me to go and hug a transformer. You just want us to go out of
the... That is the fun. That is the fun of it. Now, kilo mu and Mr. Rational Mind. Fun. Why don't take him seriously?
Take it serious. Farabalẹ̀ now. Farabalẹ̀ now. Mi ò mean it. Bó ṣe sọ yìí náà.
Mẹ́nu lọ bẹ̀ yẹn mọ́. Ṣé bẹ́rẹ̀ lọ à ń ṣe? Ṣé o lè hug transformer lóko?
Fine. I understand. But what I'm just saying is, it's not just you. No, farabalẹ̀ now. Me, my camera go back and forth. It's very late here. I have to sign out because it's my people here. I don't want them to. So my point is this: is that, you know, not just you, Remy, not just even you. I mean, recently we saw a journalist that was kidnapped by the DMI. We don't see that. We didn't see that publication. We don't see that making news until maybe I think was it Arise or channels they brought it up. They don't want people to talk. They don't want people criticizing Tinubu.
No, 200.
That is what you people don't want. If you people have your way, that's what I'm saying. You people want.
That's not happening in America. Several things are happening every day. Why do you always fixated on just one single item? So single item.
The reason why we're fixated. Okay, let me use your word. Fixated.
I don't like this way at all. Nigeria has 200 million people. So everything that goes on in that 200 million population that you want the federal government to talk about it. Who are you kidding about? But even they kidnap 200 people, everybody knows around the world. Just one singular person. So one singular person that is kidnapped in my local village or something like that, every Nigerian must know about it. Tinubu must come down and help us to release the person.
So when people are kidnapped, we should be silent about it. Is that what you want? No. Criminal. No. You see, that's what we're doing. You see, that's why we never move forward. That's why we never move forward. No, there's no wisdom there.
I'm highly disappointed.
No, you can be. My own kind of Yoruba person. Maybe you want forward, you
are not factual.
My own kind of Yoruba person. I don't promote crap.
Everything about you is twisted. You are here and everywhere. So where are you? Here and everywhere.
Well, because where are you? Because I'm unfair. Farabalẹ̀. I'm unfair non-Yoruba woman. I'm unfair. I'm unfair lóyún ni. So kọ́ra máa ń ṣe nìyẹn.
Where are you from?
Under to paternity rational mind.
I mean,
non-Yoruba
women. Rational mind gan ti sọ tẹ́lẹ̀ pé káàkiri ni DNA wọn.
So ọmọ mi wọ́n ní different gene nínú wọn. So kí la sọ. So you see, the point is this: what you don't know, you don't know. If you don't know what's on, you don't know. If I tell you that I have Igbo, I have Fulani, is to tell you that yes, we marry women in our families who are non.
I think it's high time to
So
let other people talk, please. It's because it's just
no, you asking question and I'm giving you the answer.
boring
So that you
already.
rest that case so that you don't bring it up another time again.
Please, I beg you, forget about me. Let other people talk. Just give them chance.
Okay, yeah, so I'm not talking about you now. I'm talking about general thing we've been talking about here. Now, my point is this. Let me just use the floor, but in passing, let us stop this ethnic baiting every time we come here. It doesn't work for anybody. We understand how Nigeria is. Nigeria is divided on a line of ethnic, maybe it's not really divided, but these politicians, they try to divide us on line of ethnic and religious. And some of us will run with this, will come here and start spinning it. How can we really solve the problem? If all of us continue coming here, I can bring so many things I've heard from Yoruba platforms of how they've these despicable things they've said about other people from other.
You can bring it on now.
No, I will never do that. I'm not you. That's what I'm saying.
What do you mean? I have never.
I wait you.
I have never disparaged anyone. Don't always lie. I hate that lie.
How do you know I'm lying? I mean, this is becoming ridiculous, man.
Let other people talk now, so I rest my case.
Can you squash this now? I'm
not the one. He's the one who's trying to. I'm speaking. And then
let it go now. I don't know.
I don't get it too because
Remy declaration my sorrow could land. Then we move on.
I mean, they said I never land. So I'm saying let us stop this this ethnic thing that we come here every time to do. Let us speak to matters. And when I speak to matters about if I criticize what's it called, the coastal road, don't take it to the ethnic thing like, oh, it's the Igbo people. No, I'm not Igbo. And I criticize Tinubu. Tinubu is not more Yoruba than me. If it is there, then Yahweh take to fair. Omoluwo no Yahweh. Baba Yahweh Omoluwo ni. Sheyi or Yahweh. So what are we talking about? And we come here and then we start saying somebody's not full Yoruba. I mean, how do you know, some of you here, how do you know if you're even full Yoruba? If maybe join somewhere in your line, you're not. So the thing is, we need to understand that if you are criticizing other people, you might find yourself that you are even criticizing a part of you. So let us speak to issue. If I want to criticize Tinubu, his project, do not take it to the angle of, oh, it's Igbo or Yoruba or it's Hausa. Let us take it like, yeah, these people are the people who are criticizing. That's my point, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you all.
It looked like this guy have not spoken. Dorothy. Is Dorothy still there? Dorothy.
Yes, I'm here.
Dorothy.
Quiet.
Oh yeah,
please let me speak. Or let me speak.
No. You met Dorothy here. You met Dorothy. Dorothy has been here. Okay. Dorothy.
Yeah. Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Let me just speak to the main thing that I just felt we just do is this. Just like what you said.
I think we have talked too much. We have talked too much on this coastal.
Yes.
Maybe you want to go to Sanwo-Olu that was deporting people from Lagos to deported people from Lagos to Edo State. Now some Yorubas are now standing up to criticize him. That why should he, particularly most of those people that he picked up are Yoruba people. So maybe you want to say something on that.
Yes, I think the issue on this particular matter is this. I think that kind of thing has happened before too. I think it was under Babatunde Fashola. Then that he picked some people that were messing up the area, the states in terms of, they are littering up the state. They don't have a good accommodation. Not only that, I think they were begging. We have a lot of beggars there in that time, and he picked some of them, returned them back to different parts of the country. There's a particular menace that is technically going on around that area. Within Lagos. And that is all these street urchins. Probably they have no job and they are not actually having a proper house or a place where they can really put their heads. Yeah, the fine people will have to, they will criticize them actually about it, because they'll ask him, what has the government also probably done to help these guys out, to take them off the streets, even though some people will still argue that they are not from that state. If you are not from a particular state, why should you come there and constitute nuisance? You know, because many of those guys that you see, that are street urchins, that don't have a place to stay, they are the one that normally perpetrate a lot of crimes, in the middle of the night, even in broad day. They are the informant that work for all these guys that's feeding
Dorothy,
people.
Dorothy, let me
Yeah,
put this to you. Don't you think that many people have these misconceptions that once they get to Lagos, they will get something to do?
exactly.
And once you are in Lagos, I think another perception that people that lives in Lagos used to have is that they don't think they can have it better in any other part of the country, which is a misconception. I'm saying
Very
this
big one.
because I've seen several examples. I have a family member who used to be even a senior banker before things went wrong. He has a house in Lagos in Isolo. We have to force him to sell that house to come and build another house in the village and relocate back to the village. If you see the kind of life he's living now, in fact, before when he got back to the village, every weekend he would travel to Lagos. But now he said he will not even there's nothing in that place for him to go to. He's enjoying his life in the village. And I've seen several examples of that. Because yesterday, I think I was hearing Babajale Koko saying that most of the people that they relocated back to their state, some of them will still find their way back. Yes, but some will stay. Because by the time they get back there, some of them, their family member will talk to them. Some of them, by the time they see how easy it is to live in the village with a relatively smaller amount of money without struggle, some of them will stay. Not all of them will go back. And that's why I support, you understand? It's a misconception. If you see the kind of life some people are living in Lagos, and initially we are talking about, okay, people should build house. There are so many houses. My own village, there are so many empty houses that people are not occupying. So it's not as if we are lacking houses. It's only that people are visited on certain part of the country.
It's just
in my village, people build house. The only thing they need for you to do is that just occupy it and be taking care of the house. They will not even collect rent from you. And you can be doing small things. You can take care of your family in a very peaceful environment. I don't even know what they enjoy in that rowdy, chaotic Lagos.
We agree on the housing.
I know
one,
somebody. We have to force down. We'll force him.
Is those opportunities beyond just agriculture in those areas? Their housing is okay, like you said, but how can we ensure that there are opportunities? Because remember, they left those places for a reason in the first place, to pursue something in the cities, right? So if you want them to come back, there has to be something that will draw them back, more than just housing. There has to be opportunities. BT, let me
tell you this. I grew up in the village. Let me say this. I grew up in the village. And I can speak of what happened now, that the population, even in the late 70s, early 80s in the village, now in my own village is more than the people there in the 80s, in the late 70s. People in the village then were more than the people that are there now. You understand?
Because a lot of people are educated. They don't want to live in the
village. It's not education. They don't have that. Don't let us deceive ourselves. Not because of education. It's because of laziness.
Travel abroad too, including yourself.
It's not. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is this. You understand? You even have artisans, people that have learned one job or the other, like bricklaying, carpentry, and all those things. You know, the kind of mentality
Hello,
that we
Mr.
have
Simba.
now. Yes.
So you mean we are living in a chaotic state? We are living in a chaotic state. That is your statement.
Let me tell you, living in Lagos is anybody that is living in that Lagos is living in hell. You are living in hell.
I get Abi.
I get that. So what I'm saying is this:
if you live in Lagos and go to other states, all those states, it's really as if it's
BTB to
sleeping.
Ìlọrin, take him to Ìlọrin, or Ìlọra, or gbé lọ sí Ìlọra, ó tẹ̀ kúrò l'Ékòó.
Nítorí statement yẹn ni mo ṣe join you. Nítorí statement yẹn ni mo ṣe join you.
You know, Baba Jai Koko, if I can predict, I can live in an area where I can predict my movement, I can predict my safety. I know that if I have an appointment with you, I can say, okay, in 10 minutes time, I'll get there and I'll get there. Then why should I live in a place where I cannot?
You can't
do all those in that chaotic Lagos or whatever they call it.
By day. We live the day by day. Every day.
Let me tell you, as I am now, if they offer me 5 million naira monthly, I can never stay in that Lagos.
There are so many people. There are so many people working on the island, living on the mainland, working on the island. They will sleep in their vehicle on the island.
Let me tell you, there are opportunities. I'm saying this for a fact. There are opportunities in other places, but people refuse to see it. They refuse to see it.
You're right.
Do you understand something that during the Fashola era that they did this kind of thing? Apart from the fact that he transported some people out of the state, there are people that were forced because of the shanties that were destroyed, the LACMA rule, the transport rule that were forced out to Ibadan. Do you know that before that came to Ibadan, they lost a lot of things in Lagos? Do you know that they are now building out their big houses? They have investment right now in Ibadan. One of my own family members, we have to go and draw him from that Lagos. Right now, he has his own house and he's living his gentle life there. So, and the same thing goes to our people from the east too. I serve in the east. I know how people normally also want to go to Lagos because when people come back home, not only in the east, even in the southwest, when people come back from Lagos, they show you a lot of things and social media hype. At the end of the day, some people go there, but the fact still remains that Lagos is a beehive of economic activity, it's an economic beyond. So if you have the skill, the right skill set, and the right connection and some other things, you can actually make it. But sometimes Lagos is also becoming overcrowded. So, but there are opportunities. Do you know that since after Fashola, Lagos and Ogun have become the next Lagos? People now work in Ibadan. That was one of the things that Buhari did for that Lagos-Ibadan rail gauge, tunnel gauge. So people work in Ibadan right now. They are in Ibadan, they are working in Lagos, they come in the morning, they go in the evening. And of course, the same thing, from Abeokuta, they go from they're trying to do that with Agbado from the red line. So people can live in Ogun, then they work in Lagos. So there are so much money in Oyo State to make. There are investment in there. There are investment in Ogun State that you can actually lay your hands on and do well. I know people that were ejected, they lost a lot of things, and they are good. So people should not even take it like, you look inwards and good with robust financial literacy. I think those are the things that we need to be telling our people over there. I normally tell people, for anyone that have gone out of Nigeria, what are you telling your people? Do you want to just be the boss? Because that's what I normally see. You want to just be the boss and say, worship you are abroad. No. What I do on a daily basis, I talk to youth. I've been a youth advocate where I'm coming from at the church level and some other areas. These are the things you can do. There are things you can domesticate that they do in the Western world. There are things they do in other countries, even within Africa here, that you can also do back home and get some good money. So I don't want to raise a child that will think until he travels to the West that he cannot make it in life. I kept on saying that. I don't want to raise children or people that will think, until I get to Lagos, I can't actually make it. Of course, Lagos, you need to do some things in Lagos. because because of the links. There's some certain things you need to do. You need to get links.
Dorothy. Another thing, I'm very happy that is even the Yorubas that is deporting now. Adibin is another tribe, or this our brother from the east. This will have generated another Ulabalu. You understand? So by the time he finishes with this one and now started deporting other tribes, then nobody have nothing to say. They don't have any reason to say, okay, make it give it an ethnic coloration. You understand what I'm saying? So to me.
The thing about the southeastern people, anyway, you don't tend to see them as street urchins like that. So it's probably not going to hit them. It's probably going to hit northerners or something like that. So that's what you're probably going to get. But that said, yeah, he's not going to hit them. But we all know that a lot of people feel sensitive in that country. No matter what he does, sooner or later, he just has to hit one, then you are going to hear people complain about it. But should it matter? It shouldn't matter when somebody is doing the right thing, like when they were clearing the canals and they had to.
For that, if you notice, real quick, what Lagos is also doing, just chime in real quick. I notice what they are doing now. You see all those under bridges, those roundabouts with that they're client like the Obalende one. They're now giving it to private companies to develop and put their stuff. So like the one in Obalende now that they cleared, they give it to MTN. So MTN will now be like a football pitch, like a. So they will build it and they will manage it. That way, government is not involved every 5 minutes coming to look at people. So that's what they are doing now. So they will just give it to companies, take it over, put your signage, whatever there, but make it like for basketball.
You mean they give it to the company for free so that the company can build whatever they like?
No. They will manage. The companies will build those like football pitches and for the youth.
Recreational area.
The question still remains: are they going to give it to the government for free?
No.
Those companies for free. I mean,
they will manage it.
For managing.
No, let's not do okay. Does it belong to them? That the space itself that the companies go and build in, is it for free? They'll just give it to them. Okay, build whatever you like.
No, it's owned by government, right? So they want those companies. The companies will now build these education centers there for the youth. They'll be managing it. They'll be paying people to manage that space, but they can put their signage there. So instead of paying money to have your advert all over the place, in exchange for that money, you'll be using that money to maintain that space. That way, nobody comes back and encroaches that place again.
So did they charge for? Did they charge for the services?
No. It's a public park now for people.
Okay.
That way,
Even if they charge, what is wrong? What is wrong?
They can't charge. That's the agreement. They
No. BT. Let's assume that they even charge token. Is there anything wrong in charging for such things?
Yeah, because they got the place for free.
No. It's a trade.
So what about the cost of maintenance?
Yeah, you can.
I understand the aspect of the cost of maintenance. It has to be non-profit if that is the case.
So that's what I'm saying. This. Let us forget about all this free mentality that we carry about. There is nothing that is free anywhere. If you want standard things and want things to be sustained,
why give it to the company? Then the government might as well pay for it and take the money.
Government, to Nigeria, we know that government cannot manage things. Anything that government manages failed.
Then why not give it to a poorer person to manage? Then is
everybody that has the financial wherewithal to even put those structures there?
But some people, if they know they can make profit, because he says he doesn't have any problem with profit. If you are saying that is the case, then give it to poorer people to build, get loans.
You see, you can see. Can you use it to yourself? What do you mean by poorer people? Can poorer people build? Where would they get resources?
Because they will get loan, because they will be assured that
what you are saying is not practicable now. What you are saying is not practicable now.
Let me explain why it's possible. Because if people that are less well off or even smaller businesses get they know that property, the place they're going to be the property is a kind of prime area in Lagos, you get loan for it. Because they know
let me tell you what you say poorer people. What even make the people that are poor in the first place? Because they don't have a business idea. So why should you give such a thing?
We are not talking about people. I'm talking about like SMEs, smaller businesses, individuals that want to get into real estate.
The public park.
Don't go there. It's what you are saying.
They can afford to build a public park if it's for profit. It's not their money they're going to use to the bank to get the money.
Can you listen to what we are saying?
They are using it
make
as
money. Hold on, Dorothy. They are making money, but the profit that they're making is through them putting their advert in that area. That's how the company recoup their
Yeah,
money.
but that's not what Simba is saying. Simba is saying, well, what's wrong with them? Let them make money out. They can make profit out of it. Then if they are going to be making profit out of it, then why
I'm
give?
not saying they should make
I
money.
didn't give money.
You say it should be free, and I say it cannot be free because they still need to
My
maintain
point
it.
is that it should
That's
be
what I'm telling you.
non-profit. If you're going to charge for it, then it should be non-profit plus
For
your
now, Simba. For now, it's a public park, so they can't charge. For now,
Let me even say this. Let me tell you, anything that is free is prone to abuse. If people have to pay, it will even limit the number of people. But if it's free, the way people will be jam packing that place, it will not last long. That is it.
As
Tokens,
long as see, I don't
people
mind
tokens.
tokens. I just said it doesn't matter as long as it's non-profit, because the idea of just taking a whole government land, give it to private people to use to make money for themselves doesn't seem edifying. Then who should be able to buy land then?
it's
Who should
more
ever
of
buy a land?
sorry guys, it's more of a companies have a duty for they have to part of their profit has to be for public it's part of the law.
CSR, corporate social responsibility.
So that is part of the project. But as part of that too, you also have to you can put your signage there, but you can't charge for it. Simba is the point.
BT, because I've seen this kind of thing in most of the country I've visited. You understand? The problem we have is that we see certain things, and then when we are trying to replicate in our country, our people used to have this resistance, and because of our mindset, anything that they are doing, we only have this mindset of, oh, they are doing it for their cronies, they are doing it for their people, they are trying to use it to enrich. What is that kind of mindset?
I agree with you, but like I said, Nigerians remove the carrot, just use stick only. That's my policy with Nigeria.
I'm not even attacking it. I didn't say
whoever they want to give it to.
It's a bad practice to be giving businesses free stuff. Why you are happy for
government
to
I don't care.
Hold on, Simba.
Whoever they give it to, let
the
structure be there. Let people benefit from it. That's all. If they like, they can give it to Dangote. They can give it to anybody. I don't mind. What I need is infrastructure. I don't mind how it comes.
Then we are on the same page on that one. My only concern is that some people seem to be very happy for businesses to get socialism, but when it comes for the masses, they will say, no, you all want free stuff. I don't subscribe to that. Everybody has to be on the same level. If you want to give businesses free stuff, they too should not make money out of it. Just like people are not allowed to make profit out of getting free stuff. Because if it is free stuff, why should you be charging people more for it? Then, for me anyway, you have to pay for it eventually. Maybe if you want to start making profit, you can say, okay, now, federal government, thank you for this land I gave to me. I'm going to start making profit out of it now, but I will start paying for the value of the land, so that that money now can be used to invest in some other thing.
No, but they will not give you the no. Okay, let me explain the way I know it. They're not going to sell the land. The land still belongs to the government. Okay, they're not giving land away. So what they're saying is, as part of your social responsibility to that area, you can have your signage. You can build the public park to our own specification, the design for public park. Now, for that, the question is like, let's say I play basketball now, and I want to come play basketball there. Do I have to have a membership of that place? That is what we can start. Maybe you can charge some small fees for entrance to control the crowd. That way, everybody's not trooping in. So that you can do that to control crowd control. You can come up with some form of fees, but the idea.
And you probably need to hire people to manage the park.
Yeah. Just that would be a way of recouping you. Yeah, but it's not a profit making venture. That's not what it's designed for. So
I guess I see. If you are choosing the between both, even if it's at the extreme end that they go on to make profit, I think it's actually better to have that place, have a productive environment there.
Right. But it's empty, and though, how much can they really make in that place that will be significant? Anyways, how much?
Every little adds up now. Every little adds up.
They are there for the no. They are there for the advert opportunities. That's the whole point of doing that. Because it's a prime location. That's the whole point of doing it.
And so that's a lot of money. And that that you're already getting paid for it.
Exactly. That's my point. That's how they make that money.
And in addition, it also has to beauty of the city and so many other stuff like that. So I think they should not charge money. This is part of their social responsibility. They maintain the park, they trim the trees, they control. I don't know, but the problem is that if it's in Lagos, oh man, the population. I think they, like Simba said, give them few time, everything will just be disciplined. Our people are not disciplined enough.
Let me, Remy, you know why I'm saying this?
Anyhow, do whatever they like.
Let me give you 2004. I was working in a state hospital in Oshogbo. That time, that was during Oyinlola regime as the governor. Osunse was doing free healthcare at that time. I don't know how the news will get to the people in the town. Whenever they bring drugs to the hospital, come and see the way people will troop in. We will now have thousands of people waiting. We will now be during consultation. You discover that people will just be feeling symptoms and signs just because they want to collect free drug. Until when those consignment finishes, they will not. Some people can come 3 times in a day, and they will disguise in different names.
So
just because it is free.
Simba, as a doctor, don't you, because in China I was told that taking medicine, too much of medicine is not good for your health.
You know, we have this poverty. Wait, Remy, let me tell you this. Because of our poverty mentality, we have this insecurity that people, and that is what is also even encouraging corruption. People will get those drugs and they will go and keep. It's not as if they want to use it. Some of them will even expire in their house. You understand? They just want to keep it for keeping sake.
So
that okay, maybe in case when
the mentality is free. Let me go and get my own quickly.
I'll keep it. You understand? Even let me tell you, even the health insurance that we are doing in Nigeria now, come and see the way people are abusing it. If you are in a clinic and you see a whole family of 6 people will come, because it covers 4 children and the husband and the wife. And whenever they are coming to clinic, all the 6 of them will come. And they will not be asking them, Taiwo, what do you even say is wrong with you? Temitayo, what do you understand? It's not as if they have anything, though. They just want, because they have this mentality that certain amount is being deducted from their salary for that. So they must come to hospital every month to spend that money. To spend that money. And they are forgetting that is a pool. That token that you are paying is not sufficient for you alone. It is because some people will get sick, some people will not get sick. The people that will not get sick, they will be the one that will pay for the people that get sick. Because it's a social insurance.
So Simba, here they have that kind of benefit also here. But the doctors here, public also, they are smart. You know what they do? Until they see, they are so sure you are dying. If you come, if they see that you don't really have headache, the temperature is not about, they just give you simple paracetamol, go back home. Even
I think that is true. They hardly medicate here until they have to.
People that want to deliver baby, until they are sure it's your right time. If they are not sure, go back home. They don't just give you medicine like that. They don't want you to abuse the system.
Let me even, it's not even only the patient that does that. Even the medical practitioners, especially those people that own private hospital, because they want to have a lot of enrollment, people that patronize, that will put their insurance under their own clinic. They will not be giving them Bonvita, Milo, all this, just to encourage people. You understand what I'm saying? It's just our mentality. They give all those things so that they will go and tell their folks, their friends, that okay, in this hospital, if you put your health insurance under their clinic, then this is what you'll be getting.
Yep.
So to me, the only way out, I see that things can work in Nigeria is by privatizing everything. All these things that you are saying, government should from experience.
Simba, thank you very much. Let me even bring it up. It's here tonight. Is here. Remember, we've been discussing transmission in Nigeria, right?
and they want to divide that into two: one for corporate, one for operations. These people are not serious. What is dividing into two? Just, let it go. Why? What's the meaning of a corporate side and a operation side?
I don't even understand that. What
is
that?
Because they want to hold on to that bureaucracy of keeping their own people, they can control, they can steal money. That's the whole point.
And also, how is national grid a serious national security issue? Because I would like to think that all national security infrastructure have their own independent power supply, and they are supposed to allow that. I guess from the point of view of the population, you can say,
they make it. If that's the case, they make it regional. That's it.
It doesn't even have to be anything. They can just make it private, because Dangote is holding a lot of strategic aspect of the Nigerian economy.
Right. But so why are they holding? Well, okay, why did they keep holding on to it? Why?
I think the mistake we used to make. All those our forefathers, the founding fathers of that country, that was the biggest mistake they make. You understand? And it's selfishness, because they want to have the power. How can you say we have a national grid that once that one does have any problem, the whole country will be in darkness?
I think part of it,
or even that one can be attacked by a terrorist.
I think the part of it is to have control to switch any area off that they want to. But I think I also believe that the timeline for that kind of concern is well past. So I don't even understand why they are still holding on to it. Can somebody tell me what threat can come from private institution or controlling the national grid?
A quick question.
I don't know.
A quick question for you. Yeah. Is this with this new electricity Act, does it give a state a total power to generate, to distribute, and transmit within a state?
Yes, they can.
What is stopping the governors then?
Because what is happening is that, if you notice, you have enough private investment that can do generation or distribution. Where the real money is, where it's very expensive to do, is the transmission. And I'm saying that come together as states.
Yes,
right?
Now.
If you cannot do it by yourself, just say, okay, let's do this thing together. Transmission, right? For our state, we will handle our own distribution for
there are no more in the national grid. I think
Osun is blessed with generation. They have the delicate, the video family there. They do a lot of generation.
Yeah, they have the show.
Yeah, so they have that money to generate. You have Femi in Lagos. The issue is that transmission part. Government did not really let it go 100%.
Oh,
and from what I hear, they were also controlling pricing too.
Yeah, they have. If they are serious, just let the whole thing go. But you can always regulate, right? You can always regulate and
exactly. Regulation is what you need. But
why
government is not good at regulation?
What is the problem? Why?
See, compared to let's say state police, I think the national grid should have been let go a long time ago. Because I don't see any threat that poses if businesses, private businesses run it. Private businesses are running like phone services and all the rest of it. That's even more sensitive, that they can hear what the president is saying. But somehow the power supply that's running between states is the one the federal government wants to hold on to.
Didn't they have a fight over that? Did you forget what happened during Obi'S time? Didn't they have an argument over the cell phone thing too? That we cannot give it to private, you can't give it to MTN, you can't give it to blah blah blah. It must be nationalized. And what happened when they give it to private? What happens with it?
Yeah, so, but we don't know that. Maybe that's why our system is messed up now. But you don't always know why things are happening the way they do. Maybe because all these companies have got all our information.
But I'm saying it wasn't that MTN came in. It was the competition of Globacom that kind of opened up that space. So my point is, don't give it to CMS only. Bring in GE, bring in Chinese company, have competition amongst themselves to lower the price. Don't give our.
We are not even generating enough. That's one of the problems. We are not generating enough. I think I heard that Nigeria either from 6,000 to up to 12,000.
No.
Gigawatts, 12,000 megawatts.
We have the capacity to generate 18,000.
18,000 is not enough.
I know that, but here's the point. If I have the capacity to generate 18,000 and you can only transmit 6,000, there's no incentive for me to expand generation.
I've asked this question before. I think was it between we're talking about this before now.
Right.
Why is it that power can come into a state, that node that power uses to come into a state, that single point that used to come into a state, why can't the state plug into that their own power generation tools, so that they can now be able to power their own state, leaving the federal government? Whenever the federal government one comes, then you route it to the state. Whenever the federal government this thing cuts off, then you restore the locally generated energy in
So you have multiple source of. Yeah, that should happen, but that will require, because it's capital intensive, that will require states working together as a unit.
But that is not a federal government issue, because somewhere along the line, I think they keep telling the federal government is the one stopping everything. But if at a single point power comes into the state, why is the state not generating enough power to plug into that point? Especially now that they've been given the power, they have ability to plug this thing and generation into that point and deliver power into the state. You can also argue that some people say it has something to do with transformers and all the rest. So we really don't know why these problems exist. But I think it's maybe in the part of the distributors. That's where even most of the problem is themselves, not necessarily the grid on its own. Because why, you can ask, why are they not plugging it into the main grid that is coming into the state? They could do that, but they are not doing it.
Well, don't let me bring up my governor again. That's why you have useless governor. That's the answer to your question.
What governor? I think Shawolu is
No,
Lagos is a little bit dynamic now.
I am Ogun State, so there's no hope for us. Just letting that's what happened. This is just what do you want me to say? I mean, that's it. It's not going to do anything. So
but the money is not too much, though. If they just invested some $100 million a year, they can get mobile power plants to come in there and bolster whatever is missing from that or the federal, national grid. I don't understand why they can't put their mind to that. Because for me, if let's say I was advising a government official, and I would say, you know what, first thing, you have to have an emergency for power supply, where you supply power to each state capital, especially to make sure that they are 24/7 lit. And to do that, you can use mobile power plants. They are big and they are also quite cheap. All they need is some form of fuel, whether gas, gasoline, whatever you want to use. So you bring them in to augment whatever is missing from that of the national grid, while you start outlawing some useless power generation method, like all these in the estates. You can outlaw use of individual generators. They have to have communal one if they are going to have that at all. And you also have to start doing it in marketplaces too, where they have so many. So you have to phase out, just like we phased out motorcycles. You can phase out all these things so that you start cleaning up energy generation, and the money wasted in generating energy individually will go back into the economy. And the people will even make more money from that to offset the cost you spent on the mobile power plants and the fuel, because they're going to pay for it. Obviously, you're going to charge them for it. So this problem can be solved. It's not so hard. And what I'm talking about, the only area you have bottlenecks, from what I can see, is plugging it into the national grid. The mobile power plants themselves, they can be supplied within a year. As a matter of fact, GE said they can supply within 3 months and it's up and running. So why are they not doing those things? And $20 million per mobile power plant that can generate over 25 megawatts. How many? You need to buy maybe 10 or 20 of them, and you use it to power the entire the areas where there are no power in the state. So it's possible to respond if these people want to respond while they fix the long-term problem or medium to long-term problems. So, but they are not responding, and they spend a lot of time stealing money that can be used to even do this thing. See, nobody's saying, for me, I'm giving up hope that politicians are not going to steal, especially in the democratic system. Every single one of them is steal. The question is whether you actually do anything with the money that you actually spend. Why not spend the money that you have in your pocket? How much is it going to cost? Maybe $100 million. You're going to get, let's say you buy 10 of those mobile power plants. You're going to generate 200, 200, is it 200 megawatts? Is that not even over the size of that of the one in OT, this state that they generated that's giving Abia State almost 24/7 power supply now? That's over that one. Just 10 of these ones, and it's going to cost you about $200 million. I believe Lagos generates billions every year. So what is stopping them from doing that? They are not doing it because they can't be asked. They always think, oh, let's wait for the federal government to do everything in a big way so that the problem can be solved once and for all. But the problem is never getting solved. It's not happening. Since Obasanjo, they've been trying to do this stuff from the federal government end of it. It's never been done. So personally, I just think that they need to, each state need to respond to this as a form of emergency. In the case of Lagos, they will need at least 10 of these mobile power plants. But in other areas like a smaller state, like maybe Ogun and Edo State, they may not need that much even. They might need maybe 5 of them to support whatever the federal government is.
Ogun needs more actually because they have all these manufacturing companies. So you need more energy. You need more power.
Then you have to send it. You have to build another power plant for.
That's what I've been saying. That if a manufacturing state, you know that once you start building power for those companies, more people will move in because they see the opportunity there, right? Oh, they are building for manufacturers. They want to move in, so the demand will always be high.
Yeah,
that's the way you plan.
I really can't believe that the Aba one was just 0.1 gigawatts. And everybody is shouting as if that's a massive.
That's too small for what they want. They can do over there. They need to go big, man. You gotta go bigger than that.
We think too small. It's a very small power generation plant.
Even just 1 to 3 local governments now. So people are shouting like the power all the owner.
And it's not like Lagos doesn't get power. Lagos does get power. Let's make no mistake. It's just that some parts don't.
The advantage Lagos have is that some industries, some big manufacturing plants, they have their own power source. Okay. Not connected to the national grid. So all what you are saying, Lagos might not need 10 or 20 mobile because like Dangote and the rest, they have their own power source. They are not getting power from your NEPA.
Yes. Yeah, they definitely do have the mobile power plants.
Lafayette also have their own power source. So so all those big ones, they have their own power source. Like the Nigerian American tobacco in Ibadan, they have their own power source, not connected to national grid. They are producing cigarettes.
And the mobile power plants I described is GE1. Those are the most expensive ones. If you go for the Chinese ones, they are even going to be cheaper. So you might get it for half the price and still be able to generate a lot of power.
Chinese are already here. China Power have been handling the Kanji Dam that produce about 726 megawatts, but they are improving it by another 200 and something megawatts. By 2025,
where is transmission for that?
They should be faster. China can build very quickly. I don't see why they are so slow.
Where is the transmission for that? Chief Remy. Even if they get all this extra megapower, where is the transmission to transmit all those things? We don't have transmission now. So what's the point?
What I'm trying to say is that instead of transmitting all over Nigeria, just give it to 3 or 4 states around that and Niger State.
They don't want that. Is the point. They want to, because some people feel like, because they are still playing politics with it now. They are still playing politics. That's the problem.
That
it's true, it's true, because there's no need to transmit it all over Nigeria if you cannot even power the areas around you. Then generate for the other areas. There's no real reason, and it's a waste too, because while you are transmitting for such long distances, you are losing a chunk of the power through heat and all kinds of nonsense that go on during transmission period.
Somebody is doing gas in Bayelsa or whatever. Instead of you are up north, you should be thinking something, maybe solar, that works for you in your own area. You want to focus on that's down there. How can it get to me? You're supposed to focus on what can you do to add to that? What can you contribute? You have sunshine everywhere. Build solar cities.
It's not even hard, and that's what scares me about this our useless leadership. It's not even hard because these people pretend as if they don't know. We all know this can be done. Like the companies are there telling you what they can do. We know Chinese companies can build power plants very, very quickly, and they can build it very big and very, very cheap.
On History Channel, this solar city is built in Africa, but they run a cable from Africa into Europe. Have you seen that documentary?
Yeah, I think is that not from Morocco?
Yeah, they have a solar panel in their desert though, but it's powering Europe.
Exactly. That there was a project that they wanted to even look at doing where they put solar panels in the Sahara and send it to Europe.
Yeah,
so that's part of it. This is just a test one. Yeah,
that's the one.
Tonight, as Rati said, everywhere I've lived all over my life, There's nothing like national grid. The grid belongs to the state or to a small region. By that way, they can know how much electricity that those regions need. All these national grids transferred to all over Nigeria is useless. That Mambila they are doing now in Mambila. Just look at can power like 6 states, and it's enough.
Yeah.
Can power Oshogbo and Ekiti. It's enough.
Do you know why? Do you know why? Because if you do it that way, some states will have to then take their black asses to go and negotiate with other states. That's what they don't want to do. You must actually be creative
I don't
up
know
there.
what is wrong with this. Man, sometimes when you look at this stuff, I find it hard that anybody can support any politician in Nigeria because some of these people are doing
even simple waste management can get you power. Just the waste that you're even producing, you can use that waste to produce power in your area. Just waste can produce power for you.
This is what we should be clamoring for. All Nigerians should clamor. At least instead of fighting ourselves about tribal or whatever sentiment, let's fight about this kind of energy or power. If you have it, you don't have any business in Lagos or in Abuja. If you have 24-hour supply, you can do everything you want at the corner of your home. You can even work from home. You don't need to go to office every day. At least you are working with computer there too. So life will become more easier for people.
You see how things are more expensive in Africa. Look at the Morocco solar project. They want to generate 2 gigawatts from solar energy, and they want to spend about $9 billion on it. Yet I know India generated 20 gigawatts of electricity with about $2 billion or $3 billion. So it tells you that some people are just spend stupid money doing stuff and they don't even think. And I don't know where. If I was a Nigerian leader and I hear that India was able to pull that off at that cheap, I'll be hiring them quick. And they did it in 3 years. I'll be hiring them quickly. How can you hear that kind of amount?
I think what the federal government should do is just to off their hand about that transmission. Now enforce it. Go and do it instead of you borrowing money for necessary projects. Go and empower your people. Go and empower your state. Let each state do it. If they cannot, let them do it to 2 states. At least 2 states with at least almost 700 to 800 megawatts will do wonder, especially in those states that are non-manufacturing states, like civil town like Oshun and Ekiti. 1,000 megawatts electricity is enough.
How much did that Obasanjo government spend on trying to?
Don't talk about it again, Jared.
No, I want to hear the amount.
17 billion.
Oh my God. Oh my
$16
God.
billion, nothing. And then you will come around writing stupid letter everywhere. Before that one will leave.
Wow, $17 billion. Do you know what you could do with that? If you really wanted to build power plants in each state, that is a lot of money.
So to Nigeria, sometimes when I think, I'll just say they don't swear for us. That is my conclusion. Because all these leaders, the school live in abroad for decades. To Nigeria, a month ago, electricity in Victoria is so much. They are destroying power plants because they were just generating. There is nobody to use the lights.
Wow.
You can imagine they destroy a whole power plant that can even power like 10 states in my country because they were just generating, nobody to use the lights. And I said, when I came here, I said, is it difficult to get light? They took me to when they are generating lights to Nigeria. It is not difficult. It's something very simple. They showed me the turbine. They showed me. I said, "Is this all?" They said, "That is all." I said, "So why can't Africa do this thing?" It's not that they went to the moon or to the Pluto or to the Mercury to generate light. It's just a plant, and that is it.
It's about what will I get from it, from everybody. Interest is too much. The contract, the first thing that come to your mind, what is my own percentage? What will I get from it? How come we do business like that? Nobody have the interest of the people.
Okay. Even if you steal the money, use the money to invest in. Like if I'm a Nigerian governor or president and I steal money,
I will just build transmission for my generation. That's
you can be making money from it. Nobody say you can make money, but to do something that is productive for the people at the same time, offer value.
You gotta put the money. You gotta put the money in Sweden.
If you look at Dangote,
You gotta put the money in
steals money
Sweden.
now. I don't think that Dangote doesn't steal money, but he's offering value at the same time. But some of our men, sometimes when I look at these politicians, I just wonder, how can somebody respect you if you cannot even conquer power? Simple power. Power is not difficult. It's an old technology that they invented this in more than 100 years ago, and they are making it look like it's so difficult to do. It's because they don't just want to do it, and they create chaos that shouldn't be there. You know, I just saw a video of our president with Kagame in the, I think, World Forum or something, somewhere in the Middle East, and you can see them sitting side by side. And if you watch that video, you see the way Tinubu spoke versus the way Kagame spoke. Now that should tell you why we have problems. If you just watch that video, you will know. He was sounding like, let the world come and help us somehow. Come and save us. While Kagame was like, we have to do this. And we have, he even went on to say, we have to lift ourselves.
No, Junaida, that is not the way. He was telling them that Africa is right. We are not going to be giving you resources like that. The preach he was preaching there was just investment. And I think that is okay.
No. If that was the case, that you come and invest, that's a different thing. But he literally said something about the world should come and sort them out, like sort Nigeria out. Like, and I was looking at him that
no, it's not.
That is your job.
Maybe you go back and
okay, let me bring the links. If you can share it, there you see the difference of language.
Listen to it. It's not that
so that people can hear it now, because I'm telling you that this is why we have issues. Because our leaders, you see subtleties with the way you use your words. It reveals your internal mind, the way your mind works. It does reveal the way your mind works.
A question about insecurity in the Boko Haram area, and Tinubu was trying to tell that it's the West that created that mess for us. Because what happened in Libya, the proliferation of harm that went through all West African region, especially Nigeria and the rest. And when they removed Gaddafi, what do? They clean their hands off and they go away. And we are bearing the ground. He's trying to tell them to come and clean their mess. And when they also talk about the coup in Niger and in Mali and the rest, he also told them that this thing is also the fault of the West, because at the end of the day, they support their brothers in Mali and Niger. He's just trying to tell them.
But that is not how you put things. As a leader of your people, you don't say other women's husbands should come and sort your affairs out. You talk about from the point of view.
They deliberately destabilized. What happened in Libya destabilized West Africa a lot.
See, who made that even? Who made that more likely? If you look at he didn't even mention Libya. No,
Hold on. What's the current stage of Libya now?
Do they have president? Unstable now. It's quite unstable. It's quite unstable, but that is not his point.
It's not, what do you mean unstable? They are in crisis. Everything.
See, it's unstable. That is what it still is. If you hear the way Kagame, how can you hear the way Kagame spoke versus the way you're a president of, and the guy introduced him as a president of an important country in Africa, like the most powerful or something country in Africa, and he sounded less powerful than Kagame.
No, I think that is the way you narrate it yourself.
It's not the way. How can you not? If you cannot see that,
you know what?
Don't go and negotiate for Nigeria.
It's not about critique here.
You want him to talk in a radical way. That is what you like,
No, I just want him to talk like somebody internally that is in charge of his country.
That is what he said.
But that's not how he sounded. Okay, let me just listen to it again and bring the terms so you hear the kind of terms a leader uses.
Oh, hold on. If you want to talk from the position of strength, I think that's what you're saying. From position of strength, Nigeria
and responsibility, not just position of strength, and responsibility that you are in charge of your own fate.
No. It's a word forum.
How can you put your faith?
No, hold on now. The theme was collaboration. if that was the theme of the event, right? Collaborative, like even the so-called they say that even they need collaboration, and he's saying that collaboration, unlike before, where it creates some form of dependency with African countries, it has to be a true collaboration, what is like more like a partnership, not dependency. So the team, just what so if you're talking about like collaboration of countries, you can't go there and be, so come on, look at the team of the event. Collaborative, whatever they call it, was the team of the event. So of course, if I want to collaborate with you, I can't be talking like I am above you. So you must feel the temperature of the room when you're talking in something like that. So it wasn't like he was in charge. He spoke very well. I don't think anybody had any issue with what he said or how.
Oh my God! You see now, if you don't have issues with that, that is the beginning of where we have problems.
No, so I'm the beginning of where you have.
If you cannot even see that the gear spinning in your leader's head is designed not to develop their country.
I'm speaking to the team of the summit. Is what I'm like. He was speaking to. You got to once again listen to what I'm saying.
It's World Economic Forum. Kagame was sitting right next to him, an African leader that is even in charge of a less powerful nation.
Right.
That is my point. If you want to say, okay, yeah, he's hanging on his own, he's just saying it. No. Why is it that an African leader sitting right next to him is able to sound very different?
Why are you bothered about what Kagame was saying? Why are you talking about the radio? Why are you bothered?
It's not only about Kagame. It's about
the question
we just sat here when hold on now. Let me
what you want is for him to be talking about Nigeria and Africa, do it within ourselves. But the theme of the World Forum is about collaboration.
No, not necessarily.
Okay, what's the theme?
Did you even watch the entire thing?
See, I watched it.
Forget it. The entire thing. I watched it 2 times.
And Kagame's this video.
No, then that is right.
Hold on. I don't know what you are going on about. The World Economic Forum. You are talking about collaboration. What kind of collaboration have they given us that we have developed? You keep saying these things. These people care for themselves, and when you hear them talking, if they mention some other person, they are mentioning you because they know they are going to give from you.
That's what our leaders said. Listen, hold on. Let's not listen to each other, please. I just said it's collaboration, but Tinubu said even though they're using the word collaboration, in the past it has not really been a collaboration. It's been some form of dependency.
I don't even know. No, let me even ask to Nigeria. Why are you so impressed about what this guy is saying? Is it not the same guy that actually turned his country to a dumping ground?
I'm not that impressed.
So why do you care about what he was saying? Talking with that
I don't know.
Say my reasoning. Let me just say my reasoning. See, my reasoning is that Kagame is even further along than he is compared to the mentality that our people have. At least our president currently have. And the fact that you didn't even hear him sounding like somebody that could still go back in time and sell us as slaves, then you are not hearing very well.
As slaves?
Yes, because you have to understand when your leaders sound like people that will sell you away. When they sound
that's
like
not
that,
what is okay, just don't worry.
So let me explain what I mean. If you use languages that makes your people's faith depend on other groups, that betrays.
That's what he was kicking against.
That is exactly what he was saying.
No,
that's exactly what he's requesting. They are dating for them to come and help us. Like it's the same language. It was in Good Luck Jonathan used when he was with Obama. Say they should come and fix Nigeria. The same language. His own NSA was found using with this in the foreigners, begging them to come and help us. How can you not see this in your leadership? That these people don't seem to understand that they were apprentices once. They should become masters of their own people, but they still keep begging other people to come and help us. That is my problem. I don't understand how even some of us cannot even see that in their head. You can hear the language just from the language they used to talk to them. Even if I was a Igbo man, I would know this man is already surrendered. He's already surrendered his people, just the way he talks. Because you can't use language that empowers me to decide your fate. and you don't think I feel confident to take advantage of it? I'll feel confident to take advantage of it easily. But you don't see that same language from somebody like Kagame. Kagame is talking from partnership and also recognize that we are responsible for our fate. We have to do our own part to fix systems. But you don't hear that from the point of Tinubu at all. He sounds like, oh, come, the way you have been dealing with us before is not so good, but come and deal with us again and fix things for us. And, there is no sense that he's in charge. He can decide the fate of West Africa. Nigeria has no reason to even, we should be the one controlling West Africa. Why do we not have military bases in other countries? Why all of them have military bases in Africa? We don't have military bases in Djibouti.
You know how I feel about that. I've always used the word domination. You know how I feel about dominating the African space. So on that one, I'm not disagreeing with you.
Because of this language,
I don't disagree with you on that one. But like I told you the other time when we had this discussion about domination of African space, that domination is what gives you leverage when you go to those kind of forums. As of this point, you don't have that leverage yet. So you can talk all the good game you want. Where is the leverage? You don't have it yet. So go back home and build your shit first. When you get your shit together, then you can come and boast at the world. As of now, on that stage, you can't sound the way you want him to sound because you don't have that power.
That's the problem now. The way he's sounding right now still betrays the fact that he doesn't intend to do anything about his backyard. He doesn't intend to take control. He wants them to come and sort it out. I saw his title yesterday about northern people concerned that they are talking to him now about bringing military bases into Nigeria.
Okay. To be honest with you, that should not even be a discussion to even be in the first place. That should be a no, and that should be the end of it.
From the get-go. He's not even thinking about it or not even bothered.
So if you are having any talk about it, it's a no for me. There should not be any conversation at all. Because they will never leave. They will never leave. And even if it's peaceful, I have heard some back in the days, somebody was leaking some of their CIA files. Like even if they go somewhere and they help you fight the war, if it becomes too peaceful, they will even be the one to start the war themselves, not to create the chaos to remain there. So they will be the one to be creating the chaos just to remain in that place. So they will never leave, and even if it's peaceful, they'll be the one to create chaos on purpose just to remain in that location. So I don't want them in Nigeria because they will never leave. They'll start creating chaos just to stay.
A British defense minister has said that they need to invade Africa. And he even used a more benign way on how to invade Africa. They will pretend as if they are coming for aid, peacekeeping. That is what a defense minister said. And by the time he said that, he already sent troops himself to southern African countries. If Nigeria puts a military base inside Nigeria, that will be the first time the most populated country of any given race has military bases in them. Like India now, amongst the Indians, Pakistani kind of people, doesn't have a military base in it. Among Asians, the Chinese don't have a military base in it. The most powerful European countries don't have a military base in it. Even Israel doesn't have a foreign military base in it. That is the most powerful country in the Middle East. Or Iran. Somehow, Nigeria, if we do that, our enslavement will be cemented completely for a long time. And this is the thing that our awareness need to rise up to this point to understand the consequences of if President Tinubu even considers that at all. We will never be independent as a people because, especially if the size of the military base is big, we'll be done for.
So this is what I'm waiting for. Obviously, if he wants that in Nigeria, he's going to have to present that before the Senate of Nigeria. So we can see the details of what he's trying to present. That is the only way we can fully assess this. But to me, at least let's see what the reason why he wants it in Nigeria. Is it Boko Haram or whatever, whatnot? So until I see the details. But for me, on the get-go, it is a no-no because I know they have this history, antecedent of establishing regions for their own political gains. So by the way, why do you need
demand? You know what you should demand if they want to put military base here?
Yeah,
make us part of NATO. If you love us so much, you like it, I can let you open place then. We are all neighbors now. We are all neighbors now. We are all part of NATO. See, you have to demand, and even if they say they want to put hospital there, no, don't agree. Because that hospital is a military base. and one of their man gets harmed there because of something that happens in the country, you invite invasion. So make no mistake, anytime they have military presence in your country, they technically have an outpost to control your country. And you can't let that one happen. If they want to show that they are on our side, make them show it. Not this year friendship where we are dying in poverty, we can't even generate electricity, and then they are all enjoying themselves. They say we are all friends. That's not friendship at all. If you want us to be friends, what's wrong with NATO? Give us defense pact. Give us massive projects that you're doing. Oh, you know what? Come and build a chip manufacturing plant in Nigeria. Then I'll consider giving you a military base in Nigeria. Give us strategic technology that is going to allow us to defend ourselves, just in case we need to defend ourselves against you in our country.
But why? So you are willing to compromise what you just said earlier about not budging at all?
No, yes, I'm willing to compromise.
Wow. Really?
Hold on. The reason why
no, hold on. Because you said earlier we can beat ourselves. You were saying that, why can't you see that way? Now you want to compromise. Come on.
The reason why I will, I hear you. See, if you disagree that I should not even compromise, I will happily give way for that from that point of view. But the reason why I will be willing to compromise is because by providing those things to us, it's a shortcut way of getting, either putting them off actually, because it might put them off not wanting to do that because they'll say the man is too much, or if they choose to do it, then my concern will go away because now I have something on them that they cannot use to come at us anymore. Because the moment you become nuclear, or you pass a certain threshold of military power, they can't control you anymore. You see what I mean? Yeah, they can't control Israel. They can influence Israel a bit, but they can't tell Israel exactly what to do at a specific point. They can't control, let's say, which of their allies they have in the Middle East, like Saudi Arabia. If Saudi Arabia say they don't want to be friends with them again, America has a lot to lose because Saudi Arabia can go nuclear within three weeks if they wanted to. So there are certain levels you go past, they can't do anything to you anymore. They can try to punish you, they can try to give you sanctions, but that's the maximum they can do. And if you tell their military them to clear out of your country, they will have to clear out of your country. But they will not even do that because now they see you as part of their family to defend their interests too. So you become like Japan to them, you become like India. But India doesn't have a military base there, so you become like India, strategic relationship with them. So you are of value now. Even Turkey that they don't like is part of NATO. So,
but those countries they understand how to extract value for what they are providing. My fear is that Nigeria might provide this military base and they don't know the value of what they can get in return.
Oh no, we should never give them military base if they are not giving us an arm and a leg.
That's my problem. Do you trust your government to bargain and get a fair deal?
Oh, that's the reason why we will probably reject it now, because they will not be able to bargain anything. In short, they will say, "Oh, it's because of partnership."
They just bribe them, give them some maybe 1 million. Look at this American. That's it. They will not get anything valuable. So what's the point?
And I believe Nigerians Senate will reject it. No matter what they are, Nigerian Senate, the Northerners will not want it. The Southerners will not want it. Look at what they are afraid of Fulanis. Even not to mention bringing even Machiavelli said, "You don't bring a more powerful military to your country. It's a bad idea. How can you bring a more powerful military like that is not that close to you in terms of
because do you know what will happen? Do you know what will happen? They will start offering to training to your military, so pretty much they will start controlling your military indirectly.
That's internal control. They will just take over your country. You can't have a powerful military in your nation. They will just take over the entire country itself. You will not have your own voice. Sometimes it's not necessarily that problematic if you still maintain a distance. Like the UK now has American military base, but because of their own racial ties and traditional ties, it's not problematic to the UK, and not to mention the fact that UK has its own independent nuclear program and missile systems and all the rest. So if America tries to screw around with them, they can fight America off. As a matter of fact, America will not tangle with them because they are already nuclear power. You see what I mean? So if Nigeria was already an independent nuclear power, you can argue that even if America has a small military base there, it's not going to be that significant problem. Because if Nigeria wants them out the next day, they will leave. They will have to, because they know Nigerian can nuke them or do whatever they like with them in that location.
How do we still have that? I feel like the Boko Haram thing has died a little bit. Am I wrong? The Boko Haram, I'm not hearing
You know what? I was just thinking about yesterday that we've not had any major bombing.
All the
in
Al
Western Nigeria.
Shabaab, all the West African, all this, if you notice, you don't really heard too much from them.
And since that time, you had the northern states like Niger, Niger, Mali, and all this take over by military. It somehow the noise from all those kind of insurgency, bandits is still there, but that insurgency part seems to have come down.
No, because Tinubu's order is different. Like, I heard that he's not doing the capture anymore. Is see and kill now. They don't do the. If you notice, they're not arresting Boko Haram anymore. If you notice,
I think they are killing. They were
yeah,
killing
his own thing is mark and take it. Just
they were doing that before under Buhari too, but Buhari, they killed more than 2,000 cows by accident. That shows
but
you
he's not doing
how
the
they're
arrest
willing to
anymore.
come.
Is my point. Where you think you have a hope of coming back, just wipe them out.
Personally, I don't think it's Tinubu's policy that is changing it. I think what happened in the Sahel region is probably having more of an effect because
the inflow of those people coming to Nigeria.
Yeah, and the ability to travel between nations. Because remember, Niger Republic is paranoid not only about militants, also about Nigerian troops, just in case Nigerian troops want to invade them. So they are all paranoid themselves. So it makes them more alert to threats. Can you imagine if you see Nigerian bandits hanging around? They will chase them like hell. So you can see why the flow. I think that may have, because if you look at it, it almost coincides with the time the Mali, that's the Niger regime was changed.
Because I was thinking, like, wait a minute. Lately, with the past 5 or 6 months, this like just quiet, no book or anything. Just like, wow, what happened?
It's been quite quiet. It's been quite quiet during that period. I have to admit that. I was just thinking about it yesterday. Actually, it's funny you mentioned it because I was like, it's been a while. I've not heard about any of these terrorist attacks. Because in the case of Nigeria, I don't see any massive operational change on the ground. Because when we say operational change, you'll be hearing about defeats against, one kingpin after the other. You don't see that. He said we got at least 4,700 kidnappings. So, but the one that is missing is that internationally capable version. And I feel like maybe it's tied to the fact that the northern states now are being controlled by a totally different set of forces, and forces that are also on high alert for threats from Nigeria and other Francophone nations. So that may be, I suspect, maybe, who knows, maybe Tinubu is doing something that is changing stuff, but I can't see, I don't know any specific policy that they are saying. Otherwise, they will be coming on TV telling you that, oh my God, this order that he gave us, we went and we destroyed this and this and this.
No, dude. Like I told you, the one I know that I've heard is that they're not gonna. Is you see, they can they are Boko Haram, wipe them out. Also, if that's what they are doing, they cannot put that on TV now. They're not gonna make it just put that one public. It's not gonna. That's
they were doing it even under Buhari. If you think about it, Buhari was killing a lot of innocent people. That even this in the Amnesty and all those world groups have a lot of allegations against the regime, that's the government of Buhari, that they were killing deliberately, going after even the children of terrorists. They were going after them in the north.
But unlike Buhari, Tinubu is not arresting. As I said, any Boko Haram last 6 months.
I think they do arrest too. They do arrest.
But have you heard of any in the last 6 months?
Let me check. Let me just check.
You're not gonna see. I'm telling you, you're not gonna see any from major arrest on TV. They're not gonna put it out there. They handle them behind the scenes and just move on. That's what they're doing. So
let me see, because I've not seen this in anything. Okay, Nigeria arrest alleged mastermind of Abuja train attack. You see, arrest, not killing. No. For the Cardinals.
But it's Boko Haram or just that is just bandit now. That's banditry.
They call him a terrorist. I think they call him.
you know how Nigeria we don't use.
It was a terrorist attack now, taking down a train.
No,
and everything.
I'm saying in the Nigerian context, you know how we separate them, bandit, and we don't beat them with the Boko. I'm saying Boko. Have you seen any Boko Haram arrest in the last 6 months?
Yeah, at least 13 Boko Haram, 13 killed in Boko Haram terrorist attack in Nigeria. Okay, now they kill terrorists. Boko Haram kill
I'm
terrorists.
telling you, once the Boko Haram, it will be kill. You're not going to send any arrest.
No, they kill people. The terrorists are the ones that kill people, not
Right.
the other way around. I'm just checking the news now. At least 160 dead and 300 wounded after attacks by armed gangs in Nigeria. This is December 2023. Rivalry among Boko Haram factions, compound violence in northern Nigeria. So, you see that this is the thing I'm saying. That's why I feel like something else may be responsible for it. Either that rivalry that they just mentioned. I think which station that was Al Jazeera. Talk about rivalry between the Boko Haram factions, and maybe the fact that the Sahel has become quite hostile to them now, because all the 3 nations in Sahel have the defense pact now, and they are very hostile to militants at the same time, and genuinely hostile, not like maybe the French are pretending as if they are doing their job there while they are sabotaging the nation. These guys are truly hostile to them. So that may be partly why the terrorist groups in Nigeria are a little bit stressed too. They are feeling the stress, and instead the bandits are the one rising up the chain now. So, like I said, I have not seen Tinubu make any strategic security move. Not one. He's basically come in and maintain the status quo what Buhari had just done. All he did was just change the heads, and he has not even the oil plant, that's the pipeline garden or something like that by Tompolo and all the rest. All that was done under this thing, Buhari's regime. The only thing I've seen this government do that you can praise is that student loan stuff. And if this Lagos-Calabar road is done, that too will be a major achievement. But I don't know, is there anything else they've done that is positive? Because clearly the exchange rate stuff is a disaster, and it's a disaster that is that was made and was deliberately kept there. It's still being kept in place. Why not just track yourself back and peg the currency, for crying out loud? That is how it's supposed to be, but they still kept it in place like that, to the point where Dangote himself is complaining. If a big guy like Dangote is complaining, he must have told Tinubu himself, because they meet them. I think there was a time Tinubu called all these captains of industry for a meeting in Nigeria. They must have told him that this thing you are doing is not right. But did he stop? No, he didn't. And it's caused all these companies to lose money. They are not paying dividends to their shareholders. MTN has suffered a loss. Dangote has suffered a loss. Many of them have suffered a loss. Why would the government chase a policy that damages industry in the country? Man, that's why I say, if you are going to be supporting Tinubu, support him with concrete reason, like the student loan stuff. If he completes the Lagos-Calabar road, all those solid stuff, and even the subsidy removal that he supported, even if he wasn't the one that did it, it's a good thing. But that money one is the sabotage of all the good, at least.
You mean the floating of the naira?
Yes, that is sabotage. And that is a system that you watch trying to grow, and you cut it off on its knees. He just kneecapped the Nigerian economy by doing that, keeping us in the same place. And this is what I find our leaders, I just find them very wicked people, because it's like they watch the Nigerian economy want to go, then they sabotage it, they cut it off in the knees, so that it doesn't truly become giant. What kind of strategy is that, other than you want to keep us so that your masters, when they return, we are vulnerable to them? That is the way they want to keep the Nigerian economy. I just feel like these people are conning us. They pretend as if they are trying to develop the country, but every time they do one good thing, then they find something to chop it off so it doesn't grow. If Dangote is coming out openly to complain, that should tell you that they've told him and he still refused to turn back. That stuff is going to. So who knows more about the economy? Dangote is the one running part of the economy.
Can say, Dangote doesn't have access to the president.
Exactly, he does.
Yeah. They have access to each other. I don't think somebody. I don't think.
Thomas, does it surprise you that they are still holding on to those refineries in Port Harcourt? They should have sold all these things to private companies. I don't know why they still holding on to these things.
What I think is, he just wants to keep them as national
It's not making money for us now. So we're profitable. It's not profitable. So what's the point?
It's not bringing. That is, if you remember the election time, I said that is the only thing I love about Atiku's ideology. That I want to so. Babati, they are pumping money there. They are not refining a bottle of fuel. People are still collecting salary there. They are not. No dividends, no gain, no profit. Not so. Why are we keeping it? Let's sort it off.
I think it's going to come on stream now, Thomas. They say it's going to come on stream very soon.
I don't. I know. You see, let's be we are Nigerians here. If you come on stream for a while, then something will happen again. It will break down again. You say they want to repair it again. Only a private.
That's economic sabotage.
I know, but I'm saying that
I agree with you. I think maybe they should just,
a private hand will hire the best hands.
Public private. Maybe the federal government can own 30-40%.
No, complete sale, please.
No. Why would you sell it completely? You want to have it. You want to make profit from it.
No. You can. Okay. I'll give you that Dangote deal then, or 20%. Let's do that.
Why are you worried about 30? Don't you want Nigeria to make more money?
I don't want them to have enough influence to hire the employment process.
Yeah, if they have more stake there, it's going to be another Ojoro again.
I hear what you are saying. Like, okay, let's make it so that the private side has a bigger share than the Nigerian side. Yeah,
and
the private side has a bigger share. Yeah, they have the controlling share.
Yes.
So that way, Nigeria is not in charge.
They want to make profit.
Yeah, the formula should be Nigeria should be there to make profit, but not govern, not control.
Right. That way, you will not say for equity and fairness. So you must have everybody must be part of the company.
Yeah.
But look at Dangote now. He has more people from the south working for him. Does he care about tribe? No. He cares about profit.
People like Dangote don't care about those things. They don't care about those things.
If it is Igbo people that will make Dangote refinery.
Hire them. That's it. You don't care about them.
I don't. Do I care? Do I care by what they come from?
Most medium to large businesses don't care about tribe. They don't care. They will just hire anybody that is there to do the business.
And they are making profit. Profit is the main goal, isn't it?
Yeah.
One shameless senator now say, okay, why are they moving CBN to Lagos? So, by the way, my children work here, but work there. No shame. You can't have that in Nigeria. You can't have that.
Yeah, that CBN business, I did find it a little bit peculiar why they needed to move it. You can easily build another extension if you wanted to. Because for me, strategically, I always think about things strategically. I don't know why you want to put it, in the coast.
I have friends that studied the geography, whatever. They work in the CBN. Do you know why? Because their father is a retired lawyer that used to work for the CBN. That's
I hear about that a lot.
So they don't know anything about it. They just go there, go for seminars every year, travel and come here, hang out with me, go back, and they work for CBN.
Yeah.
So
it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
So I'm like, what do you even do for a living? What do you guys even do over there? So God don't want Jerry. This American abroad, American.
The problem is the mentality of the top. Nigeria's leaders, if you hear them talk, you will not even understand that Nigeria is the most populous and should be the strongest black country. You will not even think so. If you hear them talk overseas, they sound like beggars. While other African leaders that are from smaller nations even sound more bold.
Thomas,
it's like I don't understand that.
Someone that studied town planning, geography and town planning. Kilo about CBN. What does he know about banking? What does he know?
No, you don't.
All the things you are talking about, other countries do them. You see, but why is it damaging us? Because you always have to go back and ask yourself, why is it that other countries do these same practices where they have hire people that is close to them and abuse office as much as they like, but they still remain profitable and functional.
But do you know what they do? They will come with those degrees. They will not come here to come and do their MBA. They will not go back with that MBA. They will not add it to their resume. That's how they stay. They remain.
They don't become boss with that.
See, they are God now. Now MBA from one useless school from one.
That's what they do.
one online
That is paid for,
MBA.
by the way. It's paid for. Is free for them because CBN is the one paying for that MBA.
But you get that in the UK too now. If you look at the UK now, you go to some of all these tech companies, you will not see white people there. Most of them, mostly Indians and other people are the one doing the job. But if you go to like some higher up institutions, suddenly you walk into the office, it's a sea of white. You see, so it tells you that
we have to go. I have to shut down, and I will close with this: with the level of corruption in that country, if Nigeria is still standing, Nigeria is, we are the best in the world.
There's a God somewhere.
No, look at what they are doing
to somewhere that's still sustaining us. That kind of corruption can't be in this Australia. Everything will just collapse.
Look at what happened to
stealing, and we are still standing till now.
Thomas, look at what happened to Branson and Earpiece now. Look at what's going on. It's the corruption in that sector. So imagine you go to Ethiopia, go and fly a whole plane. You now put Nigeria air on the plane for 10 minutes.
Nobody is anybody being charged for that?
I don't. No, they don't bury them. They don't.
Nobody's ending up in court. Where's EFCC on this one?
To Nigeria, that one don't follow Buhari's regime. Go. Nobody will.
No. Thomas,
nobody will challenge them.
Thomas. You see my problem? They scam the country. This will like scam us.
Hold on. It's the boldness for me to even do that. On national TV, you now come and put a plane. The boldness of you to even say you want to even try that in the country.
They wrap the plane with plastic.
They pretend as if this is a pattern again. I keep talking about. They will give the people hope with something and then yank it away again. Like what kind of con is this? It's like you see this pattern repeat itself over and over again. They'll give you one. I won't be surprised they find something to sabotage this tuition fees one too. Let's just watch this space. They will find some way again.
I think if Tinubu is not ready to do something, you can't compare Tinubu to Buhari now. Yeah, I think they are too quiet.
Let's not make a mistake. Buhari did a lot of things, even if it's mostly tankless things nobody cares about. He did a lot of infrastructure stuff.
Let's hope that First Kiyamo does okay, because those people, they want to frustrate ERP. They don't want that thing to fail. They don't want that thing to succeed. They want it to fail because they are getting paid from all those foreign airlines. They are paying those Nigerian officials. Those big, they are paying them for them to even follow that out. They don't want any local airline to succeed.
Let me ask, what are the big? I know, Thomas, you have to go. What can somebody just name about 5 major projects that this government is engaged in? Big ones.
I think, of course, Lagos-Calabar is one. That's a major project.
Yes. The student loan is there.
Student loan is there.
Okay. You can give him that.
The agro. What is the? They did the agro. But that one's more of a state collaboration.
No one can actually perceive that one clearly. Even you can't see any impact so far.
Yeah, it's not that one.
So what else? So the reason why I asked this is because by Buhari standard, Buhari had a lot of big projects going on the moment he got in, from Dangote Refinery, this in Abuja, Kaduna Rail, and Asaba to this Warri train. So quite a lot of big projects that he did in his time in office. So it's something that we have to watch this space on. If you remove any of the social stuff he did, like giving people loans for catfish farming and all the rest of it, because technically you could equate that with the student loan thing that Tinubu is doing. Although I think the student loan one is more strategic because it's going to really change the way universities behave.
Okay, so, yes. Let's add the gas thing that they want to do with Europe too. The gas, whatever they're planning.
Yeah, okay. That's a big one. If you can complete that, well, people have to. For me, the biggest achievement of Buhari administration is that he was able to start Dangote Refinery in 2017. They started truly working on it in Lagos. By 2023, it was done. I think that is a remarkable thing, and they put their money to it, and he succeeded. I'm not sure the Nigerian government since 2000, let's say 2000, since 1999, have done any major project that they succeeded in doing. I don't know whether you know anyone since that time that they put money in Nigerian government, put money in something, and it succeeded throughout. Not just succeeded in their 8 years time, like today. Whether it succeeded at all, I guess you can say
that's my point. Okay, there's no track record. Say just go PPP then. Save the trouble of what you said, big government project. Go PPP or have private company just run everything. That's my conclusion.
And you know what? When we remember this, I think that conversation may be the best conversation we had today. Actually, the formula should be invest for profit, but not for control. You know,
but have shares there that you can make.
That's why I say invest for profit.
That's
Only take the profit, then leave the rest for the private.
But they want that control. That thing is an
let them then to hell with them. I think that should be a new doctrine. They should probably pass in the House of Assembly. Federal government should invest only for profit and not for control. Stay away from control because you guys are horrible at controlling stuff. So I think that's a good formula to come up with because I never really pictured it that way before, but it came out from this conversation. Because it makes perfect sense. That's the only one that works.
Guys, thank you. We have to show down 8 hours. Yeah, Baba, thank you. Yes, thank you so much, guys. Yeah, God bless. Yeah.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. Listen, you can only see, but you will never walk there. You can only see, but you will never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there.
Let's ask this question. You took money belonging to Anambra State government and put it in a company in which your family has interest. That's what you're telling me.
No, let me tell you. Look at what you're saying. I bought shares in banks. Let me tell you what I did. It wasn't only in that I invested. I invested $50 million of Anambra State money in power sector. I invested another 10 over several billions in banks, including banks where I have share. I was investing for the future of the state. It doesn't matter whether I have shares there or not. But so, if the shares is making profit, so if I have an opportunity of building a future for the state, my convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm in my convoy.
Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result.
Thank you, Daddy. When I hear this your call and prayers, Daddy is very dear to me. And like I keep saying, if this works, you people will never regret this support.
Amen. Amen.
You know.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Amen, Daddy. Daddy, I need you to speak to the people in the Southwest. Your people in the Southwest. And Kwara.
Okay. I've been in touch with Kwara people.
The Christians in the Southwest and Kwara. This is a religious war.
My convoy is 5 vehicles. And you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to the gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka government house, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, you just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. You know. But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter Obi left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. You know, remember? Yes, no. I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't? Why? It must be an omission.